you have to accept my apologies for how I am during this one. Things getting worse with my back, and the last few days I've had to be at the hospital, and I've had to be given newer, stronger painkillers, and my throat is killing me because Oromorph tastes like shit. So yeah, I'm in a lot of pain, and I didn't expect to be back here again. I am glad. I am glad because it means that people are talking about it, and I want to shout out people that have kept this going and have been mentioning it, and clippers that have uploaded clips about it, and people that have sort of been holding his feet to the fire. I especially want to thank Duty for putting it in his stream in his video titles. So it'll be stuff like DSP unveils a joystick, still no bloodwork for Jasper. I want to thank him and others like him for helping keep it in people's minds, because once again, it's a serious thing he's done. He's fucking about with something that he doesn't know anything about, and it's serious because there is no way for him to know that Jasper is okay. You can like give the pet the once over, but if you want to know like is he okay fully, you need a blood test. We know this. We've been over this. You saw the last nearly 4 hours, and you saw everybody else's reactions as well as mine. So whether that ends up being the case in this video or not, I don't know. Once again, be told on Twitter about some of the worst things, but I haven't seen exactly what's going on. And there's now 2 videos from Snort Hogan that I'm going to be doing. There's DSP lies about not taking care of Jasper and begging for a joystick, and then the crazy half hour, which is the one that so I think this might be a daily wrap. This is either the day before or a daily wrap, but anyway, yeah. Yesterday for me, I got told about the massive rant he went on about Jasper again, and so I know some of the things, but I don't know all of it. But anyway, let's just dive in because we've got stuff to do. So yeah, cut here, editor Steve.
Before we get to tomorrow's streams, I want to say something up front. I need you guys to do me a favor. Stop listening to baloney from my haters, all right?
Yes, I forgot to mention, this is after the tip. This must be the daily wrap after the super chat or the tip, whichever one it was, that said, you know, fan since like forever ago, I'm doing this now. Take care of Jasper. Make sure Jasper's okay.
I received apparently a $100 tip from someone who's saying they watched the Dark One Soul days and they quit streaming. They've now pursued a military career. They actually reached Diamond with Jury. And they said, please take care of Jasper. Indeed, I will. All right. Thank you. I will. Jasper is, trust me, Jasper is perfectly fine. I don't know why you're concerned. Maybe you're listening to the wrong people. Jasper is perfectly healthy and fine. He's got nothing wrong with him whatsoever. He's great, actually. A little bit of allergies like us. We all have allergies in the house, but that's it. So I don't know why you're so concerned about Jasper. He's fine. Seriously, he's no problems. So thank you very much for a very massive $100 tip. Thank you so much. It's sad because it sounds like this person's concerned for Jasper when there's nothing wrong with him. It sounds to me like, you know, you're listening to the wrong people if you think there's something wrong with Jasper. He's been in here 2 days in a row. He was on here in a podcast earlier today. He's perfectly fine. He's great. So thank you so very much. An anonymous tipper.
And that prompted that response that I need to just very, very quickly, editor Steve, film later, cut here, right? But that response betrayed a lot of anxiety to it, because he was very much like, well, yeah, of course he is. Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Why? I mean, yeah, of course he's fine. He's fine. Yeah, of course he's fine. There's a lot of like anxiety and worry in that, because you're constantly repeating over and over again, because you're like, hang on a minute, is there something going around that suggests that he wouldn't be? Have I told a lie elsewhere and forgotten about it that people are pulling me up on? There's a little sort of like he's searching up here. And he doesn't quite know why people are mentioning that, so he's trying to think back over what he might have said recently. Because otherwise, he would say, yeah, Jasper's fine, he's downstairs, he's asleep right now, but yeah, he's been okay, thanks. And that'd be it. Like mine. Oh, people have asked me about if mine's okay. I actually got a call from the vet earlier, and they said it doesn't appear to be her, the medication. Her blood her white blood cells appear to be, the levels appear to be approaching normal now. So we'll just continue as we are for now. It could have just been like a momentary dip that we happened to catch, but we're going to keep monitoring her anyway and see if she's okay. But yeah, right now, she's curled up at the bottom of my bed. She's still awake, but she's just lying there and she's fine. So there you go. That's all you take when you're telling the truth. Just a straightforward statement, but Phil's panicked reaction to that's what's prompted this. That was telling, and it's prompted this. So right, I'm with it now. Let's go.
Today, I had concerned people coming to my stream saying things like, "Oh my God, is your cat okay?" What? Is your cat okay? Because your haters are saying that you didn't pay for a blood test for him that he needed, and that he's probably sick and dying.
Whoa. Once again, time out, right? Time out straight away. Phil here, once again, misrepresenting the argument. Did not say that. I did not say he's ill or dying. I said there's no way for you to know that he's not. There's a difference, Phil. I am not saying that Jasper is sick or dying. It's very probable, because he's a young cat and he appears to be in okay health, that he is okay. But you need to check, because you don't know for sure. And part of checking involves the blood test that you were being asked to pay for at the vets. I don't know how her white blood cell levels are. I don't know how her thyroid levels are just by looking at her. It needs to be checked through a blood test. You don't know how Jasper's thyroid levels are. Jasper could have hyperthyroidism, and that's why he's throwing up so much, and that's why he's peeing so much. You don't know until you've checked, until the vet has checked. That's what I'm saying. And you can't accept that, so you have to twist that into, we're saying Jasper is sick and dying. You're doing that because you know we're right. You know you're wrong in this, so you have to twist it to make it look like you're less wrong and we're more wrong. You are fucking Darvoing right here, Phil. This is a manipulation tactic. We see it, we hear it, we know it, and we recognize it. This is you lying.
And you're not treating him well. And I'm like, what?
Again. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I think you were right, Sam. I'm going to move this way slightly so I can put the tweet here. I think you were right, Sam. It's gone back to him. It's been flying monkeyed. I put that compilation bit in. I put like a bunch of clips in showing how badly Phil's treated Jasper. You know, it wasn't part of the original like premise of the video. It wasn't sort of like the point of the reaction to it. But because the topic came up, it needed to be addressed. And so I've addressed it. And as a result, word about that has gotten back to him. So he knows. I wonder if he's actually watched it himself. I wonder if he's actually... I don't think so, because it's that long. And Philly's not the sort of person you can pay to sit through a movie that's like a third of that length. So, yeah. I don't think he's watched it himself, but word has gotten back, and that will be, again, like a game of telephone. It's coming back to him through somebody else. So somebody else is saying they've done a video about your visit to Jasper, and in it they say you're not taking care of the cat. So Phil's like, they're saying I'm not taking care of my cat, and it's like, no, I'm just showing that you're not a good pet owner.
Is your cat okay? Because your haters are saying that you didn't pay for a blood test for him that he needed, and that he's probably sick and dying, and you're not treating him well. And I'm like, what?
I mean, you told everyone your fucking cat was being sick and vomiting over a fucking place to try and get attention, which is not normal whatsoever. And then a month later, you take him to the vets for an annual, a regular sort of fucking checkup. And you decide not to get a blood test to investigate the source of that vomiting.
Is your cat okay? Because your haters are saying that you didn't pay for a blood test for him that he needed, and that he's probably sick and dying, and you're not treating him well. And I'm like, what?
Do you need me to spell it out for you, DSP, because you're a moron? We can spell it out for you because you literally need it literal. DSP, you didn't pay for a blood test for your cat, but you would pay $500 on a fucking joystick, PlayStation Plus, and other bullshit.
Is your cat okay? Because your haters are saying that you didn't pay for a blood test for him that he needed, and that he's probably sick and dying, and you're not treating him well. And I'm like, what?
First of all, again, Phil always takes the extreme view on everything, and he lies. No one is saying that Jasper is sick. No one is saying that Jasper is dying. We're saying the opposite. What we're criticizing Phil about is not getting routine blood work that can possibly identify underlying issues in Jasper. That's what we're complaining about and criticizing. Blood work is a routine process for animals just to make sure that they're okay. And Phil couldn't be bothered to spend $300 to make sure that Jasper was okay. That's the problem. No one is saying that Jasper's sick. No one is saying that Jasper has cancer. No one is saying that whatsoever, Phil. But yet again, you need to use this straw man argument to make it seem like your detractors are insane. And of course, we're not, Phil. So you please stop this, okay? Because this isn't helping your case. The mere fact that you won't pay money for preventative services for your cat, right there, you already lose the argument. Because you're not refuting that, Phil, right? You're not refuting that you didn't pay for those services. So you already lose. So I suggest you shut up and just take your cat to the vet and actually get the routine blood work that's needed to make sure that Jasper is healthy.
And actually, yeah, on some level, I am saying you're not a good pet owner and you're not taking care of Jasper. But that wasn't the original point, you know. It was just like point B or point C, or actually probably like point Z. So either way, Phil, yeah, thanks for the view, either to you or your flying monkey. Thanks for the view. I appreciate it.
Jasper was literally here this morning on the podcast. He's been here every day. He's healthy as hell.
No, dude, no. Like, she's here right now, but she's not healthy. She's got a health issue that I have to take care of. Look, I mean, I didn't even want to bring this up, but fucking Dyrenorm, 5 milligrams, the bottle and the syringe. I have to do this twice a day with her, right? And you wouldn't know by looking at her. You can't know by looking at her because it's an issue with an internal organ. It's an issue with her thyroid gland, and you measure the level of it, the amount of thyroid hormone it's producing through blood tests. But you can't know by just looking at her. She's here now, but you wouldn't know that she was ill. The times that she's been on, and I've picked her up and been like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" You know, you don't know how healthy she is until I say, and I only know that because I had fucking blood work done. Jasper being in there does not mean that he's healthy. Jasper, like, being, like, wandering around you, meowing at you, pawing it like your shirts, doesn't mean he's healthy. He could still have a problem with his thyroid gland that's affecting how much he drinks, how much he goes to the toilet, how much he sleeps, how fast his heart is beating. You know, there's stuff like that it affects, and you don't know.
He has no health problems whatsoever right now. Zero.
You don't know that. You don't know that for sure. He might look healthy. She looks okay. She looks like quite a small cat, but otherwise, she looks healthy. You wouldn't be able to guess that anything was wrong with her by looking at her. Needs to be tested. Jasper needs blood work for you to know for sure how well he is. I'm going to fuck up my voice, and I've not even done TBS yet.
He's a perfectly healthy cat.
No, you don't know. You don't know. You cannot know for sure. You just can't. It is beyond your capacity to understand the full extent of your cat's health because you don't know what his internal organs are doing. You don't know how much of each hormone is being produced. You don't know how well his immune system is. You don't know how well his kidneys and his liver are coping. You don't know how his digestive system is doing. You don't know his heart rate or his, well, you actually, yeah, fair heart rate you could work out because they listen. But, you know, there are other things that you don't know about your cat. How are his thyroid levels, Phil? Because I know how well mine's doing. How well is your cat doing, Phil? What's Jasper's thyroid doing right now? Is it too high? Or is it too low? What is it, Phil?
He's not even, he lost weight. Last year he was a little overweight. He lost weight since last year that we know from his recent checkup. What are people saying? People are saying the weirdest messed up things.
It's just not messed up. It's not messed up. You calling fucking blood test upselling and a scam is messed up. It's not messed up for me to go, yo, that's the sign of a bad pet owner because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And he's going to end up hurting that cat because he doesn't give a shit. Because what I'm saying is true.
And people believe it.
People believe it because I use clips of you doing it. People believe it because there's fucking evidence of it. You know, all that stuff that you say that we don't have. You know, all that those little nuggets of truth that are there, Phil, that we add our layers of bullshit over. Well, guess what? This is a giant fucking golden nugget. There is no bullshit on this. It is fucking clean. I have buffed off every level of shit and found the massive golden boulder that is evidence of you being a bad pet owner.
And then they come on the stream and they're like, oh my God, what's going on? This is bad, that is bad. I'm like, what are you talking about? Here's another example. You ready for this? This joystick. I talked about this a few days ago, that I wanted to get a new joystick if I was going to play all games on PS5. And I said I could get the equivalent joystick to what I have now on Xbox, or I could get essentially a high-end model. This joystick is meant to last. It's got the highest end parts. It's got heft to it. It's going to probably overall improve my game.
No, dude, no. Just no. That is, no. Right, I need to. You might have seen me banging this about, right? You might have seen me banging this, just to, you know, mock him, and I've been showing off, and I've said, like, it's 30 quid, it's a cheap joystick, right? I've also got this one for the Xbox, it's much bigger. It's heavier. I've got a couple of the same games across the 360, the PS4 and my PC, because that one plugs into the PC as well and works there. Like, say, Injustice and Mortal Kombat. There is no difference in my skill level, depending on which one I'm using. Because I can't use a joystick. I can't use one of these fight sticks. I ended up playing a pad. I was mostly console gamer, so I'm used to playing a pad. But I've tried these just to see if I could get used to them, see how it feels, and it still feels a bit weird for me to do that. But either way, there is no difference in skill level because it's not the actual pad that's the issue. It's not the actual joystick that's the issue. That's a bullshit excuse, Phil. The idea that, oh, if I spend more money, it will improve my game. No, a poor artist always blames his tools. A poor workman always blames his tools. A poor gamer always blames the pad. It's... I hate it. Everything else, like the idea that it's the highest end, as if that justifies it. It doesn't. It's just you. It's you justifying it to yourself. I need the most expensive thing. You know, it's not a justification for us. Your audience does not care if you've got the right buttons or the right joystick. You don't even know what a fucking logic gate is. For fuck's sake. It's bullshit. It's a bullshit excuse. It's a bullshit excuse, and I hate it, and I'm not buying it. And again, he's just using this as a distraction. What the fuck has this got to do with your cat, other than what we all know because of what I've been saying since putting out my video 2 days before you fucking did this?
So I said, you know what? If I'm going to get the joystick, I'm going to get this joystick. Now, what I said to everyone was, it would be great if you could buy in and help out by supporting my fighting game streams.
So what you did was you bought the joystick and then expected your audience to give you the money back. Because that's what that means. You were like, fuck it, I don't care. They'll give me the money back. I could buy the most expensive one. Fuck it, I want the most expensive one. They'll give it me back anyway. They'll give me money. They always do. They have done thus far, so why wouldn't I believe that, you know, why wouldn't I believe that they're not going to continue that? This is why you should stop giving him money. Because if you stop, he'll learn. And we get sold. But either way, you spent money you didn't have, knowing that your audience is just going to give it you anyway. Because you wanted that. You wanted that new toy. You wanted that little thing. Now, let me see about how this associates with Jasper. Let me see how you associate criticism of this now with Jasper.
Please show up and support them, and that'll help me pay off this stick, you know, because I'm going to drop a lot of money on it. I get people coming to my streams. I get people emailing me saying stuff like, what are you doing? Why are you buying that stick? You're in dire straits financially.
Right, we never said dire straits. You did. You're twisting that. You know, people are coming to you saying, Phil, you constantly ask for fucking money. How? Right, okay, I need a moment. It's too much. And I'm not even really talking about Jasper. How does he not, at this point, understand when people are coming up to him and going, hey, Phil, you're in dire straits? Just because you have not explicitly said the words, I am in dire financial straits, does not mean you have not been begging for support for the greater part of, the last 10 years. And people are aware of that, because that typically indicates a financial situation that isn't great, right? So if you don't have this money and you're expecting people to come and support it, why are you putting out that expenditure in the first place? Especially considering it costs more than your cat's blood test. You already have a joystick that could fucking work on it. And you bought another copy of Street Fighter and a subscription to PlayStation Plus. When you could just keep playing crossplay for now and wait until Mortal Kombat has crossplay to do multiplayer for Mortal Kombat. You can still do all the single player stuff for a bit and get used to it while you're waiting. But this is just bullshit. This is bullshit excuses, and we all know it. And I am just fucking fed up because it's this instead of, Jasper's blood test. Those I bought years ago. Like when was the last time you saw people playing on a 360 joystick? In fact, when was the last time I even plugged in the 360? I don't know. Huh. But yeah, anyway, yeah. I'm not thinking I need a new one of them. And then when the vet calls and says your cat needs a blood test, I'm like, nah, sorry, I can't. I need to buy Samuel buttons this month. It's for me business. I just can't. I can't. And I really sorry. I'm sorry to be moving so much as well.
Why aren't you, if you're going to ask people to buy the joystick for you, you shouldn't be getting the better joystick. You need help. You're begging on stream for help. Then why on earth are you buying this joystick?
Yeah. Yeah. Why are you buying the joystick? You do beg on stream. When was the last time somebody said, hey, Phil, relax? I can guarantee you, they've not fucking said it for a while because you fucking banned them for saying it. You are begging on stream, and it is not right for somebody who's so poor that they can't afford to make sure that their pet is healthy to be spending more money on needless purchases. This is a needless purchase. It's not investing in your business because you already have Street Fighter 6 and another joystick and another console that you were playing it on just fine before this. You motherfucker, it's enraging. It's really enraging because the root of it is all Jasper. The root of it is all an innocent cat that's going to suffer because he doesn't understand things. He doesn't care. He doesn't want to know. He would rather just do what he wants to do, and what he wants to do involves buying a joystick and playing Street Fighter again on a different console. For some reason, why? Why not just buy the other Mortal Kombats and go through them in prep? At least XL and 11 are on they're on PS4 and PS5, so I don't know about PS5, still on PS4. But you could play through the old Mortal Kombats in preparation. You could go through them and do a retrospective leading up to. Why not dust off your PS3 for fuck's sake? Either way, again, point. You've got a new fucking PC. You've got a new PC. Play Mortal Kombat 9 on that. It's just needless expenditure. It's just needless expenditure because it's what he wants to do. He wants this thing. He wants to have a new toy. And he can't justify buying another joystick because he's just done up one. And guess what? That didn't immediately bring in the wins. So instead it must be, I'll get the new one. I'll surely do better on that. But I can't get it for the Xbox because I've just done that. So instead, I'll get it for the PlayStation. And then I'll buy Street Fighter again. And then I'll be able to stomp on Scrubs again for a bit. At least until Mortal Kombat comes out. So I just want to do that. That's all I want. I want to buy. I want things. I want toys. I want new things that I want. I don't want to have to spend money on things that don't immediately benefit me, even if they are the healthcare of my pet. And it is less than the cost of this. The cost of those two joysticks combined was less than the last blood test she had. Because for me, again, I'm just trying to get used to them. It's not worth spending that much on. because I know it's not going to make a difference. I need to get used to physically playing on a joystick. It's not the quality of it that matters. It's the actual difference in movement. Whereas for Phil, he thinks he's at a point where he can be like, I need the most expensive ones. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's because it's the role play. Again, he wants to protect all the other big fighting game players. They all have joysticks. They all have their own buttons. They all have their own like really expensive models and things. So that's what I want. Just like all the proper YouTubers have proper lights, and they'll have a green screen, and they'll pay for Adobe Premiere, even though he won't use it because he didn't really know how to edit, and he doesn't want to learn the program and what he can do with it. He doesn't want to learn, that's the thing. He doesn't want to learn about things. He doesn't want to learn about how to use a green screen, how to edit properly. He doesn't want to learn why you might take a blood test. He doesn't want to learn why it really makes no difference to somebody like him, because he's not a competitive fighting game player. And he keeps saying that despite wanting to be, it's part of the role play. It's just part of the roleplay. He just wants to feel like, oh, I'm just as good as them. I've gotten up to Master. I deserve that new joystick because that's what all the pros that are at Master have. So I'm having it too. I want that new thing. I want that new toy. God damn it, Mum and Dad. Why didn't you listen to me?
When did that happen? When did I say I want someone to buy me the joystick?
When you said, I've spent money on this, I hope you'll support. Because, again, explicitly, this is the semantics, again. You didn't explicitly say, I want someone to buy me a joystick. But you said, I've bought a joystick, it cost a lot of money, I hope you'll turn up and support. The implication being, because I need money, because I've just spent a lot. I hate this. I hate it so much. You can see why Adam got so mad. You can see why the people on Alphaism Radio got so fucking mad with him.
Yo, Phil.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. Nobody gives a fuck about
Shut
you.
up, guys.
No, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
Nobody wants to look like you, dude. I mean, you're a fucking snitch. Everybody hates you.
Oh no! Oh God!
He is infuriating to deal with because he just does not accept your argument at all. He will twist it and manipulate it as much as he can. He will distort reality. He will distort what you are saying, and he will try to twist and move things around so that in the end it ultimately looks like he's being misrepresented and he's the victim, and really it's us that are saying ridiculous, stupid things, when what we're saying is somebody who asks for money so much on his fucking stream should not be spending 500 quid on a joystick and another copy of a game he doesn't need, because he's already got a joystick and a copy of that game on another console that's working fine, when instead he refused to pay less for his cat's healthcare.
That literally never happened.
It fucking
At
did.
all.
It did.
I said if anyone wants to help.
Yeah, that's it. That's where you're asking for money. There. We know what you do. We know what you mean when you say help. You don't mean, oh, I'll come around and, I'll go around with a Hoover and sort of help you tidy up or anything. Oh, I'll pick you up some groceries or something if you need anything. I'll give you a trip to the hospital if you're ill. We oh, don't worry, I'll run your social media account, or I'll help you. I'll do editing for you, or I'll make some background art for your slides at the pre-stream or anything. We know what you mean when you say help. You mean money. You mean give me money. You mean turn up and tip and support the stream.
You need help. You're begging on stream for help. Then why on earth are you buying this joystick?
You are still begging for help every day. Every fucking day you beg. And now you're going to say that you're not in dire straits and everything's good?
When did that happen? When did I say I want someone to buy me the joystick?
You did. You said buy-in. You literally sat there like an 11-year-old kid talking to your parents like, I want to buy this joystick. Oh, it has all the nice buttons. It has the Sagwa buttons and the stick, and it's 7 pounds, and it's this kind of money, and I don't have the money, but I would really like this stick, and you guys really like my Street Fighter stuff. I'm like, no. Yeah, and then you didn't gonna get bloodwork for Jasper, but you would rather buy a big 7-pound stick.
You need help. You're begging on stream for help. Then why on earth are you buying this joystick? When did that happen?
Okay, Phil, I'm going to tell you when that happened. When you announced that you were going to move over to PlayStation 5 because you're now being you're a competitive fighter and you got your groove back or whatever the hell, you stated that you wanted a new joystick. Even though the joystick you had was perfectly fine, you wanted a new joystick, right? And on 5 occasions from that point on, you begged the Dents to help you buy it. You said, if someone wants to buy it, if someone wants to chip in behind the scenes, if someone, whatever the case is, you did it 5 times. And when no one bought into that nonsense and stepped up and bought you the joystick, that's when you started with the whole, oh, well, this is an investment and I hope that you guys will support my content. Essentially, you know, give me my normal tips and then some. Give me more to help offset the cost of this joystick.
You need help, you're begging on stream for help, then why on earth are you buying this joystick? When did that happen? When did I say I want someone to buy me the joystick? That literally never happened at all. I said if anyone wants to help, because I'm going to upgrade my equipment, I'm going to do this investment in the...
Before you actually fucking bought the goddamn thing, you were hoping that someone was going to fucking donate it and fucking help you out in that regard. The following day, it seemed like you fucking decided just to fucking buy it. But before that, you had fucking intent dropping it. You were telling everyone the exact product title. You were dropping massive hints that someone just fucking gifted you the goddamn thing themselves because you were telling exactly everyone the make and model. Make sure you get a name right for your audience so you know what to fucking buy for you, you dumb son of a bitch. And then all of a sudden, Phil's like, okay, guys, no one's gonna fucking buy it for me, I'll just buy it myself.
I need way more painkillers to get through this.
Because I'm going to upgrade my equipment, I'm going to...
No. Again, not because I'm going to upgrade, because I have upgraded. You had already bought the joystick at this point. You were like, I have just put down a lot of cash on this. I'm ready to make the announcement.
The reason I was a few minutes late tonight is because, are you ready? I'm ready to make the announcement. I bit the bullet, and I am essentially going to be converting over playing fighting games on PS5. I made the decision during the break. I got PlayStation Plus. I got Street Fighter 6 on PS5. I installed it. It's going to look exactly the same to everyone out there because it's the same game and everything. The game looks the same, seems to run the same. I did play a practice match on my old Hori Real Dark Pro 4 joystick. I don't like it. And so, I did it. I ordered a joystick. I ordered a PS5 joystick.
Does that ring a bell, Phil? Does that ring a bell? Did that happen before or after this point when you were saying, I need your support because I'm investing in the streams, I'm investing in fighting games, I'm investing in my business? Were you ready to make the announcement, Phil?
I'm going to do this investment in the business. Please support the fighting game streams. That's literally what I said.
That is asking for people to pay for it. Just because you're not explicitly saying, could somebody pay for my joystick, that is asking for people to pay for it. Hey, I'm spending this much money to buy this new thing for these new streams. Please turn up and give me money for those new streams. You are literally asking people to pay for it.
And I said, hey, if anyone behind the scenes wants to contact me.
Never do anything behind the scenes with someone like Phil. Someone like Phil, a narcissist, talking narcissism in general, they like to keep things behind the scenes. They like to keep things hidden from view because it lets them more easily control a narrative, especially if they're the one with the more public-facing persona. If you're approaching Phil behind the scenes, it's because you don't want your identity known by other people. So it's Phil who is the one who has the power in that relationship. The dynamic is shifted towards him, so he's the one who can say an anonymous fan donated. You know, he's the one who gets to turn the events of your interaction with him behind the scenes in a way that makes him seem the better. You know, it makes you seem like you came and gave him all this money to buy the joystick, when the reality is you might have said, actually, Phil, I could send you this joystick. And Phil's like, nah, it's fine. I'll just buy this instead and say you donated it. It doesn't even need to exist. You don't even need to exist as a fan approaching him behind the scenes. But if you do, if you want to approach someone like Phil and help them privately, don't. Just don't. Because it gives them all the power in the dynamic and you have nothing. The only way you can get power back is to publicly release the messages that you've been sending him. That's the only way. And most people don't do that. Most people, that's a bad thing to do. Most of us don't like, releasing DMs and things. It's those are private. There's an assumption of privacy there. So, releasing them is bad, and that's why we've criticized Phil when he's done it. So, yeah, don't deal with Phil. It's simple. Don't even do it like publicly. If you do it publicly, you get Lavinia'd, or you get snowcalled. You get treated like shit. So look out for that on Secret's Top 10.
That's up to you. That's literally what happened with this mini PC. I didn't ask for it.
Again, just because you haven't explicitly said, will somebody please buy me a mini PC, doesn't mean you haven't spent months going, do you know what would really be cool? A Steam Deck. I'd really like to do that. I'd really like to play like old games and PC games and things like that. A Steam Deck, I keep doing it. A Steam Deck would be cool. A Steam Deck would be great. I'd really love something that could do something like a Steam Deck does, You've spent months doing that, Phil. You've spent months fishing for one. So don't be surprised when a mini PC turns up, because you have been asking. You've just not explicitly said. And that enables you to go, I've never said. That's your defense. That would not hold up in court. That really wouldn't. And also, yeah, just out of pure forensic spite, this has been bubbling under me for a while now, and I've tried to keep a lid on it, but while I'm on the subject, Phil, circumstantial evidence does not mean evidence that's shaky and flimsy. Circumstantial evidence is often the majority of evidence, because circumstantial evidence is stuff like, a witness saw the offender speeding away in a green car, the offender was later arrested, and his car was green. So the witness could testify the defendant was driving a green car. That's circumstantial evidence. That would count as circumstantial evidence, because it is. So, yeah. Stuff like that matters, Phil. Circumstantial evidence is quite strong. It's often the bulk of evidence in a case. So, yeah, shut the fuck up about it. Doesn't mean weak and flimsy evidence that you can ignore. Doesn't mean tenuous evidence that we've had to construct a twisted web of narrative around it. It means it's evidence.
We were talking over the last year about a Steam Deck.
See, there you go. There you fucking go. Right there. You've been talking for the last year about a Steam Deck. That is it. That is you asking right there. Again, just because it doesn't involve the words, please buy me a mini PC, doesn't mean that's not what you've been doing. Trying to hide in the margins, trying to find his way through the twisted cracks and semantics of this argument where he's like, I never said buy me a mini PC. I never asked anyone to buy me a mini PC. I just spent a fucking year talking about having a Steam Deck.
Someone emailed me behind the scenes and said, hey, I'd like to donate a mini PC. They did, and now look, we're playing Chrono Trigger, right? That's how that came together. Did I sit here on stream and beg for a PC? Did I sit here and do a marathon to raise funds for a joystick or a PC? This never happened.
No, but maybe it fucking should have, because at least then it would be okay. At least then we'd all know, hey, if you give him this money, it's just going towards a fucking joystick, rather than, hey guys, I'm making an announcement. I bought a joystick. It's the expensive one. And I bought Street Fighter 6. I hope you'll come and support the streams. You've stopped doing marathons ever since Sir Moist called you out for it, because it looks bad. Again, just because you never sat there begging for this specific thing, just because you never explicitly said in those words, doesn't mean you haven't been begging.
But again, people keep listening to the wrong people. You're listening to people who make shit up every day.
There's only half an hour of clips in that video. Like the bits where I showed Jasper acting up and that, all those clips of Phil. Other than the main video that I'm reacting to, There's half an hour of clips. Probably more, actually. I think it's at least half an hour. Because there's a big chunk of him. And I'm sure there's more scattered about of different incidents. But, yeah. There's half an hour of supporting evidence in my video to show that you're a negligent cat owner. And I was only a tiny amount of all the clips I took. Because, again, I was falling down that rabbit hole. I could feel that video growing. Because I just kept finding more and more evidence of Phil being a shit to Jasper. And I stopped at that period where he's playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It doesn't start there. He wasn't fine until that point, and then suddenly that's it.
It's the 60 frames. He never did this before PS5.
It goes further back. I got a lot more evidence that I didn't use. because y'all got the point from what I used, which was enough. Half an hour. I'm not twisting anything. Everything that I said is backed up by evidence. Spent years in uni having to give sources and references. Of course I've got my sources here. Of course I'm going to go get my evidence. I'm not making shit. I don't need to make shit up. I couldn't make this up. You couldn't make this up.
You know what I think? I'm honest. I think it's the PlayStation 5. It's the 60 frames.
Right? If you wrote this as a thing, if you wrote this as like a character in a comedy, no one would believe you. It would be too ridiculous. Everyone would think it was cheap writing to have the character go like, oh, I need to pay for this thing. I really need to pay for this thing. This really important bill coming up. But I need my new tie. Oh, great. My new tie. And then, oh, I've just spent money on the new tie. Coming in with the new thing. Like maybe it's a new jacket or a new car. I bought myself an expensive new suit, or, bought myself a flash new car, or, maybe it's like bought myself a new PC, or I've upgraded, I've upgraded my setup, so I've got like a giant telly now, and, I've got a new unit, and, all my consoles are here, and my flash chairs that go spark and we can lie down, and then the whole saga was like, well, then they have to make up that money, but it would be too lazy. People would be like, that character's too stupid to have done it. You could not write this shit. You couldn't write what he does. He's too stupid for you to predict. So when he's like, they're just making shit up, it's like, we can't make up anything that is any more ridiculous than what he's already going to do. It is too ridiculous to have said after all that begging that he would buy the big joystick. He would buy the most expensive one. We thought, no, there's no way he could. He's just going to moan until somebody gives it him. We assumed that. We assumed there'd be a lot of begging. And then somebody, an anonymous fan would donate it. Instead, he just came right out and said, I've bought it. Which would have been stupid. Which was stupid for somebody like Phil, an inveterate liar. Why wouldn't he just say an anonymous fan donated it? No, he didn't see a problem with it. He didn't think it was a problem that he bought it. So instead he just comes right out and goes, yep, I bought it. He was fucking proud of it. He was ready to make it an announcement. He thought it was such a big thing. Whereas we're all like, he can't. It's just too expensive. He won't. He'll beg for it, and somebody will donate it behind the scenes or something. One of the whales will donate it. We all assume like OIC or someone would give it him, but no, he just straight up fucking bought it because he's that stupid. We could not predict that. You could not write something like this. So we don't need to distort anything. We don't need to make anything up. We don't need to twist things. It's all laid out for us, and it's all infinitely more stupid than any of us could have prepared for.
Go back and watch the content that I actually put out. Not once did I say, guys, I'm in financial dire straits and I need an upgrade. Buy me a joystick. It never fucking happened.
Interesting drop there. It never fucking happened, That's odd that you would sort of like trip there. But either way, you may not have explicitly said those words, but that doesn't mean you haven't spent the majority of the last 10 years begging. Again, just because you don't say, guys, I am in dire financial straits, please buy me a joystick, in those exact words, doesn't mean people don't understand subtext and context and implications, Phil. When you beg for money and you talk about how much you want a joystick and how much this new joystick would upgrade your systems and be of benefit to the streams and bring like great gameplay because you will be better on it because it's expensive and new. We know what that is. That is you saying, I want a joystick. Somebody buy me a joystick. I know I need money. I know I keep saying about like my bills and things. And I know I've just turned down getting an important part of my cat's healthcare done because it costs more money than I was willing to expend. But, could really do with a joystick right now. So, if you're willing to support the streams, if you like the fighting game streams and, you want to see fighting game content continue and you want to support old school, that was the fucking worst one for me. And he was like, if you want to support old school fighting games and old school Street Fighter, like Phil is the one keeping them alive. And by, like, if you like Street Fighter, then you must support Phil. I like old school Street Fighter. I want to support it. I want to see more people playing it. I'll go to Phil. I'll go to DSP. He's the one flying in the flag. He's the one still carrying the FGC on his back. You know, which is a good thing it's deherniated. You fucker.
Stop being gullible. Stop listening to nonsense, okay? Right now, I'm not financially bad off. I was in a point where I could invest and actually make this stuff. But yeah, it's expensive. This joystick is expensive. Buying the game again on PS5, getting PlayStation Plus. So if you like the fact that I'm investing in fighting games because you like the fighting game content, please support the fighting game content.
You did it again. You've just done it again. Like right there. Right fucking there. That's what you're doing. Right there. You literally I've just spent all this money. Please support me. You know, I could do with the help because I've just spent all this. That's what you're doing right there. And the worst fucking bit is you admit that it's expensive. You admit that it costs you a lot. And not once during that period when you were looking at that total and thinking, should I really do this? Did it cross your mind to think I could phone the vet and book another appointment and get that blood test done? No, that didn't. All you were thinking about was just think how good it will feel sat on my lap. I'll be able to move my hand like this, and I'll be able to move the other hand like this. You know, just think. I'll have. Just think. It'll be like, oh, it's gonna feel so good. You know, as you sat there on your phone looking at it in your basket, you didn't once think. Not once did you think that needs to be done. Not fucking once did you consider the health of your pet when you were thinking, I'm going to spend more than what the vet was asking for on a useless fucking purchase. You were sat there thinking, I like new things. I like spending money. It makes me feel good and I don't have to consider the wider world around me and the reality of my life. Because denial's a bitch. Denial's a bitch, and addiction fucking sucks. Especially consumptive addictions. Stuff like this gets bad. It's hard to climb back down that ladder. This is going to get worse. Expenditure's going to get worse. Champions is going to get worse. Door dashing's going to get worse. Gin's going to get worse. I wish.
That's what I'm saying. Show up, support the stream. If you watch it on demand, maybe do a super thanks. Maybe consider a tip. That will help with all the money I just invested to earn it back, essentially, right?
Yeah, that's asking for them to pay for it. That's asking for them. If I spend like $1,000 on a new VR headset, and then I go to Dad of the Dead and go, Dad, I've just bought a new VR headset. Would you mind, could I lend a couple of quid? That's me asking me dad to pay for it. It's not as like explicit as going up to him and going, Dad, would you buy me this? But it's the same thing because I'm still ultimately going to be in the same position financially, and he's the one that's going to have the cost of that in his bank account. It's going to be him that buys it. You are doing that right there. Just because you're not saying explicitly, guys, someone buy me a fucking joystick, doesn't mean you're not asking them to pay for it, because you explicitly just did. You said, if you want to support this stream because I've put a lot of money into it, show up and support it, or give me a tip or a super thanks. You're literally asking for people to pay for it. Right there. After saying you haven't, and you won't, and you don't. It's amazing to see him gaslighting. It's amazing to see it like happening. So, just like that. So quick. So effortless. Normally you don't see it that fast. Normally there's at least a pause while you're considering the actual lie in the context before it's flipped. This is like saying, I've never cheated on you with your sister, but if you were okay with that, she is still upstairs in bed now, so I'm gonna go back to it because you said you were fine. So, I'll see you in a bit. This just effortless because it's so habitual, it's so ingrained. It's part of his fucking vocabulary at this point. It's like an actual, linguistic device he uses. Some people use metaphor a lot, and some people make puns, and, we all have different linguistic devices that we prefer to use in order to convey our points. He's gaslighting is his. Gaslighting is the way he makes his point. You either believe him or you fucking don't, but either way, you're going to believe him. because he's going to gaslight you into believing it anyway. So, fucking hell.
That's what I'm saying. I didn't say I needed someone to outright buy me something. I never said that at all.
You literally... Again, you don't need to explicit... There, right there. That's it. That's the defense, right there. I never explicitly said that. You don't need to explicitly say it. Your actions speak louder than your words, Phil. Your words are untrustworthy because they're coming from the mouth of an unreliable narrator. So instead, we have to judge you based on your actions. And your actions have been begging and begging and begging. Spend $500 to $600 on a new joystick. And then beg and beg and beg again. You don't have to explicitly say, somebody buy me this joystick. Hey, OIC, explicitly, please buy me this joystick. All you have to do is go, guys, I really need your help this week. You know, I really need you to support. It's great if if you're enjoying the stream, please come by and support it. I really appreciate it. Blah, 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 blah. I've just bought a new fight stick. I've just spent $600 on a new fight stick and a new copy of Street Fighter 6. So if you really do like the fighting game streams and you want to support them, please come by and show your support. Or if you're watching on demand, please leave a tip. You both sides of that period there in the middle where you are buying the joystick and announcing that you bought it is the only part where you're not asking people to buy the joystick for you, because you're going to use their money to either buy it or pay off the cost of buying it. It's still them that's ultimately going to pay for it, not you. So you are Phil, you are begging, you are asking. Just because you're not explicitly saying please buy me the joystick doesn't mean you're not asking for them to buy the joystick. If only he had socialized more, he might be a bit of a better narcissist, and this might be more interesting. These are sledgehammers where other narcissists would use scalpels. These are really blunt, like heavy uses of techniques that other narcissists have alongside other more developed techniques and know better how to use them. So other narcissists are at least a little bit more interesting and more convincing, and there's more to read from their use of stuff. There's more to read from how they do it and why they do it and when they do it and what they're saying. Whereas with Phil, it's just smashing you in the face. He's just like so blatant. You know, it's... Oh. Right, I'm over halfway through this. Oh God, and then I've got another half hour.
But this is what these idiots say. They lie. They'll say, oh, see, Phil's still in dire financial straits from 3.5 years ago. No, I'm not.
If you're not in such financial dire straits, why didn't you pay for your cat's fucking blood test? They weren't upselling you. She was recommending it because it's an important part of taking care of your cat. Why was it so bad then that you couldn't pay $300? Or insurance, which to me says you don't have it. So either you can't pay like the $8 to $10 a month it costs for insurance, or you can't go to your parents to ask for the money, or you don't have it to expend yourself. So which is it, Phil? Are you really doing that well? Because if you are, there's no fucking excuse. If you've got that much money to spare, if you've got enough money in the bank to spare $500, you had enough money to spare $300. There's no fucking excuse now, Phil. Either you are so poor that you need help supporting the fighting game streams because you can't afford this fucking needless expenditure, or you're doing better than LTG, who could probably afford a fucking blood test for his pet, if he has one. I don't know, I'm assuming. Either way, in the time since you've refused to get Jasper's blood test done, you know, I've had another blood test done on my cat. And it's fucking infuriating because just before you refused to have the blood test done on your cat, I had another blood test done on my cat. So, yeah, it's fucking infuriating. Either way, your sort of like obfuscation about your financial situation tells me that you're lying about it, because as in all cases, truth is malleable to you. It's only ever what you need it to be at that moment. So when people are flexing about how much LTG earns, and you need to shit on him and protect your ego, so you need to diminish him and elevate yourself, you'd sit there and they're like, I can tell you, he doesn't make that much. I can guarantee you I make more than him. And when it comes to, well, your pet needs this thing and your vet is recommending you do it. You're like, I can't afford it. I'm not paying that much. That costs way too much. Just the 100, please. No, I'm not affording that. I can't afford that. And then when you come to the joystick that you really want, it's an investment that you can easily afford. But also, if you do support streams, you know, and you do like the fighting games, please come and give him money so that he can pay it back. Truth is malleable, so you're lying about your financial situation, Phil. That's what that tells me. That's the conclusion I can draw every time I see you doing this. You're lying. And of course you're lying. Your fucking lips are moving.
No, I'm not. Have I done a emergency marathon to raise funds for anything? No, not for 3 years. None of this is happening anymore.
Bro, you opened another channel so that you could double dip members. How are things going on DSP Reacts, Phil? You like just fucking done with member goals after the Sir Moist thing until you sort of like subtly slip them back in, and then you'd be like, you know, we're at 647. If we could get to 650, that would be great. And then 650, great. If we could get to 655, that'd be fantastic. You know, what's the reward for the members? Nothing. Nothing. No, so it's fine. Yeah. You'll do marathons, you'll do special events, you'll do DSP's DSP or the Dark Side of Machinima. Those are like fundraising marathons in all but name. Especially because of the amount of times that you go, guys, remember, this is just the one stream for today. I'm doing this instead of 2 streams, so if you could support it, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. Guys, don't forget, I'm doing private reacts for the Patreons that I've been paid for already. So if you could really support this stream, because it's the only stream I'm doing today, even though I've been paid for later, I really could use the money because, you know, I'm not being paid for later because it's, you know, private reacts and not a stream. So, you know, even though they've already paid for them, if you could support this one, that would be great. Lies upon lies upon lies. Begging constantly. All this over a fucking joystick when he should have been taking his pet to the vet. If he'd have just gone, I can't afford it, so the vet and I have worked out a payment plan, that would have been fine. If he'd have just said to the vet, I know it needs doing, but I am, you know, I'm a bit skint right now, they would probably have a payment. Although I don't know why you'd have a payment plan for something as simple as blood tests, because usually insurance will cover that. Does he think insurance is for like when Jasper actually gets sick and not for, you know, everything to do with the vet? And I'm assuming this would be his first claim on it, so he's probably okay for a while, unless he's not got insurance.
But these people are messed up, and I'm sad that people come to my streams and believe their bullshit. I really am. I don't want you guys being fooled by nonsense.
Yeah, that's his job. He hates it when people come to us, because we're like, here's like, you know, how much of a shit Phil is. Here's all this evidence, you know. Here's all these like clips of Phil being a shit that support the argument that we're making. And then he has to deal with them coming to him and going, so Phil, what's this about you being a shit? And he's like, oh, you've been listening to them again, haven't you? I keep telling you, don't listen to them. They're full of shit. I'm actually a nice guy. I don't want you to be fooled by bullshit. Sorry, mate, but I spent so many hours across so many days looking through clips of you with your cat. And you are a shit cat owner. One cat owner to another, you are a shit cat owner. And I do not need all that video evidence that I put in my previous video to claim that. But it helps.
If you want it from the mouth of the person who knows what he's talking about, come ask me.
And get treated like Lavinia. Get banned. Get criticised. Get publicly humiliated on multiple occasions. If you want it from the mouth of Phil, just watch one of our videos where we use fucking clips of Phil.
I'm going to give Jasper one more chance, but this time, I got the spray bottle. If he gets in front of that TV one more time, I'm spraying him and I'm throwing him out of the office and I'm closing the door. I don't want to, but, you know, he's literally standing in front of the TV on his legs going like this with his paws on my TV. You can break it. Can't do that, man. I'm trying to be nice. Come to me on my streams. Watch my content. Stop watching Detractor content. They're making shit up. Having people come to my stream being afraid for my cat's health when he's perfectly healthy is messed up.
If you're watching this now and you're going to go back to Phil and say, hey, they're still talking about your cat, one question, please. You can ignore everything else in this video. Everything else I say. One question. Ask him publicly how his cat's thyroid is doing. Just that one question. And see what his answer is.
It's really, I don't know what else to say. I can't make people stop listening to the slander that's there constantly. If you're on my streams, you never hear any of it.
No, because you're banning people. You ban dissenting voices. You silence criticism. You discourage consideration of alternative opinions. I am sure there's a word for this.
Because we don't talk about it. I don't tolerate that nonsense.
See, there you go. That's it. That's it, Phil. That's groupthink. Right there. You don't tolerate it. That's the problem. That's the fucking problem. That's why people come to detractors. That's how people end up being detractors. You cannot tolerate it. You can't understand how people can reach different conclusions from you, and when they do, you see it as personal attack. So you ban them, you overreact, you lash out. You have control over your little fiefdom. People can't bring these things to you because they get punished for it. So instead, they have to come to detractors, because we're the only ones going, hey, have you seen how Phil treats Jasper? It's actually pretty shit. How many of I'm so glad. One of the most reassuring things about this has been so many people coming up to me and telling me, well, not coming up to me, but you know, people messaging me and commenting, saying about their cats and how much their cats and their dogs. And to be fair, I want to say as well, because I've also had a dog, and I've also had to put a dog down, and it's really fucking devastating. So even if you're not a cat owner, as long as you own a pet, even if you don't own a pet, you can still at least empathize. But if you're a dog owner, it was just as much for you. If Phil had a dog, this would be all about dogs. So I would still be feeling as passionate about it. I just happen to be, more of a cat person. But either way, the point is that pet care in general is important, and Phil is neglectful of it. So yeah, and one of the most reassuring ones of those has been seeing how many people in his chat did not fall for his bullshit during that stream and since, when it comes to talk about Jasper. The amount of people that have been willing to go, Phil, I've got a pet. Come on, mate. Because, sort of like arguing about Street Fighter is one thing. Or sort of like gaslighting people into believing that, yeah, Phil, you deserve that round, and yeah, Phil, the game screwed you over is one thing, because he can sort of like blind you with the technical terms, and if you don't know like that much about it, you can see how people sort of go, okay, fair enough, his explanation must make sense because he knows what he's talking about. It's fighting games, it's Phil, blah, 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 blah. But it's pets, and most people have a pet. Odds are the majority of his chat will have a pet. They'll have a family pet, or they'll have their own pet, and they will have had at some point in their lives. So most of them have probably been to a vet. So most of them will know, like, when he's moaning about having a wait, or when he's talking about, they took him in without us they took her in last time without me going in because she only needed a quick blood test. They just needed to take a bit of blood out. That's it. They give her a quick shave, take the blood out, and she came back out. No need for me to be in there, so I just waited outside. But most people in his chat were like, nah, mate, come on. Come on. So it's reassuring that those people feel like they can speak up, and it's really good that people in his chat feel like they could push back against this, because what he's saying goes against their experience of reality. So the gaslighting isn't working as much, the manipulation isn't working as much, because their experiences are stronger. Their trust in his word when it comes to, say, being lied to about Street Fighter is usually stronger than their experience if they have little experience of fighting games. So they're more likely to side with him. But when it comes to this, when it comes to something that most people have shared experience of, or more experience of than Phil, they're more likely to be like, nah, what I know trumps the lie you're telling me. Waiting is normal. Stop being a Karen. You don't always need to go in with your pet, because usually it's just a quick thing that they're doing. And that's actually normal. Blood tests are important, and you should have done it. So it's really good to see that, and I hope that it continues again. And I'm going to try and get this out as fast as possible so that I can help encourage it more, because like with all things with Phil, if you hold his feet to the fire, you can make him change. You can force him to. You can drag him to direct capture. You can drag him to Minecraft. You can drag him back to the fucking vest to check that Jasper is okay, which should be done.
It's all nonsense. They do it on purpose so they have content to put out every day to get clickbait views on stuff that's literal lies.
Dude, I am not doing this to put content out daily. I do not. I wish I could. I wish I could put out content daily. Either way, I'm not doing this for monetization. I'm not doing this for clickbait views. I'm not doing this daily. I'm doing this because I'm a pet owner who cares about his cat and knows that what you're saying about an animal that you're responsible for is bullshit. And you're a cunt. That's all it is. This is all this boils down to for me. You're a bad pet owner, and I just want to highlight that so that people know.
There's no reason to entertain any of it, you know? Please don't. Please don't be afraid for anything. You know, earlier this year, remember when I had some personal stuff going on? They were spreading rumors that it was health stuff, that I had cancer and stuff like that. I never said that.
Dude, again, misrepresentation. We might be discussing shit on like that being said. Go, oh, he was off team health, stocks are rising, all that shit. No one seriously believes you had fucking cancer. Jesus. But again, he needs to spread it like that, because then it makes us look unreasonable. It makes the detractor position, this supposed like rumor that you've got cancer, it makes us look unreasonable, when the reality is we're just chatting shit, because speculation is half the fun, because you're an untrustworthy narrator who's unreliable and has shared inappropriate information in inappropriate amounts of your life, and then not shared things that should be okay. You know, you could show that picture of Jasper on your phone to the screen, and it will lead to someone finding where your vet is. But champions, to disprove one of the biggest lies that has followed you around for years, puts your family at risk. You can't know my ID. You can't know my username. Put my wife at risk.
That's them making stuff up. I never said any of that. That's them literally lying to create drama. You know, it's messed up stuff.
Just chatting shit on TBS. That's all we do. You can't understand that you might just talk about things. Every statement has to be 100% true all the time. He can't... He struggles so much to be hypothetical. He struggles to put himself in hypothetical situations, and situations where he has to sort of like consider something that's out of his experience. Like when you ask him, hey Phil, how do you think this person would feel about this? You know, he's like, I don't know. I'm not them. Why are you asking me? The money match. I think it was against Justin Wong that was on Alphaism Radio, when he was like, you know, well, Phil, you know, we're putting the money down for the money match. You win $300, you know, or whatever it was. And he's like, well, I don't even know, because Justin hasn't even said that he's in. It's like, we're not talking about him. What about you? You in? And he's like, dude, this money match isn't even going to happen. You don't even know what Justin said yet. And they're like, we're not talking about him. We're talking about you.
$300?
But anyway, to get back on the subject.
$300?
Whatever he wants to play for. Whatever.
Fuji's going to put up $300.
Dude, Justin hasn't even said a word about it.
Fuji is going to put up $300. What does it matter with Justin?
Yeah, a good point. Great point. Yeah, that's a great fucking point. The guy said, doesn't matter what Justin says, I'm putting up 300 that Justin's going to win. What do you say? Oh, you're right, by the way. This
I don't want your blood money.
Yeah, Greg Williams, you're right. This is a weird picture, but this is the official picture, so I put up the official picture. I don't ask questions.
$300. What does it matter what Justin says? Justin will pay.
Let's play for money.
$300. Do you have?
Yeah, well, 300.
You're gonna put up for it.
Dude, I have a fucking $2 billion. Who gives a shit?
Thanks. That's a man with a credit card. That's the a man with 14 credit cards has this opinion.
Card, yeah. You're gonna put up for it.
Dude, I have a fucking $2 billion. Who gives a shit?
Ooh.
Do you have 300? Yes or no, man? Come on. Yes? No?
Dude, you're asking me to say I'll play him for... Yes, I'll play him for $300. He hasn't even said he's going to play me yet.
It doesn't matter.
Man.
You just need to
set that shit up. If you're going to say yes, we have the money. We're going to put up $300.
There were people spending $5,000 on Josh Wigfall against DPC. Well, guess what?
No,
I'm not playing him.
Come on.
Phil, are you dodging this $300 bet? That's what it fucking sounds like. That's what they're all trying to say.
Now I'm talking to him. He says, "I'm his man. I'm his manager. I like it for $300."
I'm his manager.
Not gonna say
blah,
no.
blah,
So
blah.
Phil,
I'll play him for money at Evo East.
$300.
Anyway.
Do Do you have
There you
300?
go.
Are you gonna put up 300?
Oh my god! I said it like 7 times already.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Just
Say yes.
Who cares?
All right, good
Yes,
shit.
no one gives
Good
a shit
shit.
about me against Justin and ST anyway.
Ooh.
I know. Nobody's trying to watch that shit on the
hold on,
screen, homicide Phil. Attention side fucking biter Phil.
Attention side something, Phil? What was that?
Hold on,
Screen homicide Phil. Attention side fucking biter Phil. Nah,
But
yo, just get
people
that
care
money.
about-
First to 10, you get your money, you get your free ticket.
This
We
is
got-
so
we got it.
Fighter, got it, okay.
Every
We
time
got
we
you.
try to talk, he
We
has
got
to
you.
divert the
No,
conversation
it's very
somewhere
simple.
else.
Phil, we
He's
got
not
you. First
diverting
to
the
10.
conversation, Phil.
Yeah, he's trying to get an answer out of you, which you gave so hard for you to do.
Come on.
Hey, what did he
Do it.
fucking do? Okay,
Do it. The sponsor says, quote, do it. The D and the O are capitalized and the I and the T are not.
Okay.
Do it.
Now mute your microphone and shut the fuck up.
Phil! You bring it on yourself. That's exactly what.
That's exact. Thank you. That dude, that
Good,
co-host dude is a legend too. Everyone in this interview is doing an amazing job. Everybody. I mean,
Wrecking him.
Ski Sonic's going nuts a little too much, but that everyone else, like that dude said, like, hey, that's what I'm talking about. You didn't have to go to that level, man. Why do you got to say that?
It's so hard to get him to do something like that, hypothetically. So he can't comprehend that there's an entire fucking community around him that does that regularly. Because that's half the fun. The tyre shit was stupid, but it was fun because it gave us a lot to speculate about. You know, not seeing Cat on stream is stupid because it's like really fucking bland, but at the same time it gives us a lot to speculate about. But Jasper at the vet is a fucking red flag. At least Cat is her own woman who can consciously make her own decisions, and she also has the capacity to get in the car and drive away if she feels that she needs to. Jasper is dependent on this fucker for his healthcare. Jasper's very life is in this man's hands. That's why this is important now. That's why this is moving beyond speculation about his health and team divorce and all that shit. This matters now. This is important for that reason.
It's really messed up. Don't buy into it. Don't ever listen to a word those idiots say. Come to me. Ask me directly. If it's something I can be honest with you and upfront, I will. Or if it's not, I'll tell you, hey, here's the deal, but here's as much as I can tell you.
Come to me. Come to me. Don't consider outside sources. Don't consider other opinions. Don't consider alternatives. Come to me. Once again, I don't like saying the word cult because it carries a sort of like a weight and a seriousness that people take quite, you know, and to be fair, when you're talking about cults, it is quite serious. Cults can be very, very damaging to people. So, I mean, cults, you know, can literally kill. So, you know, it's a serious thing. It carries a serious weight and there's an implication behind it. There's a public connotation to the word that is very serious, and the seriousness of it might sort of eclipse the seriousness that it needs with Phil. But it is very similar behaviour. That control of information, that control of don't go to other people, come to me, is very cult-like. And again, it goes along with the groupthink stuff. It goes along with dissuading and sort of like discouraging alternative opinions and consideration of different courses of action, and like the social pressure to fall in line and to just follow him. You know, it's the same sort of thing. Again, he's just trying to keep control of you because he knows he doesn't have an answer for this one. He knows he doesn't have an answer. He knows he's in the wrong. He knows what he did was wrong. I feel like at least one of his trusted sources of information, one of his flying monkeys, told him, Phil, as a pet owner, you're in the wrong here. Downplay it, at least for now, because they're saying this and they're not wrong about it. What you did with Jasper was wrong. So I feel like word has gotten back to him about this at least. And so he's trying to downplay the Jasper stuff now. He's probably going to be, you know, Jasper's fine, he's all right, but don't mention it. Whereas if you push him, if you pressure him, if from the outside, or even, you know, if you're a LARPer in his chat, just push the issue. Phil, how's Jasper's thyroid level?
No, I didn't ask for anyone to buy this for me. I wasn't waiting for someone to upfront buy it.
No, you didn't need to. You knew that they'd give you the money. You knew that they were probably going to give you money anyway because that's what they always do. So fuck it. You didn't have a care for your financial situation because as far as you're concerned, you're going to get money given to you by them, your audience, as you always have done. So you felt okay with it. You felt like, I can spend this money. they'll give it me back. It's fine. But that's not the point, Phil. The point is that you spent that much money on that, a needless expense, when your fucking cat could be sick. And you don't know.
In fact, do you want to know the truth? Someone did reach out to me and said that they wanted to. I said, I already bought it.
See? Didn't even wait. Didn't even wait to see if somebody would. He just knew that somebody would. So why not? He didn't even wait to see if his audience could come together with the money to be like, okay, Phil, here you go. Here's enough money. Go buy the joystick. He knew. He assumed because he knew somebody would do that anyway. They always have done. So far in his life, his audience has been there to give him money when he's needed it. So why wouldn't they be here now for this? Why would he have reason to change at this point? Why would he have reason to think differently? He knew, so he just went and bought it. Fuck it. He didn't care.
I was like, I already got it, dude. Thanks. If you want to support, come by a fighting game stream and drop something.
Fucking hell. It just gets worse. How do you think that makes you look good? How do you, Phil, Darkside Phil, how do you think that makes you look good? How do you think that is in any way any form of defense? Because saying this expensive, unnecessary expenditure, this thing that I want but don't need, but I want, costs a lot. So rather than save up for it, I'm just going to buy it anyway because my audience will be there to give me the money back. It's fine. I don't care. They'll be there. They always have been. They're going to give me the money. And then you buy it. And then somebody does sort of like say, hey, Phil, I want to help you buy that. Because, you know, I like fighting games too. And, you know, I like watching you play them. And I think you should. So I want to help you with it. And he's like, oh, don't worry. I've bought it already. And you're like, okay, fair enough. And then he goes, but if you want to give me the money regardless, you know, turn up to a fighting stream. Don't worry about it, man. No, it's fine. You don't need to pay for it. I've already bought it. But if you could still give me the money, that'd be great. What a cunt. I'm sorry, but fuck me. That's just shameless. How do you think that's a good defense? How do you think, in fact, let me tell you the truth. You want to know the truth? I'd already bought it, but somebody came to me anyway and said, I want to give you the money for it. And you're like, nah, it's all right. I've already bought it. It's fine. But give me the money regardless. How do you think that makes you look good? Are you about ready? Yeah, you don't jog out. See, that's how you stop whatever you're doing to let your cat out the fucking door.
You know, to support it. I already got it. Thanks for the offer. Don't need it. Literally, that's what I said to them.
Literally, that's what I said to them. Bullshit you did. Bullshit you said, nah, it's alright, I don't need it. Bullshit you turned down money. They were like, Phil, I've got $600 and I want to buy your joystick. And you were like, nah, it's fine. I've already bought it. But if you still want to give me the $600, there is no fucking way you said, it's okay, keep your money. I don't need the $600. I've just bought it. Bullshit.
So don't listen to the nonsense, all right? Too many idiots around there saying nonsense. And they think, that's the thing, they think things are absolute. Yeah, there was times 3 years ago when I was in the midst of a bankruptcy.
Bro, it's... You're the only one who thinks in absolutes. You're the one who can't consider like nuance and external circumstances and wider contexts and things. You're the one who can't understand like metaphor. You're the one who needs fucking everything spelling out for him. You're the one who didn't even know to read the fucking paper that they give you at the vet until you got home. And you'd done everything, and you'd put everything away, and you'd had something to eat, and, you know, you were lying there doing nothing, and it was 8 p.m. before you opened the piece of paper that they gave you at the vets. Bullshit. You're the one who's like, you know, fuck, just bullshit. Like Stephen Hawking said, bullshit.
Things were awful. I needed that kind of help, and I had to ask for it. I'm not doing that anymore. You haven't noticed, that's not what my streams are about anymore.
Literally minutes ago, you said, if you want to support fighting games, come to the streams. I've bought this thing. It's an investment. If you want to help out, turn up to the streams, support them. If you're watching on demand, super chat or super sticker. Bullshit. Actual fucking lying bullshit. I'm fucking done. I am like 40 seconds from the end. And I've already been at this for like over an hour. And that's just the first bit. That's just the first one. I've still got another half-hour video of him talking about Jasper and the joystick. I can't. I'm 40 seconds. Sunk cost bias, come on.
My streams are about having fun and everything's been good. Why would I be freaking out? Why would I be begging people for stuff like that? I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Sorry, but yes, you are.
They're making it up and saying I am. It's hilarious that people believe that nonsense when it doesn't exist.
Bro, it's literally because it's unrecorded. We catch those bits just because you clip them out when you record and upload. Just because this is a good time to split the part. Click. By the way, guys, if you haven't noticed, support's been really low today. It's been a slow stream. This is my only stream of the night because I'm doing private reacts later. So if you really like this react content and if you want to support the stream, keep it going. Don't forget, if you want to submit videos as well, you know, you need to be a super member to do that, or you could be this ultra member or like super hyper turbo mega ultra HD remix member. You know, bigger, longer, and uncut guru. You know, fucking, it's just fucking ridiculous. It really is, and I'm done. I really am done. Take a sip. Right, I need a break. Need a break, and then I'm going to start on the proper one. Oh, it's going to be so bad. I can already feel it. Apologies if I don't sound great on this one, or if I come across as a bit more I still feel quite rough and I'm in quite a bit of pain, but yeah, I can manage it. I've got painkillers and I can take breaks and cut around them, so you know it won't disrupt anything here at least. And plus again, this is about Jasper, so I feel like I have to say something again, having already said quite a bit. He's talking about it again, so and once again, like last time, I've been told a couple of things on Twitter. I know of the worst, but I haven't seen like this whole thing. I'm gonna try and skip some. I'm gonna hope I can skip some of this, but I don't think I can, because a lot of it looks like it's tied up in Jasper and all this. So
Jasper really likes my new joystick. He's looking at it, he's looking at his reflection in it, he's rubbing his face on it. I'm serious, he's rubbing his face all over my new joystick. For some reason, he really likes it.
There, again, further evidence. Phil doesn't know a fucking thing about cats. He's rubbing on it because it's a new thing that doesn't have his scent on it, and he wants to claim it as his own thing. You know? Cats do that. Cats rub on things. That's how they mark them. That's how they mark their territory. It's how they mark their, for want of a better term, property. Jasper's putting his scent on that joystick. I mean, they're just basic cat things, and the fact that he doesn't know them, it just blows my mind. It really does. Just like last time, just like with the carry case thing and the running around thing, and cats aren't complex creatures. It doesn't take long to learn about this sort of stuff. I think that's why it bothers me. It's really simple, basic stuff, and it's like the product of like maybe 5 or 10 minutes reading basic, you know, first Google result, you know. Fuck.
I'm talking about my joystick for my PlayStation 5 to play Street Fighter on. How dare you have other disgusting thoughts in your heads? Stop that right now.
I'm actually not in that sort of mood, Phil, considering how much that cost and, you know, everything I've been over in the previous video. Not in that sort of mood to make that sort of joke, really.
It's right here. It's my new Conva Obsidian 2 joystick is on the floor next to me. So stop that right now. Okay. Anyway, the reason I bring this up, all right, is because this is my 15th anniversary as a content creator, and because we're having positivity and special events and all kinds of fun things going on. There is a concerted effort by those on the internet who benefit from my misery.
I feel like I should address those that benefit from my misery thing, but I want to revel for a moment in the concerted effort.
Concerted effort.
This sort of overpronunciation does not make you sound intelligent, Phil. It doesn't make you sound smart or well-educated or posh or whatever you think it does for you. It doesn't. It just makes you look like a tit, more so than usual. it's fucking irritating. I'm sorry. I know, like, of all things, but, you know, use of language, it's a bit of a bugbear for me, so.
To try to create more drama and misery, all right? And I want to say a very special thank you to all of you this week, because this week, you did not buy into the bullshit. And that's a great thing, that people now have seen through all of this nonsense, all right? Just to give you some perspective. In the last week, the nonsense that has happened, okay? So first of all, Jasper's going crazy here. First of all, I get donated a mini PC. I never asked for it. We had talked about a Steam Deck over the last year or so.
Okay, I just want to bring up, like, did you see how he was sort of doing that at the base of Jasper's tail there? When you do that to a cat, when you sort of stroke at that area, you know how cats sort of, like, you have that thing where you'll stroke them and then their back will start to arch. That's a sort of sexual response. That's them getting ready to mate. That's an innate reflex that cats have, and so it's sort of akin to arousing them. So when Phil's doing that, he's arousing Jasper. So. Yeah, that's typically why you only stroke like the head and the back. That's usually why you don't go all the way down, you know. So, yeah. Again, another basic thing most cat owners know. Also, the way he strokes Jasper seems really funny to me. I don't know why. Like, I watched, obviously because I was editing Me, I saw Me stroking her, and I thought, oh, that looks really odd, that looks quite fast, and then I'm like, but I am only stroking this bit of her though, you know. So, but when he does it, it just seems like he's really rough and fast with it. I don't know, maybe, you know, some cats like it, some cats like strokes. She's quite soft, so she likes it soft, but some cats like it like that and will sort of push against it. So I don't know, it's not how I do it. So maybe cut this bit, Steve. I need to go back to that bit.
I get donated a mini PC. I never asked for it. We had talked about a Steam Deck over the last year or so, but never once did I say, hey man, I want to donate it immediately, send it to me.
But you don't need to say it explicitly like that though. Again, Phil, this is one of those areas where yeah, you don't need to explicitly say it in order to convey that actual implication, you know. This is one of those really basic manipulation tactics, and again, most people see through this. Most people can understand subtext and implication, so they will know what he's doing when he says, God, it would really be good if, you know, I can't afford one, but, you know, if anybody wanted to donate a Steam Deck, I'd take it. It would be great. I mean, think about all the things it could do to improve the stream or the channel. You know, I could play all these different sorts of games. It would be great, you know, all these games that you might want to see, you know. That's not explicitly saying someone buy it me, but it's very heavily implying that somebody should be buying it you. Those are simple things that most people could pick up on, but obviously Phil's target audience is not most normal people. It's people who are lacking socially in the kindest way possible, and as such they fail to recognize techniques such as these because they don't have the social experience to see them and know them and know what's going on when they encounter them. So it works, you know. You end up at a place where an anonymous fan donates a mini PC.
Someone out of the kindness of their heart contacted me and said, you know, with the things that it sounds like you can do with a PC like that, I want to donate one. And they did. And that's amazing. So immediately, what happens? These people try to make it into a negative, right? Oh, first of all, the PC obviously is a trap. It's a troll thing where someone put in, like, keyloggers and stuff. Then, oh, you see, Phil doesn't understand what the PC is. We're going to insult him on his streams because he thinks one thing, but it's another thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you did. You do. You thought the vents were fucking speakers. You don't know what certain components are for. You call it cooling gel. You said AMD processors are designed to overheat. We had a laugh about it. You don't know shit. You just... This isn't why I'm here. This isn't why I'm here. This is just the part of me that built my PC getting really annoyed. So I need to move on from this. I'm here for Jasper, not this shit.
And we're going to try to bait and trap him. We actually had people. So here's what you guys don't know. But because I don't talk about it publicly, okay? There's a good 15 or 20 people that are constantly on my streams who are sock accounts from previous accounts being on my streams. And they are a group that sit in a Discord. And they chat with each other.
Wait, has Jasper got a bow tie on there? Let me go back a few seconds. Yeah, oh my god, he's put a bow tie on his cat. Oh god, that's awful. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, that poor cat, that looks fucking horrendous. I wonder who's responsible for it. I feel like that's Cat. I feel like that's Catherine Burnell's decision, that. I'm sorry. Like, once I've put her in a Christmas scarf around Christmas, she fucking hated it. She doesn't wear a collar. And I thought, you know, for Christmas picture, it'd be funny, it'd be hilarious. She fucking hated that thing. She, like, the moment I put her down, she was like putting a paws on it and walking backwards trying to get it off over her head. She just would not. So I don't know, maybe if you think it's cute, then more power to you, but I just think it's a bit tragic, really. He's put a bow on Jasper. Oh my god. Right. What's he talking about again? Something about Discords.
All day, every day, talking about me, crapping on me, trying to make fun of me, trying to find ways to derail my streams and or create drama around me. I know that sounds weird to be like, no, that's got to be an exaggeration. No, it's very true.
Our Discord isn't a secret. I don't think Meerkat has one that's not a secret. I'm pretty sure others will have one. Like Raven, he'll probably have one. You know, other creators will have one. Agent Proper will have one, maybe. I don't know. I don't know who exactly has one and who doesn't. But, you know, they're not unknown things. They're not secrets. And people just chat shit. And a lot of people are in your chat LARPing. You know, they're there undercover, as it were. It's no big secret that there are sock accounts and people who are detractors in your chat. I mean, we've spoken before about like the ratio at this point. I think it must be like in the 90s detractors. There can't be that many more like legitimate fans of his. It must be like 90-10, maybe 95-5 at like its worst. Maybe 5% of all the people in a chat are like actual fans, but most are probably detractors. So, I mean, and think about what he's saying here. Like, you could take like 20 of those views, 20 of the people. When he's got like between 200 or 300 people, 20's a chunk. They're gone. They're not real fans. You know, that's not a great defense either, is it? To go, yeah, that percentage of my audience, they're not actually my audience. You know, they're just here to shit on me. I feel like this is paranoia. I feel like his isolation. He's really, and I know I've said this a lot, but it's really getting to him now. It's really starting to have like an actual impact on him. His paranoia over something like this is like, I mean, especially for somebody who has had detractors for a long time and has said, "Oh, I don't pay attention to them. I ignore them. I don't care about their drama. I don't care about their bullshit. Just don't listen to." You know, for someone who like tries so hard to push that idea and that image of himself as not caring about the detractors, for this to have an effect on him so much that he's like to the point where I'm thinking he's paranoid. You know, to the point where most of us would consider this paranoid. Let's be honest, this isn't just like a psychological assessment. Most of us would say this behavior is paranoid. Something as tiny as that affecting him this much, there has to be something else going on. There's got to be like some massive strain he's under, like underneath all this, because otherwise it wouldn't, would it? If you really were
this, you know, oh, I don't pay attention to them, I don't care about them, whatever. It wouldn't bother you that they had a Discord. You'd be fine, because you'd be like, well, I assume that they're probably talking to each other because they're a big group. So they've probably got a place where a bunch of them talk to each other. So, you know, fucking who cares? But he's not. He's portraying it as like some conspiracy. Like this is some secret thing that, oh, by the way, I know about this. You know, you think this goes on in the background and I don't talk about it this much, but I know about your secret Discord. I know you sit there and talk about me. Nobody's made a secret of it. Like that being said, we link the Discord in every fucking description. It's not a huge thing, but he has to make it a huge thing. And I feel like there's a huge element of paranoia there because he doesn't quite know how to deal with it, how to sort of like really process that knowledge properly. It's coming from inside. The response is a fear response. It's an anxiety response. It's not dismissive. It's not the response of like somebody who is secure in their personality, who would be able to go, no, it's fine, I don't care. He's worried. He's made it into a huge thing because he's worrying about stuff. So he's not able to cope with it. Something else is going on. And I feel like, you know, I know part of it, midlife crisis territory and all that stuff. But I feel like part of it is having to sort of like get to 40 and go, wait, what am I doing with my life?
It's very true. You know, everyone knows it. We all seen evidence of it. It's not hard to figure out. All right.
It's not hard to figure out. Nobody's hiding it. Nobody's hiding stuff like this. There's multiple Detractor Discords. Like, if I had Discord open, I don't because I'm recording and I need, like, all the memory I can get. But if I had Discord open now, there's a couple of Detractor Discords in my, you know, in my list. Mainly stick to that being said, but there's stuff like DDM. I know that they've got a Discord. Maycat's got a Discord. Raven's got a Discord. You know, Scott, he isn't necessarily like, you know, a detractor in that way, even though he does detract on DSP as well. But Super Chuffer has a Discord. Things aren't secret. These things aren't hidden away. We talk about them openly, but he's like, I've got yous figured out. I got yous. I know. You think you're better than me, but no, I know what you're up to. It's like, nobody cares. No, you are a fucking idiot. You make yourself look like an idiot when you take this defense.
These people are crazy. They're obsessed. And they sit around literally plotting stuff.
See, apply this elsewhere. Like, take this and remove detractors and DSP from it and apply it elsewhere. Apply it to work. Apply it to your colleagues at work. Your colleagues at work don't like you, and they have a secret Discord where they hang around and they talk all day because they're obsessed with bringing me down and you know, ruining things for me. So they plan stuff against me. They plan ways to trick me or to prank me or to ruin things for me. And, you know, they contact like my vet and all that stuff. Think about how paranoid that makes you sound. Think about how, like, if that was your friend telling you that, how worried you would be. You know, this is fucking wild coming from him. And once again, we get the misrepresentation of the opposition. You get in DSP painting us as obsessed, and you know, they sit there all day, they're on the Discords and they're plotting away, and you know, it's like, I can't speak for anybody else who uses Discord, but I'm not on it that much. Once again, I need the memory, my computer's old, but it's almost as old as ALT, almost. But you know, most people go and do their jobs and they live their lives, and then they pop in a Discord to check. You might have the Discord on your phone, actually. It's very easy, you know, because if you get the app or you know, you've got like a laptop and you have it on that, you know, these things are easy to keep open in the background. I mean, even I know that when I close it, it doesn't close. It's there running in the background. It just minimizes to the tray, so it's still running. I know it's there, and I can pop back in at any time. It's not a thing that you're necessarily all day on, but he needs to he needs to distort that image to be in something negative. It has to be bad because you have to be obsessed. You have to be on there all day talking about it.
These are people who, in a lot of cases, used to be detractors, but they would be in the chat and pretend to be fans. Only over the years, then they would reveal themselves every once in a while when they just couldn't resist a big insult or derailing the stream or insulting another one of my viewers.
Do you happen to have a particular viewer in mind there, Phil?
For various reasons, they all have been banned. So they come back over and over with sock accounts, okay? And the thing is, they don't think I know it. But the thing is, there's a couple things that you can always tell.
We know you know. Nobody thinks you don't. That's part of what makes it funny. Like, the fact is, you're so desperate and so lazy, you'll take anything regardless. We know that you'll take it whether it's a troll tip or a real tip. Real tip. You'll take it if it's a troll intro or a legit intro made by a real fan. We know that you'll take anything because you're that fucking lazy. It's part of the fun for us, knowing that we can get you to do these stupid things because you will respond to them. You know, like for me personally, from a psychological perspective, there's a lot there that's, you know, interesting because it speaks to like such a defect in the actual person, the ego, the curiosity, the intellectual development of that person. Somebody who is so lazy that they will take material that openly mocks them and be okay with it. There's something fascinating there for me. But it's also funny because you're just that lazy and desperate. You know, and for somebody who, like, do you remember the Christmas layout with all the Tevin things in? And he fell for it the first time. He had to be told, Phil, there's like lots of Detractor references in there. And he was so mad because he got tricked. But now he don't care. Now he'll just take it regardless. You can get anything over him. You know, as long as you're not like completely blatant about it. You're probably likely to get something past him. And that speaks to a lot about how you've developed intellectually and cognitively as a person. I feel like this has to be a cope. I feel like this has to be an ego defense to sort of like try and put himself over us by going, I'm smarter than you. I know what's going on. You know, you think I don't know, but I actually do. You know, I've got access to more information. I know more than you. I'm smarter than you. I'm the one here who's got the power in this relationship, and I feel like that's where that's coming from. But the reality is, Phil, you don't. We have the power in this relationship because, again, just submit anything under the, you know, we can like write an email that is obviously to us satire you would take as sincere, and if attached, say, you know, an intro for your podcast, or, you know, a piece of music to use during your, you know, the pre-stream bits or the breaks, you know, we could get that done. You could accept that. You probably would accept that because you are that fucking desperate and that lazy, because you are that intellectually underdeveloped.
Number one, they all talk the same. They all have the same mannerisms, the same sayings. They reference the same memes. A lot of them have the same kind of type, that they type the same way. You can tell if it's the same person easily.
This is from the guy who did the... It's been tough. My life has been tough. It really has. This from the guy who gets like emails going, people saying like, you know, my content is pertinent, it's relevant, it's meaningful. You know, this, people tell me all the time my content is meaningful. You know, they say, hey Phil, I came home from work, I had a rough day and I just wanted to chill out, and that's why I found your that's why I really loved your playthrough of this game. Just this from this guy. I can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it. That's fucking incredible.
It's not a big difference to figure this out, especially if it's a regular who's in the chat all the time, always on a sock account. That's number one. Number two, what they don't realize, which I've talked about before, is that they don't even like each other. There's people who sit in their Discord channels and actually tell me about what they're talking about.
Okay, 2 quick points. Number one, we know you have flying monkeys. We call them flying monkeys because they are serving your purposes. we know these people exist. We know they're in our channels and our Discords and our chats and things, because obviously that information gets back to you. So somebody must be watching Detractor stuff or listening to Detractors talking. We know, and point number 2, not every Detractor gets on with every Detractor. Detractors are not a hive mind. They are a group of a wide variety of people that all share one thing in common, and that is that they like taking the piss out of you. Detractors disagree on a lot of topics, both related to you and related to other things, you know. So, I mean, Sam and Meerkat are Man United fans, and I grew up in a Man City household, but for some reason we somehow managed to put all that aside to come together in spirit of taking the piss out of you, because, you know, we're adults and we're friends, and, you know, that's what you do when you're an adult and you've got friends, you know. You see, that's what it is, isn't it? It's because it's not an antisocial. It's not, no. I know that I've just jumped from friends and adults to this, but no, it's because we could disagree on things and you can't. You don't understand like how that works, because every time somebody's disagreed with you, it's criticism, it's an attack. You know, like say how Howard might disagree with you on how you treat respect the pack. That's it. Howard stabbed you in the back. Boom, you're done. When Howard talks to John about like these things, and they both end up saying, actually, yeah, Phil, you were in the wrong there. Boom, Howard has poisoned the well, and now John's turned against you. Anytime anybody has said, hey, Phil, you're doing this wrong, boom, immediate like mockery or banning. You know, that fucking thing recently with the Lavinia and your mini PC, when they were like, you know, this is wrong, Phil, you're wrong, when they were right, and you did the whole fucking replaying the podcast intro. I mean, it's just, it's, you control groupthink, right? You control what you want your audience to say and do. People have to talk about the game or what you're doing in it, you know, and they can't criticize you. Any external opinion, any sort of contrary thought, any ideas that go against what you want to do or what you are okay with doing are verboten. They're forbidden. They're not allowed. They are, you know, risking a ban. They're thin ice. So you are the one like controlling groupthink, whereas detractors can talk and argue about things with each other, and it doesn't mean that we can't also just sort of like put that to one side and come together and hate you. Times like this, I always think of James the Lesser and Piece of Peace and me, because they're both, obviously they're American and they're really into guns, and I'm a Brit and I'm not into guns, and you know, we will probably have very different attitudes on things like gun legislation and gun control, and obviously because I'm a Brit we don't do it over here, so it's a really different thing for me and for them. But somehow we all manage to take the piss out of you in our own little ways, and we have fun doing it, and you know, end of the day, that's what matters. That's what we're all here for. And then we go away to do our own things. They go indulge their hobbies, which sometimes involve guns, and I go away and I involve my hobbies, which don't. And it's fine. But he can't comprehend that. He's not okay with it, because you should be thinking how he's thinking.
Like, if they're planning to do something, I know about it ahead of time, because people tell me. I don't ask about it. I literally don't even know who these people are.
Call it bullshit there. This may be a semantics thing as well. I don't ask people to do it for me. I tell them I want to know. I tell them, let me know. Let me know what you hear, because I know you hang about in Detractor chats and Detractor Discord, so let me know. Tell me. That's not asking, technically. So he's technically telling the truth when he says, I don't ask people. But you could say, if you hear anything, let me know.
But I'll get emails and messages saying, hey, Phil, just so you know, this idiot is doing this, and just to, you know, prepare yourself because they might try to derail your stream, or there might be something going on with, you know, this or that behind the scenes. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, thanks for telling me. You know, I don't care about it.
Okay, your actions do not speak as those of a man who does not care about it. But my point is that once again, we know that these things happen. You have flying monkeys. They relay information to you. They serve your bidding and they serve your purposes. And that's why when you recognize memes, it's hilarious. When you get Detractor memes and you can't let on that you know it's funny, and it's painfully transparent as well. It shows how bad of a liar you are when you're like, oh, I don't know what that means. What is this? What am I reading this properly? I don't get what this means. Is this a meme? Is this, why do I feel like this is a meme? I feel like this is a stupid Detractor meme, isn't it? Is there something about this, or are they saying something about it? It's really bad when you do that, because we all know. We all know that information has gotten back to you. That's why I'm amazed you've not banned Mango Ice Cream Kitty. You know what that's about. And, you can't, can you? Because if you do ban them, it's admitting that you know about him and what he does and what that means. You have to. He has to. He has to. He's banned like spamming cherries and mangoes and things. He has to. But that's another way of sort of like saying, I know what's going on with him. So he can't let on.
I don't follow it. It's good to have the heads up. So what they don't even know is that I know who they all are. All right?
No, we know. You know. Again, we know you have flying monkeys. I know that, you watch my stuff because you've mentioned your hair. And that was me. There was nobody else talking about your hair at that point. So I put that video out. And I'm assuming because, it says Jasper's blood test. People have told me on Twitter that he goes off on one about it. So I can't just claim that. That's other people, like I said earlier. It's like Akutil and Doody and people like that putting up videos, and people in his chat they're sort of like mentioning it to him. It's not just me, but, clearly the fact that we're talking about it is getting back to him. So we know he has people here who relay that information back. So we know that and this isn't a big surprise, and this isn't some huge gotcha, and it's not like any sort of defense, and it doesn't raise you above us. It actually still keeps you lower than us because we fucking know.
And they consistently get banned and come back and get banned and come back for various different reasons. Like I said, sometimes they try these drama efforts and things and it doesn't work, so they get banned and they come back with another account. So this week, one of these things happened where an idiot, one of them, this is someone who had already had 3 previous accounts at least. It might have actually gone back further than that. But this person had purposefully tried to do a situation where it's a gotcha moment. I got to find a gotcha moment on Phil's streams where I can make him look bad, right? So I'm talking about this new mini PC that showed up, and I don't really know anything about mini PCs. I'm talking about things that people are telling me. I'm getting emails every night. Hey, here's what I think about your PC. I did some research. Here's what I learned. So I'm just talking about that on my pre-streams.
I really should save this for like a video of itself, but I have to point out that again, this is like a mark of like complete deadening of intellectual curiosity, because he's perfectly content to be fed information. If people are emailing him and telling him, yeah, this PC will do this, or yeah, this means this, or whatever, he's perfectly happy to take that and repeat it later, where he's like, oh, check it out, I've got the new PC, apparently, this does this and this means this, and then if someone corrects him, he's like, no, you're wrong, I've been told differently, so therefore the information that I have is right because I'm giving it you. This is me, I believe this thing now, and if you're telling me that it's wrong, that means I'm wrong, and that means that I've believed something that was wrong, and that makes me an idiot. So no, you fuck off, just banned, and so it's like, Phil, you wouldn't end up in this position if you did research yourself, if you googled it yourself and looked for what PC you had and what the specs were, and then you use those specs and went to, can my PC run it? And just plugged in those specs and checked for a couple of games, you'd know yourself. There's fucking websites out there that will tell you what your computer is capable of. no intellectual curiosity at all. He wants somebody else to do all the work for him.
And again, my pre-streams are not meant to be like an end-all be-all authority informative discussion about any equipment I'm using or anything like that. This is not Linus Tech Tips, right? This is not Digital Foundry doing frame rate testing. This is just me talking on a podcast to you guys casually.
Yeah, casually, but you're being told you're wrong. And, you know, if you were just talking casually, you'd be okay with that. Because you'd be like, oh, okay, somebody said it means this instead. Oh, cool. Well, if that's the case, then that means this, then sweet. You know, this is your ego not being able to cope with being told it's wrong. And this is the result of you not wanting to do any work yourself. Because if you did do the work yourself, you would have a better idea of what was going on with your computer, what it was capable of. And then when you were talking about it on the pre-stream podcast casually, you probably wouldn't have been as, like, convincingly proven wrong. Because you'd have done your research. You know, you'd know a bit more yourself. But no, you're just going off what you're fed, what info somebody emails you or somebody tells you. And then you just automatically believe that. And then that's fine. You don't need to do other research, do you? Somebody's already told you it's going to do this. It means this. See, again, this is how we know we can get stuff past you. Because you're that fucking gullible. You're that easy to get information to. You just have to write it a certain way. And usually it's a way that we can pick up on. That sort of like, you know, hey, that was a detractor, that. You know. But even if it was a genuine fan sort of emailing him to say, Phil, I've had a look at your PC's specs. This is what your new mini PC will be able to do. You know, even if that fan was wrong, he would accept that as right because he's been told that. So then later on when he gets corrected, it's like, no, I'm not wrong for believing wrong information. In fact, it's them. They're wrong. I'm not wrong. They're wrong. He's fucking throwing his audience under the bus by going, I've been given the wrong information. They're the ones who are wrong, not me. I'm just repeating it. You know, I'm just asking questions. You know, that's what he's doing right now. I'm just asking questions, guys. You know, I don't know. I'm not a computer genius. I'm just, you know, I'm just telling you what other people have told me. Don't blame me for spreading bullshit. Don't blame me for uncritically believing what somebody else has told me and then violently lashing out against a person who's trying to correct me. Don't blame me for that. That's them. I'm just asking questions, you know. I'm just talking casually on my podcast, you know, which, again, another distortion of reality. We're just talking casually. It's not meant to be like Review Tech or PT Tech Tips or Linus, you know. It's not meant to be any of those like Digital Foundry channels where they actually properly test things, you know. I'm just talking casually here, guys. It's like no one is suggesting that you should be in order to talk about a mini PC. What they're saying is when you're talking about this, you don't understand it enough. And when somebody who does understand it is trying to correct you, you are lashing out in an inappropriate way. So yeah, again, he has to distort it in order to deflect the blame and the responsibility. Nobody wants you to be Linus Tech Tips, Phil. We just want you to take accountability and admit when you're wrong, like you were.
All right? But any time that these idiots can try to get someone in a gotcha moment, they'll do it. So, oh, I gotcha. See, you misspoke about this about the PC. You misspoke about that about the PC.
Oh, I don't want this to be a thing. I really don't want this to be a thing. This is supposed to be about Jasper. It's no gotcha moment. We didn't sort of like plan this in advance. We didn't sort of like somebody will send him a mini PC, and when he does, we'll fucking nail him on the specs. You know. You were told that you were wrong. And you reacted like that. That's not a gotcha moment, Phil. That's you being a cunt.
And then because I don't outright address it, right? Now I'm somehow in the wrong.
You didn't address it. You mocked them. And then banned them. You made a fucking public spectacle of them. You humiliated them. This is a thing that happens in groups that are subject to groupthink. A contrary idea cannot be tolerated. So anybody bringing one up is made a spectacle of, so that the message of shut the fuck up or else this happens to you is passed amongst the rest of the crowd. I'm taking the groupthink thing a bit too personally still. And I am working through it, and my therapist says I'm making progress. but I may be a bit touchy because this is, you know, supposed to be about Jasper. She's asleep down there, and I'm on a lot of painkillers.
Right? Or someone shows up late to my stream and is demanding that I do.
Asking is not demanding. That person wasn't demanding. That person wasn't going, hey Phil, start again. Hey Phil, I'm late. Do the whole thing over again. Hey Phil, tell me what you've talked about, like item by item. Hey Phil, go over it all again. They weren't doing that. They were just like, hey, I missed the beginning. What does this mean? And again, it's not that difficult to deal with in like an appropriate way. You're there, stream it right. If somebody was like TBS, sometimes somebody turns up late and says, you know, hey, I missed the beginning. Have you talked about this thing? And we have to go, yeah, sorry, we talked about that before. That's it. We don't make a show of them. You just like, yeah, sorry, we mentioned it before. We both thought this, or we all thought this, or, you know, just like, yeah, sorry, we've already talked about it. But, you know, very quickly. It's not that hard to give a recap. We do it on this as well. Somebody turns up late, we're like, hey, we're talking about this thing today. We've already covered this, so we're now talking at this point. These things are not difficult to handle in an appropriate manner, and the point is that you did not. You handled it in a very inappropriate way. And once again, and I don't like using the word because it sort of brings a significance and a weight that seems sort of disproportionate to what Darkside Phil deserves. But this is behaviour that is very cult-like. This is exactly the sort of thing that happens in cults. People that start to have thoughts and doubts and questions are made examples of. They're either, you know, either with the point of like excommunicating them, casting them out, banishing them, or, you know, trying to make them conform back in line with the rest of the group and, you know, like punish them until they sort of break, or just fucking outright murdering them. There are punishments in cults that are very, very similar to this, and they happen when this sort of thing happens, when the almighty leader is questioned.
Rail the entire stream to go back and talk about a topic about that mini PC that was at the beginning of the stream, right? So I make light of it, I joke around.
Whoa, 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 no. I make light of it, I joke around. No, that is not making light of it, and that is not joking around. That, my friend, was humiliation. That was abuse. That was punishment. That was embarrassment. That was not making light of it.
And everyone laughs and has a good time.
Everyone laughs and has a good time. See, again, cult-like thing. Everybody else, when in a group, subject to groupthink, where that process is happening, if somebody comes up with a contrary opinion or starts to question the leader, what then happens is that person is humiliated. And the rest of the group revels in that, because that is somebody who has gone against the established order being punished for it. You are supposed to celebrate that because it reinforces the idea of conformity. It reinforces the behavioural standard of you do not go against the leader. You do not question him. You do not doubt him. You do not contradict him. You know, everybody laughed and had a good time. It's like, no, that was everybody else joining in the public aspect of the humiliation. That is exactly the sort of thing that happens in cults. Again, I just... need to do an episode about cults one day. Keep sort of flirting with the idea of it, me and Scott, but we never sort of get round to it. But we need to do it one day.
So what did they do? Oh my God, did you see the joke that Phil made about a viewer who was trying to give him information about his PC? That didn't happen.
Bro, it didn't happen. Bro, right, okay, fuck it. I'm just going to cut it here.
Lavinia says the mini PC will 100% play modern games. It meets all spec requirements of Elden Ring. My full-size PC has a terabyte. That's not a small amount. It doesn't have a graphics card. What are you talking about? It has what's considered onboard graphics. They're very low end. They're not good at all. In fact, someone did a comparison. My graphics card in my PC, no exaggeration, is like 4 times better than the graphics in that mini PC. It doesn't have a dedicated graphics card. It's the onboard graphics. How would I play Elden Ring on it? Yeah, maybe at ultra low settings, 10 frames per second maybe. And then it overloads and overheats within an hour maybe. Like, what are people getting these weird notions from? It's very odd. It's not tournament legal at Evo. There's only one converter allowed at Evo, and even that adds significant input lag, but people are doing it if they can't afford another joystick. Would you like me to reiterate everything I said on the podcast specifically for you? She takes them both out, boom, because you showed up late, and now you want to ask the same questions that I already completely answered sufficiently earlier in the show. In fact, how about this? We'll have a special show just for you. It's the Level 1 podcast just for the latecomer who wants to second guess and ask me questions I already answered earlier to try to make me like a gotcha moment on my podcast, all right? So there we go. We'll just start over completely.
I don't want any
In fact, you know what?
chat.
Here we go. Just for this person who showed up late and wants to ask the same questions I've already answered, we'll do this. You ready? Here we go. All right, we're not doing that. Let's continue.
Oh, no, you didn't, motherfucking piece of shit. Stop. Mark my fucking words. You motherfucker, you are fucked. Let me know you're fucked, and you are done.
Lavinia. Oh my God, Lavinia. You're doing it too. Did I literally not do a segment explaining that mini PC has no ventilation whatsoever? There's no fan or cooling. So even though it might play a 3D game, it's not meant to do that because it will overheat. AMD processors are meant to overheat. They're not good. They're not like Intel processors with a cooling solution. This thing is going to overheat. Okay, hold on. Let's do it again. Here we go. This one is for Lavinia. Ready? Here we go, everyone. Welcome to the show. All right. Are we good now? Are we good now? Can we now move on to the things I already explained earlier? Expand dong, here's the thing. It's not that you can't come to my podcast and ask questions and you weren't here earlier. It's that you literally come to the podcast and your question is like, well, Phil, you're completely wrong on this topic because here's something that I know, but I've already addressed it earlier in the show. Right? We already had a segment about the joystick adapter and how it won't work. It adds input lag. You wouldn't want to do that for a competitive game play, especially when you're playing online where you already have input lag. You don't want any added input lag. We already talked about how that mini PC, although it may actually be able to play 3D games, is not meant to do that because it has no cooling solution. Therefore, it overheats. You'll probably play for an hour any 3D game. The whole thing will be fucking white hot and melt down and shut down. You don't want to do that. So we've already answered those. So why do I have to completely halt everything to answer your questions we already addressed earlier, right? Lavinia says it will not overheat like that. Okay, Lavinia, can I ask you a question? I'm going to ask you an honest question because Lavinia knows everything, okay? In a PC, okay, when you have a processor, okay, do you typically just tape it to the wall or do you have it in a cooling solution, such as a very large heatsink, cooling gel, okay, right? Usually has those things, correct? I'm correct. Am I correct in assuming that processors and PCs usually have cooling solutions on them to start, correct? We can all say that's a yes, right? I'm waiting for her to say yes, that's correct. Because I want to be sure that everything that I'm saying is correct. Processors have cooling solutions. That's correct, right? Okay? Lavinia, you didn't answer my question. You got to answer my question. Do processors have cooling solutions like nice heat sinks and cooling gel and all of that? Do they have it? Yes or no? Okay? Is it a yes or no answer? All right? Well, she's not answering. The answer is yes. Okay? Now, do modern PCs have a series of fans inside of them to also cool off? Because when you run that PC at high end, like a game, it gets hot. Does it have a cooling solution? Right? The answer is yes. All modern PCs that you're going to run any kind of a game on have these things because things get hot when you do things with them. Okay? It's that simple. That PC over there is not meant to be a high-end gaming PC. It's not designed that way. If it were, it wouldn't be tiny. They wouldn't have made it small. You understand? If you want a gaming PC, you don't get a mini PC. That's the whole point. Okay? Oh my goodness. That's right. It does not have a dedicated graphics card. It has what's called onboard graphics, and onboard graphics are not good. Oh, by the way, after 2 hours, the PC will be steaming fucking hot. Like, you can't even go near it. You probably put your hand, you're like, ah! I don't even know what the point is, too. Like, what is the point of arguing with me on this? Who is asking me to use that mini PC to play high-end PC games? That CPU is what is considered a low-powered chip. It does not create as much heat as a normal CPU. They can be passively cooled. It shouldn't overheat, but I don't know the kind of passive cooling it uses, so take this with a grain of salt. Yeah, I don't know. You saw how small that thing is. It's really small. And I remember I said it looked like it had speakers on the side. Then I realized those aren't speakers. That's just the ventilation is just holes in the side that looks like what you would normally have on a speaker on a freaking boombox or something, right? I was like, oh, that's what that is. Can I read the full stats of the mini PC? No, they're not even on it. I'm serious. That box doesn't even have the full stats on it. Can I Google it? No, because I didn't buy it. I didn't buy the thing. It got mailed to my house. I don't even, it didn't even come with a proper thing on it to say exactly what it is. Yeah, but I don't know the name of it. I've told you guys I'm reading it off the box. I don't even know what the name of the model is. It doesn't have a name. All right, on the back, it says the specifications. AMD Ryzen 7 5800H, memory 32 gigs, storage 1 terabyte, network Wi-Fi 6, LAN 1000M, and then the input of the power adapter. That's it. That's all it says. Okay? So it says Trig Key S, Speed, High Performance S Series, Mini PC, 5 generation sticker over here. What's the fucking name of it? Is it the S Speed? Is it the Speed S? Is it the S5? Is it the S5 Speed? Is it the Speed High Performance S Series Mini PC? Is it the Trig Key 5 generation S Speed? Is it the S Speed Trig Key 5 generation Mini PC? I don't know. You tell me. It doesn't even have documentation in it that says anything like that. There's 2 pages and all it says is what you plug in to turn it on. That's it. User manual. This one says S5. Is it the S5? Is that what it's called? The S5? Even this doesn't have a name. There's no name. It literally doesn't have a name. Even in the book, there's no name. Trig Key, right? Discovery Technology Green Life. Okay, on the bottom, it says Model S5. The Trig Key S5 Mini PC. That's what it's called. See? And I said it looks like a speaker. But you know what that is? That's got to be the cooling. That's got to be how it actually cools itself, just by having openings on the sides like that.
What do I do?
So there's no fan in there. There's no way there's a fan in this thing. Really? People are saying it does have a fan? It does have an internal fan. Guys, the podcast has gone long. We're just dicking around now at this point. All right. Lavinia has been spamming the stream chat, I shit you not, for an hour. Okay? Moderators have warned her to not do it, and she kept doing it anyway. So now it's time to address the very important comment from Lavinia. You ready for this? You want to address how you treated me like a dunce and replayed out your intro for me because I said exactly this to you about your mini PC. Well, we already addressed this, but I guess we'll do it again. So hold on a second, everyone. Let's have another special restarting of the podcast this morning, 2 days in a row for Lavinia, since she wants me to go back and readdress it. So here we go. All right, we're not going to do that because that's wasting everyone's time. But the point I just made is that today I have more information about the mini PC than I did yesterday. As you know, day over day things change. That's called life. That's called gaining information and experience based on time and investment. And then you gain wisdom based on things you learn. From what I'm to understand, this PC is better than initially what I was told. Initially, I was told it wasn't so good. And then more people did research when I actually gave you the specs on it yesterday, or the full name of it yesterday, and said, no, actually, it's better than you thought. It's just under maybe the power of a Steam Deck, which is good. So I'm glad that it's better than I thought, all right? Listen to this. RG Beef says, you literally said yesterday AMD processors don't have cooling like Intel processors do. That's not true. That was 100% based on facts told me, or excuse me, information told me by viewers. Okay? That was told to me by viewers. And you have the right to dispute that and say that's not true. What I said was, if you have an AMD processor and an Intel processor and it's in a mini PC and there's no cooling, the AMD runs hotter. That's what I was told. But apparently this mini PC does have a fan. In which case, I guess, that's great then, right? It has a fan, so that means it's going to cool it down. It's not going to matter, right? Oh, excuse me. Ooh. Yes, that is correct. A lot of the things that I say are hearsay based on what people tell me. You're right, because I'm one person and you are many. I don't have infinite time to sit here and research every single possible thing that I say about everything. I don't. I base it on things that I hear from you guys, things I read on social media or news stories and stuff. You know, am I at Evo to know that the USB ports are melting? Should I have gone there, flown out there to confirm the reports, or could I just talk about it on my podcast today? Do you see? But you want to nitpick because you want to basically make me look like a villain or like an idiot, and I'm not. So enough of your bullshit. How about that? How about you hold me to the same human standards as every single other person who streams and stop acting like I'm supposed to be an infallible human who knows everything. I don't. I base it off of input I get every day. In fact, you know what I'm saying? So people, when I first got this 2 days ago, people were sending me information. Hey, here's what I think. Here's what, you know, and I base what I talk about on my podcast based on what people are telling me. So then yesterday, some people are like, we don't think that information is correct. Can you give us the stats? So I did. I told you the actual stats on the box. Okay. People researched it overnight and now came at me overnight and actually left me comments and were like, no, actually, you don't even understand. That's actually way better than you think it is. You can play some 3D games and things on there. Again, not high settings. It should be fine. It shouldn't overheat. And I was like, oh, that's good to know. Because now maybe I could consider doing things that I wasn't thinking of doing, you know, with this new information. That's cool. Right? But you have to understand, I'm not going to be perfect. I'm not going to have ultimate knowledge every day. Yesterday, we had people coming into the last third of the podcast asking me questions about things we answered in the first third. And it was over and over. Like, well, so what? Am I supposed to restart the show to tell you everything I already told you in the first third of the show? Like, it's ridiculous. Again, no one else is held to these kind of crazy standards, and no one else gets this kind of criticism. Only Darkside Phil, because people want to sit here in a toxic environment, all right? And they want to be rude to me on my own show where I'm just trying to entertain you every day, acting like this is some kind of a fucking scientific show about PCs or something. It's not. So, newsflash, this isn't Linus Tech Tips. This isn't Digital Foundry. This is DSP Gaming. I'm a 41-year-old guy who has very limited knowledge about this stuff, and I'm just winging it every day. It's time to stop being assholes. All right, really. And if you want to live in that toxic asshole world, then stay off my streams, because I don't want you here. I don't want people coming and spamming my streams, demanding things for a fucking hour from me. Yes, perhaps you could have thought that yesterday I was being rude to you, Lavinia, but literally you sat here in the chat, spammed my fucking podcast, demanding my attention during the time that wasn't even Q&A. Fuck off and get banned and don't come back. You're an obnoxious individual and we don't want your kind around here. We want people who are actually here to have a good time and be chill. So fuck off and kiss my ass. Okay. Much better now, isn't it? Because now she's not spamming the chat anymore. Because, by the way, her name's not Lavinia. I know who that is. As always, these people who come by are just sock accounts of other people who have already been banned a million times. I know who that was. They've been here for months. Again, I'm being nice. I don't reban them. But then they look for opportunities like this to cause drama. And that's all it is. This is more drama bullshit. And I take care of it. And here we go. Now, here are all the trolls. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so goodbye to you. So here we go. This is good. Who's next? Because now, this is good. It's good to take the opportunity, all right, to clear the community of this toxic element every once in a while. It really is. Here's another one. Clear the air. Wipe the toxic right out, right? It's ridiculous. And by the way, notice how the regulars are actually very happy about this because now we don't have to listen to this bullshit anymore, right? It's like, why the fuck are we wasting time on this nonsense? Why on the... Oh, of course. SD Charger says they're just going to flood back in a couple of days. You're absolutely right because this is what they do. They come in with their sock accounts and they change all their names like I don't know who they are. And I'm very nice. I'm very nice to these people. I don't immediately reban them when they come back. That person in particular had been banned multiple times. This was like their 5th sock account. And I'm like, dude, all right, I'm going to be nice. And then they come in here with a know-it-all attitude yesterday. Oh, here's my opportunity. I finally got Phil in a gotcha moment because I'm researching his mini PC and it's better than he thinks it is. So here, let me come to the fucking podcast mad late in the last 20 minutes and tell him he's all wrong just to get him in a gotcha moment on his own show. To which case I'm like, no, I'm going to make fun of this because it's stupid. No one cares. I don't have the data. We'll have more data. I'm sure people will research it. So now, this person literally sat in chat, just so you guys don't watch it on demand because you have no idea. Since the moment I started the podcast this morning, we're running over an hour now, they have been spamming the chat. Are you going to apologize to me? Because I'm right about your PC and you're wrong. And blah, blah, blah. What? And I'm not even kidding. I counted. It was about 40 times they spammed the chat with that message today. 40 times. So it's about once a minute. They spammed the chat with a message. So I'm supposed to be serious about this? You know what I'm saying? You're out of your mind. And by the way, no, that wasn't a supporter. That's someone who's been gifted memberships 3 times in a row, and it's a sock account of a fucking troll. I know who it is. Like I said, I know all these people who are coming in and act like this. Normal people don't come to the streams and act like that. All right? That's someone, oh, it's all about me. It's not. It's my podcast, not yours. All right? Enough with the being completely unfair to me and trying to make it out like I'm a villain. And again, why did they do that? Why did they just spam my chat for 40 minutes with the same message so that now there could be highlights of this podcast so the haters can talk about something today? Go fuck yourselves. Literally, lick the shit in my asshole. I don't care about any of you. You're all insignificant humans. None of you will ever do anything with your lives. Get fucked.
It didn't fucking happen. Fuck off.
It's the same fucking troll who's been in this chat a million times. Always trying for the gotcha moment. It's worthless. From the moment that the moment that the mini PC arrived, correct? What is the first thing I said? I'm going to hook it up on Sunday night and test it for myself. And once I test it, we'll have the end-all, be-all information about this PC. We won't know till I hook it up. We can all sit here and speculate and we can read stats online. But until I actually hook it up and test it and benchmark it myself, we won't know anything. That's the first thing I said. So then why are there people coming to stream arguing with me about the power of the PC, if it's going to overheat, if it has a fan in it? Who cares?
Bro, those are like basic PC components. It's not about like knowing what games you'll be able to play using the specs that you have. It's about knowing basic things about your fucking fan and the cooling and how your PC's not going to overheat. Oh my god, how have you not installed the heatsink, Phil? Jesus. I mean, it's not about benchmarking. People know, other people in your audience, other people watching you now, your viewers, people in your chat will have built their own computers. Just like people in your chat will have been to the vets with their cat. There will be people in his chat that have built PCs and know more about what he can get done with the stats that he has than he does. And it's your PC, Phil. You're the one who's supposed to know. You're the one who's supposed to be able to figure this out. You're the one who, has this thing and you think would be plugging it in straight away, getting it sorted, to see what you could do. But no, gonna have to wait until a stream where you can be paid to do it and have tech support on standby. So yeah, fuck it, they can wait. And in the meantime, all the people that come up to me and tell me you're wrong about this can get fucking banned. If I don't take the option of embarrassing them publicly first. What a fucking disgusting human being.
We'll find out when I test it on Sunday. Why? Because these are trolls trying to get you in a gotcha moment. You see? Now
Again, denial, delusion. The idea that if you are going against me, you are a troll. You can't be a legitimate fan who knows more than me about this subject that I admit I don't know much about. You must be a troll trying to get me in a gotcha moment. And then the worst bit is, right, even if that was true, you then did a thing where you embarrassed and publicly humiliated this person who was right. You gave them a gotcha moment because that makes you look bad. That's a really bad thing you did. That's the thing a horrible person being does. That's not a nice thing to do. That is not the behavior of a nice person. That is not the behavior of a person who's just like, yeah, come on my stream, guys, and just chill. We'll relax. We'll have a good time. It'll be great. You know, we'll just take it easy. Chill. I'm interactive, and I'm positive, and I like putting out meaningful content. That is not the behavior of someone who does all that shit. That is the behavior of someone who's insecure and is a cunt, basically. That is the behavior of somebody who is mean, somebody who is cruel, somebody who is like insecure, somebody who doesn't like when their opinions are challenged or when they are questioned. That's the behavior of somebody who's just not a nice person. That is not good person behavior. That is bad person behavior. You know, I feel like it has to be like reduced to that intellectual level, because that's the intellectual level that seems to work with Phil. When you explain things explicitly to him, you have to be straightforward and upfront and give him all the information that you have right away. Phil, that was a bad thing you did. You know, I'm looking down here because I'm watching it on my notebook, so it's about here for me. Phil, that was a bad thing you did.
Now, here's the truth. Jasper, you gotta get down now. You're being silly. Here's the truth. They're trying to basically derail my content, right?
But you did. You did. How are they trying to derail your content by going, yo, I missed the start, what's this? When you then did. You stopped the stream and replayed your intro and did the whole thing. You derailed the content. So if they were trying, they got what they wanted for. But they weren't fucking trying. You did that. Jesus.
Because what I should have done if I was smart, which I'm not, I'm too nice of a guy.
What do I say? What do I say to that? He thinks he's too nice of a guy. He's talking about something that he doesn't know much about, and then when somebody says, you know, actually, I know more about it, it's actually this. He does that. He does that whole thing. And he thinks he's too nice of a guy. Like, what else do you say to that? What do I do? what do I do? Right. Give me 1 minute, please, while I just... I knew these post-its would come in handy.
I should never entertain their bullshit. I should take their bullshit and say, all right, you know what? Just ban. I don't want to deal with you anymore. Just ban your ass. I'm not going to pay attention to you, right?
Oh, yeah. Because you don't do that already, do you? No. You're normally quite, you know, pleasant and approachable. You're quite amiable when people have bullshit that they want to bring to you. Yeah. You never just straight up ban people, do you? No. He says, as he fucking banned someone there. I'm pretty sure he was actually banning someone right then.
But instead, I entertain it. I read the comments nicely. I treat them like normal stream members because I'm trying to be nice and open and maintain a positive atmosphere on my streams.
I'm sorry, what? You... Right, you think... Right, okay. You think... A, that was nice. You think B, that's an appropriate way to treat a stream regular. And C, you think that you're maintaining a nice stream atmosphere. What the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. Like, how fucking delusional can you be? Seriously, how, like, out of touch with reality is this man? How do you not understand social, like, norms and standards to the point where you think that's normal? You think that's okay? You think that's nice? You think the way you read that message and responded to it was, like, an appropriate way of... You thought that was jokey. You thought you were having a joke and everyone was laughing. You know... This feels abusive. This feels like it's abusive, not just because, you know, it is, but because this is the sort of thinking that abusers do when they're convincing themselves that they're not abusers. They're not abusing people, really, you know, because you understand, he's smart enough to understand that, you know, abuse equals bad. So he's not going to like straight up say, oh yeah, I abuse my audience. You know, yeah, I'm abusive towards people in my chat. He's not going to straight up say that, but he will do it because it serves his purposes. It meets his ends. It helps him get to his goals of, you know, controlling chat and everything. So that's fine. He will do that. But, you know, obviously he can't admit it to himself because that would make him a bad person. That would mean he was horrible. You know, that would mean he was an abuser. So instead, you reframe it, or you reinterpret it, or you Davo it, you fucking flip it around. You know, you're like, I didn't see it as abusive. I thought we were having a laugh. You know, I thought we were just joking. I didn't realize what I said had upset them. You know, I was just saying, you know, a couple of things that I'd heard from Howard Stern. I didn't realize that it was anti-Semitic. You know, it's what people do to convince themselves that they're not actually that thing. You know, if you behave in an abusive manner towards people and people say, yo, this is abusive, and you're like, no, actually, no, it's not. I didn't think it was abusive. I thought we were just having a laugh. You know, that's what abusers do to justify their abuse and to convince themselves that they're not abusers because they know it's bad, but he'll still fucking do it.
I don't want people to think that I'm hostile to people.
Fucking good job with that one, Phil.
Fuck off and get banned and don't come back. You're an obnoxious individual and we don't want your kind around here. We want people who are actually here to have a good time and be chill. So fuck off and kiss my ass.
Fucking good job with that.
Go fuck yourselves. Literally, lick the shit in my asshole. I don't care about any of you. You're all insignificant humans. None of you will ever do anything with your lives. Get fucked.
There is a really good way of getting people to think that you're not hostile towards other people. Don't be hostile towards other people. You know, it's quite a simple thing, Phil. I don't know if you knew about it. You seem to know quite a lot. You seem to pride yourself on knowing quite a lot of insider knowledge. So is there's some for you right there, right? Here's a bit more. Don't behave like that, and people might just avoid thinking that you're a bit hostile. Or you can continue as you have been, and you know, maintain the image that you're a hostile person, because you know that was hostile behavior towards somebody who was rightly correcting something you were wrong about.
For no good reason, when I very well have a good reason to be hostile to these people. They've already been banned multiple times.
Any justification at all in it. Lavinia, you could have been a real fan. You could have been a legit fan for years, right? And then the moment he does something that upsets you and you say, actually, I'm quite upset by this, you were a troll immediately. It's the story of basically everybody that has left DSP and become a detractor. You know, everybody has their own war dog leader moment where Phil does something that they're like, I am so personally offended by that I don't want to support you anymore. And again, if he accepted that, if he was like, yeah, I know that behavior is bad and I behaved in that manner, that would therefore mean that I am bad. So I cannot accept that. Instead, I have to twist things around so that I'm being provoked. They are a troll. They have been banned multiple times. I have the right to be mad with them because of these reasons already. Regardless of the truth and the veracity of those reasons, I have the right to be mad at this person. So you shouldn't judge me anyway. You shouldn't judge my behavior as like normal or representative of, you know, the fun, chill, positive, meaningful atmosphere that I strive to maintain here at DSP Gaming. No, that was an exceptional circumstance where I was dealing with a troll who I did fully reserve the right to be mad with. So, yeah, and by the way, I was right and they were wrong. Whatever. Any justification to avoid accepting personal flaw or, you know, personal responsibility, culpability in any matter.
So basically, You know, they try to turn this into, oh, see, Phil disrespects his fans, and Phil doesn't care, and he doesn't listen, and then he treats them badly. It's like, none of that happened.
Bro, literally all of that happened. All of that happened. Fucking all of it happened. All of it.
Lavinia. Oh my God, Lavinia. You're doing it too. Did I not? Did I literally not do a segment explaining that mini PC has no ventilation whatsoever? There's no fan or cooling. Okay, hold on. Let's do it again. Here we go. This one is for Lavinia. Ready? Here we go, everyone. Welcome to the show. All right. Are we good now? Are we good now? Can we now move on? So now it's time to address the very important comment from Lavinia. You ready for this? You want to address how you treated me like a dunce and replayed out your intro for me because I said exactly this to you about your mini PC. Well, we already addressed this, but I guess we'll do it again. So hold on a second, everyone. Let's have another special restarting of the podcast this morning, 2 days in a row for Lavinia, since she wants me to go back and readdress it. So here we go. All right, we're not going to do that because that's wasting everyone's time. But the point I just made is that today I have more information about the mini PC than I did yesterday. There's no fan in there. There's no way there's a fan in this thing. Really? People are saying it does have a fan? It does have an internal fan. Listen to this. RG Beef says, you literally said yesterday AMD processors don't have cooling like Intel processors do. That's not true. That was 100% based on facts told me, or excuse me, information told me by viewers. That mini PC has no ventilation whatsoever. There's no fan or cooling. So even though it might play a 3D game, it's not meant to do that because it will overheat. AMD processors are meant to overheat. They're not good. They're not like Intel processors with a cooling solution. This thing is going to overheat. What I said was, if you have an AMD processor and an Intel processor and it's in a mini PC and there's no cooling, the AMD runs hotter. AMD processors are meant to overheat. They're not good. This is DSP gaming. I'm a 41-year-old guy who has very limited knowledge about this stuff. Can I Google it? No, because I didn't buy it. Yeah, but I don't know the name of it. What is the point of arguing with me on this? Very limited knowledge about this stuff. Really? People are saying it does have a fan? You want to address how you treated me like a dunce? Fuck off and kiss my ass.
Editor Steve, your choice of cuts here.
Literally none of it.
Literally all of it. Literally all of it happened. This right here, just outright fucking denial. Fucking deny it. Don't care if there's video proof. Don't care if it was actually recorded doing it. I never said that I was going to hit that 11-year-old girl.
Wants to hit an 11-year-old girl. Didn't happen. But this is the white noise they try to create, the drama around my streams. So I've completely ignored it, and guess what? Nothing's happened. It's good that I've ignored it because it was all bullshit to begin with.
It's all bullshit to begin with. Fucking hell. Phil, you have no idea how many people you've driven away by behaving like that at all. Not just Lavinia, not just the one person involved that you were like publicly embarrassing and humiliating. Not just them, but people that saw that and were like, I don't want to behave. I don't want that happening to me. I'm out of here, man. Fuck this. You know, you don't know how many people on the fringes of your group, on the fringes of your audience, the people that are sort of like just discovering you and maybe sort of like venturing into chat for the first few times and sort of like trying to get adjusted to this new community and getting a feel for the sort of person Darkside Phil is. You know, if you as a creator want more people to come to your channel, that is a great way to drive them away, behaving like that. And then going, I didn't behave like that. Didn't happen. You don't know how much damage you are doing to yourself. Why do I care? Why am I pointing this out? Why does it even need pointing out at this point? You know, like, if you want to drive people away like that, fucking fine, do it, Phil, do it.
Fuck off and get banned and don't come back. You're an obnoxious individual and we don't want your kind around here. We want people who are actually here to have a good time and be chill. So fuck off and kiss my ass.
That's what it is. It's just own up to it. That's the problem that I have with it. Fucking lies. If you want to be that obstinate, be obstinate, but fucking own it. You know, just like on Alphaism Radio. You know, just like on the fucking side scrollers, just own it. If you had come home and said, right, I went to the vets, Jasper needed a blood test, it's cost this much, so this Saturday I'm going to do a marathon because, you know, I had to pay for that and I need to work it back. Guaranteed people would turn up and support you because you'd have been open and honest about your pet and its healthcare, and you'd have done a good thing. You'd have done the right thing. You'd have made a responsible adult decision and put the healthcare of your pet as a priority, and people would have been okay with that. They would have understood that, because most people have pets, but instead you didn't, and then you went and spent money elsewhere, and that's why it became an issue. That's what pushed it for me when he came out and said, guys, I'm ready to make the announcement. I've just spent $600. I was like, fuck it, I'm getting the video out now then. It needs saying.
I tested out my mini PC on Sunday night, and I found out it's okay. It can play some 3D stuff, but not at high settings. You go around low to mid settings. Like, Skyrim didn't look great. Visage didn't look great.
How does Skyrim, how are you not running Skyrim at full settings? Skyrim is like a fucking, it's got to be 15 years now, surely. Skyrim is at least 10 years old. How are you, how? It's 2011. Skyrim is 12 years old. And your, like, octa-core PC with integrated graphics can't run it at anything other than medium. How? What have you done? How do you not know how to set this up? How? Fucking hell. Like, I mean, like, my benchmark's Crisis just because, you know, but I mean, how? Fucking how?
They certainly ran, they're playable, but they didn't look good. It's like, well, I'm probably not going to use this thing then to do any modern games. It's probably going to be retro games and stuff like that, which is exactly what I said at the beginning of all of this, before a moment of anyone coming on my stream and declaring, oh, it has the capability to do this, it has the capability to do that, it has a fan and it has this. Before any of that, I said, it's just going to be, you know, very basic.
Yeah, that's why people did that. That's why people were like, oh, you've got this thing. Oh, you've got that thing. Oh, you can play this on it. Because you were like, it's got all, these are the specs for it, but I'm only going to be playing like Mega Drive and SNES games. People were like, you can play so much more. You can play this, you can play that. That's why you got all that in the first place. Because you were like, I am going to use this to just run these. It's like buying a Porsche and only using it to go and get your grocery shopping. And it makes it worse. It actually makes it worse because you could do those things on your current PC. Like, easily, with, like, no impact to what you're doing. You're just too lazy to learn how to do it. You don't want to put in the work to learn how to emulate on your current PC. So instead, you just want someone to buy you a box that you plug in and then it does it for you. You downloaded fucking Fightcade and then were like, where's the ROMs? He didn't tell you how to get ROMs. What do you mean ROMs? I have to go find ROMs myself. Can somebody else tell me how to do it?
Now, one thing I definitely want to do with this mini PC is Fightcade. And I did download the Fightcade app. The problem being, it doesn't really do anything by default. It seems like you need to research how to use it because it doesn't tell you where to get ROMs. It doesn't tell you how to set it up. I'm just staring at it like, I don't know. I'm going to have to figure this out. So, right now with Fightcade, I have no solutions how to use it yet. But I'm sure some people are going to try to explain it to me now and tell you, oh, here's how you do it. You do this, you do this, you do this, right? So I just have to figure it out. But I did get Fightcade. It's called Fightcade 2. And what's Fightcade? It's basically a program, an app that allows you to play old school games. Mostly it's used for fighting games these days, but you can use all kinds of arcade games and things. You can play them online co-op with other people, or you can play against people competitively over the internet using GGPO netcode. So there's all these implementations for it. For me, obviously, I want to play all the old school fighting games. Super Turbo, Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, Maybe CVS 2. Maybe some of the old school versus games like Marvel vs. Capcom 1 or even X-Men vs. Street Fighter. I would love to play those online against people. I haven't played them in a zillion years, and it looks like they would maybe run well on this mini PC. I don't know, because I didn't know how to get it to work.
Once again, the deadening of intellectual curiosity. There is just no desire to learn anything. If somebody gave me a PC like that, if somebody gave me a new PC, I would plug it in. It would be the first thing I did. And then I'd go and benchmark it. And then I'd go and play about with everything. I'd go and see what I could do with it. I'm going to see what I can run. I'm going to see not just games, but programs as well. You know, kind of what version of Vegas can I run? What editing software can I use? What capture software can I use? Because I want to know. I want to know what my new thing can do. And I'm interested in seeing what I can do with it. And yeah, he's like, I can't be bothered learning. It annoys me so much because look, I like learning, you know. I like learning things. I like knowing things. I like discovering new things. This is like antithetical to me. This is like the opposite. This is the dark matter to my matter. You know, I can't like comprehend this sort of intellectual laziness, this sort of cognitive apathy that's like, I've got a new thing, somebody will tell me how to use it rather than I'm going to learn how to use it, you know. He'll have had somebody there, he'll have had like his DMs open like Twitter, or he'll have like Discord on his phone if his phone is current enough to run it, but or he'll have Discord on like another computer or something like that. But he'll have somebody there telling him what to do. He'll be like, right, okay, switch it on, yep, switched it on. Right, okay, is the red button on? Yep. Is the fan whirring? Yep. Then great, it's starting up. Do you see this screen? Yeah, I see that screen. Right, okay, then do this. Sign in here. Here's the password, blah, blah, blah. Great. What do you see now? I see a picture of a beach and some waves and a palm tree. Great. That's the desktop. That's the background. That's the wallpaper. You can now do this. If you want to open a game, do this. If you want to sign in to Steam, he'll need somebody on there to tell him what to do at all times because he doesn't fucking want to learn himself. He has to have somebody else do it for him, and it drives me fucking mad. That sort of intellectual decay, that apathy, that neglect of your cognitive faculties is astonishing to me.
That's what it's going to be. And God, by the way, that's exactly what it is. So, actually, I was right all along, but you know, you would have known that. I just waited till Sunday night for me to test it.
That's not a win for you. That still makes you look bad. Because it shows that you are okay with just your limited sort of intention of it, and that you are completely happy to waste all this money on something that you don't need just because like it's expensive and it has big numbers, but you're still going to use it just to do these tiny minimal things which you can either do already with the equipment that you have with very minimal disruption. All you need to do is learn how to do it. Or you could have bought a far cheaper version, which, considering how much you beg for money, should have been the other alternative that you considered. But no, you have to have the big one with the highest numbers. You have to have like the newest thing or the most expensive thing, because in your head, expensive means good, even though you don't want to use it to its fullest capacity. Again, you have bought a Porsche and you're just going to use it to drive to the supermarket and back again. That's it. That's what you've done here.
But that's the problem. These idiots, right, who totally want to essentially be jerks and try to derail my content.
I'm sorry. There's just something about him going, yeah, but, you know, they just want to be jerks. That I find particularly hilarious. And I don't know why. It's just like, I don't know. It seems like just such a lazy sort of insult. It's like, I've got nothing else. I can't really be arsed coming up with anything else. So fuck it. They're just jerks. I feel like it's sort of like a way of deflecting the sort of the real severity, the real impact, the real sort of like wider context of the issue by saying, like, you know, your criticisms weren't valid. You know, the thing that you were bringing up to me about this mini PC, the thing that you were correcting me about, doesn't matter. The real point is like you're being a jerk. You know, there's no validity to their argument anyway, so we could just dismiss that because they're not making it out of like any legitimate reason. They're not actually genuinely wanting to help me, or like, you know, they know more and they're trying to help me understand or anything like that. They're not trying to correct me because they know better than me and I'm wrong. No, they're just being jerks. It feels like a sort of deflection, you know, because if you are really only criticizing him because you're an arsehole, then that's all there is to it. You don't need to understand like a wider context or like the actual details of the event. You don't need to know that the criticism's valid and legitimate because he is actually wrong about something, and these people, all they were doing was correcting him. No. They were arseholes. You don't need to know why. You just need to know they were arseholes. And it deflects the actual point of the criticism away, you know, and it deflects responsibility away from him, and it deflects your attention away onto something else. And it's like, you know, well, they're arseholes. They're always arseholes. I'm used to it, you know, just arseholes. Fine, nothing. I can deal with them. But, you know, that's the only reason they were here in the first place. They weren't here to actually correct me or anything, you know. It deflects everything away. And instead just makes him the victim and makes you the attacker. I'm sure there's a word for that as well.
But that was only one of the things that happened this week, okay? Earlier this week, we sat down on my podcast and we talked about Mortal Kombat 1 coming up and the future of fighting games on my streams, correct?
Now, when he says we talked about, you know, what he was really doing was he was selling the idea of this thing to his audience. Do you want to come up and join me? Yeah. Well, there's room here if you want to. I'll just have to move this out of the way. But yeah, he was preparing them in advance for this thing. He already knew by the time he started to talk about Mortal Kombat 1 that he was going to buy this fucking joystick. He wanted it. And when he wants it, he's fucking having it, you know? So this idea was already in his head long before he started.
And we're sitting there talking, and I'm like, listen, we found out Mortal Kombat 1 has a beta coming up, not this weekend, but next weekend. People want to see me play the beta. They've outright expressed, we want to see you play this beta. But then come to find out, the Mortal Kombat 1 beta is not cross-platform. In fact, Mortal Kombat 1 itself will not be cross-platform at launch.
But it will be eventually. It will be eventually cross-platform. It's like, you can understand a beta test not being cross-platform because it's your beta test, and you just want to, you know, see if the game's running and see what bugs they find. Oh, that's you know why people do a beta test, so that's fine. I don't think it's fair to criticize them. But then, to be fair, I don't think he is criticizing them for that alone. But he is using the fact that it's not cross-platform as a reason. He is going to use that as justification. And again, because he wants it already. He's already made up his mind. He wants this thing. He's not considering it. He's not weighing up the pros and cons. He's already made up his mind. And he's just finding the arguments that he thinks he needs to be able to convince his audience this is a good thing to do. This is a good idea. What I'm about to do is good for this reason, and this reason. He's already doing it. He's just justifying it.
NetherRealm has said that they are going to patch in cross-compatibility later on, which means whatever format or platform you buy Mortal Kombat 1 for, you're stuck with the player base on that format until they patch in cross-compatibility, which we don't know when that's going to be.
But it's going to come eventually, so you just deal with it for a bit. You know, it might be the first update. You don't know. It could be the second update. Could be the 4th. Could be the 12th. It'll come eventually. You'll be fine. You joining me? Yeah, do you want to come up? Nope. Hello. I know there's not that much room. There. I'll give you some room. But please don't stand on that keyboard. Yeah. Look, you know you can't sit on my lap anymore. My leg's too sore. She's been in a right mood with me recently. Because I've not been able to sleep properly. She's not been able to lie on my lap on my stomach and curl up and fall asleep there. So, She gets really arsey when she comes over, and I'm like, nope, you have to move. I know, it's been really difficult for you, hasn't it? Yeah. Well, this is Lucas said, you know what this is. Should we get back to Phil being a penis?
They didn't promise anything yet. Okay? So, we already know statistically from Street Fighter 6, almost no one is buying fighting games on Xbox. Street Fighter 6 had like 80 to 85% of the console player base buy the game on PS5, and only 10 to 15% bought it on Xbox. So can you imagine, if I buy MK1 on Xbox and I try to play it on there, I'm going to have like the same people playing me every time.
Like, no one really will care other than you. The people watching won't care, but I'll tell you, like, who will care? You. You're going to be the only one that cares. You know, it's not like there's only going to be, like, 12 people playing, or, like, 2 people playing. It's not going to be like when you did your Street Fighter Fridays, and, like, it was only Goji Tanks and Jose that would show up, and you'd be, like, spending most of that stream running away from them. Again, though, we have another excuse, we have another justification. As bad as it may be, as, like, tenuous the link may be, as stretched as he has to make reality, the idea that, you know, my streams will be slightly more entertaining because I'll have a larger, like, pool of potential, fighters to pull from. It's just, he's already made up his mind at this point.
It'll be boring as shit, always playing the same couple of people who are available per region or whatever. It'll be very boring. You don't want to fight the same players every single time you're playing a fighting game, especially a new game. You want to be playing a variety of players, a variety of comp, a variety of characters, and that wouldn't happen if I bought it on Xbox. So, we had the discussion.
No, we didn't have a discussion. There was no we, and there was no discussion. What happened was, you went to your audience and said, get fucking ready, I am buying this thing whether you like it or not. It is like, as has been made, I am not the only one, you know, who will have made this comparison, but it is like going to your parents and going, I know I asked for this toy for my birthday, but can I actually have the more expensive model? You see, the more expensive model means that I can do this, this, and this, which is great for me, you know. Phil has already made up his mind about buying the joystick. He wants to do it. It's a new toy, he wants it. He's recently attained the rank of master, and as such, he feels entitled to better equipment. He deserves better equipment. He expects it. He is a master. Other master players also have very expensive joysticks. That is clearly the reason they have achieved master rank in the first place. It's got nothing to do with skill or the amount of hours that they put in or their natural reactions or anything like that. It is clearly the joystick that matters. And Phil wants a new one. He expects a new one. He deserves a new joystick. And by fucking God, he is going to buy it. But he knows what it looks like. His flying monkeys have told him, Phil, they're talking about you not buying that for Jasper. They're talking about you not getting your pet's blood work checked. They're also talking about you begging. That's a given. You know, we're always talking about him begging. It's particularly bad. It always is. But Phil needs to sort of knock that one on the head and make sure that you don't think about that. So, you know, he's not going to beg. He's not going to be like, hey guys, I really want this joystick. So, you know, if you'd really like to contribute towards it. He's going to worry about that later. Instead, he's just going to fucking buy it. He's already made up his mind. He's going to buy it. And then later on, he can ask for it. He can ask for the money. Because they'll always come and give him money. They always have done so far. You know, he's gotten this far on them giving him money. So why would it now be different? Why would this be any different? Why would it be any different than going to see his parents for the last time because he might not be able to see them again? Why would it be any different from, you know, a fucking vest streak? You know, knowing that they're going to pay you another 100 every stream. Why would it be any fucking different from any other time when he's gone, I need this money, and somebody's given him this money? Why would it be any different from the time the shower broke? So fuck it. I'm buying it. And here's a bunch of reasons why. I'm going to tell you all I have reasons for doing this thing, and then I'm going to do this thing. Because otherwise I would listen to people saying, hey, someone in your position who's frequently talking about their financial problems, their financial situation, how much they need money for their day off. You know, somebody like you, Phil, who begs a lot, even if you've not been like publicly begging and you've been trying to keep it to the unrecorded bits between your videos on the privated stream so nobody can find them. Yeah? Do you want to go out? Yeah, okay. Once again, she'll use the litter tray. She might go downstairs and have a bit of food. She might not. Either way, she'll be back soon to cry at the door and want to be let back in because, you know, I know my cat. I pay attention to her. But yeah, either way, Phil, you've made up your mind about this. You're going to do it regardless. And fuck the consequences. Somebody who begs like you know, somebody who's kept it to the unrecorded bits so that you could say, I haven't been begging for ages, you know, I haven't been like asking you guys for money for ages. Or somebody like that would probably want to keep an expensive purchase like this on the download because it looks bad. So maybe don't, you know, do it. So somebody like you who begs a lot and has made, you know, a fair bit of a reputation for their financial problems and how much they need the support of their audience, it's probably a bad idea to spend that much money on something, especially if you don't need it. And you don't, because not only do you have, you know, a joystick that works just fine, that you've just spent money upgrading as well. You've just spent a fair bit of money buying new buttons for. But you also have a joystick that worked on the PS4 that you could easily plug in with the PS5, and even if you needed an adapter, that would be a tiny amount of cost compared to a new joystick. But no, there's got to be reasons why. Oh, that one don't feel right. That one don't feel right. It's old. It's old. Converters add lag. You know, converters add delay. It may be an imperceptible amount of delay, but it's a delay nonetheless, and therefore can't be considered. I have to disqualify that as an option. So no, the only option I am forced to accept is I need to buy this new joystick because I've got a reason to not do any of the others. So yeah, I'm buying the joystick. Deal with it. And then it becomes future Phil's problem. Then it becomes, you know, if you like that I'm investing in this, please support.
What do I do? Because if I buy it on PS5, that's all well and good. Problem is, my joystick on PS5 is very old. It's a 9-year-old joystick that I've been using ever since the beta of Street Fighter V came out. So when you've used the joystick that long, the components are worn out. It's not going to be as responsive as I want it to. Plus, it's an old joystick. It probably does have a significant amount of input lag. It's not like a modern joystick where they've tried to design that out of the stick. You know, 8 years ago, it actually wasn't that big of a concern.
So there you go. There's your reasons why I'm not using the old joystick. Oh, do you want to come back in? You good?
So after having talked about it, basically I presented a situation to the audience on my podcast.
See, you see what he says there? After having talked about it. Did you hear that? Yeah? After having talked about it, I presented a situation to my audience. There's no dialogue going on. It's a monologue. He's telling you. He's not actually talking to you and listening to alternative perspectives. He's already made up his mind. And if you bring an alternative perspective, like, why don't you use your joystick? He's already got a reason to not do that. Good girl. So, there's no conversation going on. There's no talking. He's just telling you, this is what's going to happen. I've already made up my mind. It's fucking sick. It's addict behavior. It's like seeing someone justify going back to drinking. You know, it's fucking gross. He needs help.
They said, I'm seriously considering converting all my fighting games over to PS5.
I'm telling the audience I'm seriously considering doing fighting games from the PS5 now. He's made up his mind. Having seen that, like, you know, fighting games are more popular on the PlayStation than they are on the Xbox. He's realized, oh fuck, I've tied the cart to the wrong horse. I don't mean that as a dig, ALT. He's realised he's made a mistake. He's realised he's backed the wrong horse. And as a result of that, he's going, fuck, I've got to change it. There's more people playing fighting games on there. I want to be on there too. You know, even though he's getting plenty of fights on the Xbox, he was never in want for a fight for Street Fighter, and he probably wouldn't be in want for a fight on Mortal Kombat. He's doing fine on the Xbox, but because more people play on the PlayStation, he's like, right, I need to be over there with the popular people. I need to be over there with where, you know, everybody else is, because that's the one that matters. That's the one they used at Evo. That means I've got another reason. I've got another excuse. I have to buy the joystick now. It's not just that, you know, more people are playing over there. I can't be playing over there. I have to be over here. More people are here. So I have to have the joystick. I can't use my other one. I can't stay on Xbox. I must buy that joystick. And then I must buy all the other fighting games that I've got over there because I need to convert them all. You know, so I need to spend more.
Even though we've now been playing Street Fighter 6 for 2 to 2.5 months on Xbox and it's worked fine, I feel like moving everything to PS5 is the better option. That overall, quality of life, having fighting games on PS5 just makes more sense.
Quality of life? How is it improving your quality of life to be playing on the PlayStation now? What's the difference? What's the fucking difference? How does like converting all your fighting games onto the PS5 improve the quality of life? They were working fine on the Xbox, weren't they?
Games like Mortal Kombat 1, Tekken 8, and others in the future are likely going to have their major player bases on PS5, and this will future-proof me.
That's a word you've learned from the PC community, isn't it, Phil?
I won't have to worry about, oh no, it's not cross-platform, and now I'm stuck with a tiny player base. In addition, taking a look at availability of components and things, it looked like PS5 had quite a lot of great joysticks made for it, that I could probably get a joystick that's top-notch, top of the line, and give me the absolute best controls when I'm playing these games online, which it seems like there's a desire for me to have since I'm doing so well in Street Fighter 6.
Where is that desire coming from? It seems like there's a desire for you to have top-notch components, top-quality gear, the best joysticks. Where is that desire coming from, Phil? Who in your chat is saying, do you know what? I'm liking this, but I feel like it would be better if Phil had a more expensive joystick. Who in your chat is saying to you, Phil, we love Street Fighter 6. It's positive, it's meaningful, it's interactive, but you need better buttons. The desire for expensive equipment is coming from you. Nowhere else. Nobody else. You.
So I presented the case to my audience. If I do a big investment, all right, I would like your support.
There you go. There you go. Right there. Right there. Right there. I'm going to make the investment. You pay me back. I am already making up my mind here. I have already made a decision. I have already decided I am going to spend this money. Give it me back. Pay it me back. I cannot imagine going to my mum or my dad and saying, I've bought a new bass, right? I bought a new bass. It cost me 300 quid. Can I have that 300 quid back? I can't imagine asking that. I can't imagine asking my friends, you know. If I needed help with something, you know, that's different. If it was a case of, I really want this thing, but I can't afford it, would you go half with me and then I will pay you back over time? That would be different, you know. I would feel a bit more okay with approaching one of my parents or a friend with something like that. But that's not what we're getting here. We are getting, I'm buying this thing and I need to know. Oh, I thought you were going to turn it off again then. You jumped off. On more than one occasion, you have hit a button or clicked a mouse and accidentally ended recording. So, yeah, I'm glad you didn't there. But I can't imagine doing this. I'm buying this thing. Give me back, please. I need the money back now. You know, I've spent a lot of money. I could really appreciate having it back. Look, I really want it back. Please give me back. If you're happy with the fact that I'm spending a lot of money to buy this new joystick and a new copy of Street Fighter 6, two things I don't need that are costing a lot of money, then please give me that money back. This is fucking insane. Like, if you wrote in a paper, you know, the patient is presented with the following symptoms, and to be honest, I think they're just fucking insane. You're getting so much shit. But it's like, how else do you describe this? It's fucking greed, it's entitlement, it's the expectation that your audience are going to step up, because again, they always have in the past. There is an audience member who's gone into bankruptcy multiple times to give Phil money. You know, there are audience members that have stolen their parents' credit cards to give Phil money. It is not, in that context, it is not out of like the realm of like possibility that somebody would give him $500 straight up and go, here Phil, because I want to support, you know, your Street Fighter streams. It is not out of that realm of possibility. So of course he's going to have the expectation that that is a possibility, that it is going to be okay for somebody out there to see him buy like $500 worth of needless accessories and another game. Another copy of the same game that he's already been playing for the last 2 months. It is completely understandable for him to believe that. And for him to have that sense of greed and entitlement that something like that would engender. Because it's what's been his experience of having an audience over the last, God knows how many years by this point. 7, 10, you know. It's only by our, like, regular normal standards that this seems shocking and disgusting and appalling. By Phil's abnormal standards, that seems okay, because his audience have always been there to give him money. He's always had a way out. So yeah, just a heads up, guys, I am going to be spending the money. I am going to be spending $500 on a new stick and another copy of Street Fighter and PlayStation Plus. So, you know, if you want to support the streams, you know what to do. If you want to support the investment back into the streams, if you want to support it making me look good and an improvement, you know, he'll sell it in any way he can, but all he needs to do is sell it to the right person and he's sorted. $500 is coming back and he's fine. He's got a new toy. He doesn't have to worry about the money. Everything's grand.
Meaning, hey, if someone wants to contribute to help me with this, please do. Or if you like this content, please continue to support all of my fighting game streams. The last thing I would want to do is invest a lot, and then all of a sudden the attention dwindles, and now I wasted all that money because I'm not playing fighting games anymore.
You mean like with your new buttons on the joystick for the Xbox 360 that you're now not going to use like a week after buying them? Like that?
Or I'm trying to play fighting games, but the streams aren't doing well, so, oh my god, there you go. You know, I invested hundreds and hundreds of dollars and, you know, it didn't go to a good reason. It didn't go to a good thing. I could have put it into something else.
Like what? What else could you put it into, Phil? Like fucking what? Is there something else you could have put it into? Was there another thing that you needed a lot of money for recently? I'm angry and I'm trying to keep a lid on it, right? Because it's like, at this point, at 41, how are you not aware of the concept of saving, right? If you wanted this that much and you were so dependent on the money coming back in, why didn't you wait until you had enough of that money before buying it? Why didn't you fucking save? And it winds me up because I know it's because he's a narcissist and he's an addict and he's an abuser of various coping methods that involve spending money, right? And he has to have it immediately. His life is dictated buy this tolerance to serotonin that has built up over the years because he's abused these coping methods so much rather than deal with the underlying psychological issues. So you're now at a point where we get this fucking mass of immediate gratification is all that matters. I just need to get to the next thing. I need to get to the next hit. I need to get to the next pull. I need to get to the next tip. I just need to get past the next bill. And then all the money can go. All the money can be spent on it. Once I've cleared that cost and I know what I've got left, I can blow that money on whatever I need to make me feel better. And makes it easier to not think about whatever's going on in my life. He needs immediate gratification. He cannot delay it to the point of saving. He could play Street Fighter on the Xbox now for the next few months, and then he could just not buy anything, right? He could put the money that he earned from those streams aside towards a joystick. He could do a fucking fundraiser to say, guys, I'm saving up for a new joystick so that I can move over to the PlayStation 5 because I think, I don't think there's much future for fighting games on Xbox and I really want to swap over. I feel like it'd be best. So, if you want to help, do that, raising the money, making sure that the money's coming in before you fucking spend that much on a fucking joystick when you could easily use alternatives. It is a red flag. It is a fucking red flag that he cannot delay gratification, right? Fucking cephalopods, fucking corvids, fucking animals can learn to delay gratification. Darkside Phil fails the marshmallow test. This is the test given to children.
Right? So that's essentially what I've been saying. I never outright asked anyone to buy me anything.
You just did. You literally just did. Like right then. Right then. When you were like, guys, I told you I'm going to spend this much money. If you really, really agree with me spending that much money, please give me the money. You literally just did that. You literally just did right then. That's asking people to buy it for you. Once again, if I go to my parents and I say, Mum, Dad, I've just spent 300 quid on a new bass. Can you give me that 300 quid back? That's not me buying a new bass. That's them. They get left with the debt. They get left with the cost of it. It's them that are suddenly 300 quid down. Just like if you were to make up the cost of this joystick back, if you were to make up like the 400 or 500 quid, let's fucking throw in the cost of Street Fighter as well. Why not? Fuck it. Let's round it up to a nice even 500. If you were to get that 500 quid back, that money would still have come from your audience. They would be the ones who were 500 quid down, not you. That you are literally doing it right there. And again, semantics. Just because you have not explicitly said, buy me the stick, does not mean you are not saying, buy me the stick, through your words and your actions a different way. Through subtext and implication and the social pressure and just the fucking psychological manipulation of, guys, I'm doing it anyway, and if you care, you'll fucking do it. You'll pay me, right? If you like this channel, you'll do it. Where are my tips? Where are my fucking tips? I told you guys, I was only going to do it if you supported the stream. And if you like the Street Fighter content and you want to support it and you want to support my investment in the business, please give me the money. That's asking. That's fucking asking. You are asking.
To get me a joystick or anything like that. Never happened. Okay? It doesn't matter what people say or misconstrue. I never outright said, hey, buy me a joystick, man.
Yeah, no, you didn't outright say it, but that doesn't mean that that's not what's happening. That you are asking them to do it by spending the money and then going, right, pay that debt for me. Right, give me the money back. That is literally doing that. I'm not even at the bit about Jasper. I'm supposed to be fucking done with this. It's been like nearly 2 hours and I'm not even at the bit about Jasper yet.
Never happened, okay? So, over the weekend, I was considering what to do. And I basically made a big decision. I made a big decision over the weekend. I said, you know what? I think I'm going to make the investment. It's a lot of money because it's a joystick that's hundreds of dollars. I have to rebuy Street Fighter 6 on PS5. I have to get PlayStation Plus, which is, I got the yearly annual thing, so it's way cheaper if you get it annually. So I paid for the annual thing.
It's way cheaper per month if you buy the annual thing. If you buy it all in one go, it's like $100. we sort of like downplay the PlayStation Plus thing, but that went unmentioned. We all assume it's like the monthly cost. No, he bought it all up front. He bought a year's subscription. Fucking hell. It's like one thing after another. Right. Okay. We'll get $500 from now on. That's it. That's what we're calling it. $500. I don't care.
And in addition to that, I'm going to get Mortal Kombat 1 on PS5 now. So that's coming up in the next, week. I have to pre-order that.
Again, I'd just like to point out the whole reason for doing this is because Mortal Kombat 1, more players on that and all that stuff. He's not even bought the fucking game.
So all that, all in all, when you add it up, it's over $500. It's over $500 to do all this, okay? So I said, I'm just going to do it. Let's do it. So I do it, all right? And immediately, when I announce to everyone that I've done this, what happens? My viewers are like, oh, cool. So now we're gonna see everything on PS5. You're gonna have a new joystick. This is cool. But what do the haters do? Oh my God, he spent money?
Yeah. We were like, he spent money he shouldn't have spent on a joystick he doesn't need when an alternative is available and a game that he's already got a fucking copy of elsewhere. A month after he said, I am refusing to pay less for the healthcare of my pet.
How dare Phil spend money? I'm serious. Like, they actually think I'm not allowed to spend any money.
No, you're allowed to spend money. You've got bills. You need food. You're allowed to spend money. You play games for a living. You're allowed to buy games. You can spend money. The point is that you constantly cry poor. You put so much financial responsibility onto your audience. You are willing to waste money on needless expenditure and purchases when you have a fucking cat that you don't know is healthy or sick because you refuse to pay for a fucking simple blood test because it was $300. And then you spent $500 on something you don't need. Again, we need to distort the argument. We need to distort what the opposition is doing. We need to distort the reality of our argument. It's, not enough that our argument is valid. It has merit. It is critical. That's the problem. It's critical of Phil. So he has to defend himself in many various ways, one of which involves distorting the actual argument itself so that we seem unreasonable. It seems unreasonable for us to say Phil is not allowed to spend any money ever. And that's why we don't say it. None of us say that. But your expenditure is under close scrutiny because so much of your content involves you talking about your financial situation and how much support you need. So when you say, I have a needless expenditure coming up, it's a significant amount because $500 is a significant amount of money for a lot of people. We're going to be critical of that because it's a needless expenditure. It's a lot of money. And you've just said, I don't want to pay less than this for my pet.
Because in their minds, they're still set on me years and years ago being in financial distress all the time, right? Remember, years and years ago when I went through a bankruptcy.
Years and years ago. It was 3 years ago. Years and years ago. It makes it sound like 2008 or 2010. It was fucking 3 years ago. It was during the pandemic. It wasn't that long ago. And so, yeah, you're still recovering from that. You still don't have credit. You still can't get a credit card. So, yeah, during this period, you should be very, very careful about what you spend your money on. You're supposed to have, this just proves he did not learn his lesson from the bankruptcy. That was a moment in life where the world is teaching him a lesson. Life is telling him, you have fucked up financially. Take better care of your financial situation in future. He has not learned that lesson. What he learned was, I can fuck up to this degree and get it wiped. So all I need to do now is wait for the next time where I can start getting credit again. Then I can reach that limit and get it wiped again. And we know this because he said as much. He said his goal is to be able to get credit. So He's not learned the lesson from the bankruptcy. He's fucking 41.
And I had to hold streams to pay bills. It's true. It absolutely happened. It's documented. It's public. I did it. I had to do it at that time. I was desperate.
It was 3 years ago.
If I didn't do those things, I wouldn't have been able to make ends meet and keep everything that I had. You know, I was in jeopardy of defaulting on payments on important things. Things aren't like that anymore, all right? And I'm happy that things aren't like that anymore.
Right, so what's with all the begging? What happened with Scorn? What happened with all the stuff after Sir Moist? That wasn't that long ago either. Why can't you be more, like, clear about your financial situation then, Phil? Why can't you send information to Craig from the side scrollers when he asked you? We all know. We all know. We all know this is we all know this is bollocks. It's not even a smokescreen at this point. It's just it's another deflection. It's another look. They think it's actually like this. Oh my god, I can't fucking cope with this. Once again, he needs to misrepresent things. He needs to just twist things so that he looks the better. He looks the victim. He looks like the maligned compared to us and all these like nonsensical, distorted arguments that we're having. You know, all these bullshit conspiracy theories we're coming up with. He had to, you know, he had to keep things under wraps. He had to go through bankruptcy. He had to struggle financially, but he's been doing well recently. Things aren't like that anymore. You know, years and years ago in 2020.
Things have been getting progressively better every year since then. The thing is, I'm not talking about it constantly, because why would I?
So since 2020, you've not needed to beg as much. So you'd be doing okay. So you wouldn't need to ask people for help in any way. Like, say, if you like the stream, if you like the content, if you want to support the channel. So by now you should be aware that I'm a bit of a fan of like throwing a bunch of clips of Phil doing the same thing together. So, you know, if Phil ever goes, oh, I never said this, I like to put a bunch of, you know, Phil saying exactly that. And one of the ones I've wanted to do for a while is the spiel at the start. You know, if you like the content, if you want to support the channel, you know, there's several ways you can help out. A like, a thumbs up, a comment, they're all, you know, algorithm, and, you know, a chat, a super sticker, all that. I wanted to sort of like compile all them and see like how far back you could go, you know, before there's like a day when he doesn't do it. But I know the scale of that task, so I've never done it. But I think you get like the point that I want to make there. That this is someone who's at the moment saying, oh yeah, no, I'm not in financial problems anymore. Things have been going well for me. Things have been getting better. You know, my financial situation has been doing okay. I've been doing well. And, you know, especially earlier on when it was all about LTG and he was like, you know, actually, I can promise you I make more than LTG. But over the last year or 2 years or 3 years since the bankruptcy, you know, all those years ago, many years ago, he will have done that. He will have, like, really, guys, I need your support, you know, for my day off. Guys, you know, it's my last streaming day of the week, and I could really do with, you know, some money tomorrow. The lunch meat sandwich happened within this time. This lunch meat sandwich shit, that happened within this period.
So that being said, all right, if you like my content, and if you can support the streams today, please do. In particular, I absolutely need help with tips today. If you tip me today and I hit the goals today, I'm in a good position for tomorrow. If I stream today and I hit none of the goals, I'm fucked. And essentially, I'll be going grocery shopping. I guess we're gonna eat a lunch meat sandwich, you know, for our day off. Can't even have a meal out or nothing because, you know, this is the situation I'm in, and it fucking sucks.
The man that led us to the Swan incident and Sir Moist, you know, currently wants us to believe that, you know, no, his financial situation is fine and he can afford to like easily drop $500. You know, it's fine. He's not in dire straits anymore. So when he begs for help, when he begs for support, you know, that's different. But he don't beg anymore, you know. He don't beg anymore. And that's like the bit that really gets to me, because it's like, you do. You do. And to have the gall to sit there and say that you don't is fucking insulting. And to be honest, his audience should be insulted but they're not because they don't know any better. So, yeah, it's left for us to be insulted instead. Because I do find that slightly insulting. Because he's gaslighting us. Well, he's not gaslighting us, but, you know, it's a gaslighting thing. If anybody in his audience was like, I'm sure I remember him saying, you know, he needed help with this bill a few weeks ago. And they said that in chat, but Phil, didn't you need help with this bill weeks ago? Right, band. You know? And he sat there going, it's fine, I can afford this. I want to make this investment. You know, my financial situation has been better. And I can do this. And I know that you're going to be okay with it because you guys like that I'm investing in the content, and if you want to support that investment and you want to support fighting games on the channel, then, you know, a super chat, a super sticker, a gifted membership. I want tips as well if you feel in the mood. It's incredible to me that he gets away with so much of this because it's so blatant. But again, you're going back to most people can pick up on it. It's blatant to us because we're more socialized, but his audience is not people who are socialized because they can pick up on it and they'll fuck off. It's his audience is people who can't pick up on this stuff, people who are vulnerable to this sort of thing.
This has nothing to do with anyone's public business. It's just my behind the scenes life, and my streams are what they are, and you support them, and that's that. No one should care about what I'm spending dollars on. It's ridiculous.
But the point is that you ask for that support under false pretenses. You lie about the state of your financial situation in order to get money from your audience. How are you not aware that you don't care? You don't care. Ever since, like, before Champions, before that fucking daily rap where Jasper was sat in your chair, ever since before all that, we've known, he's known, they all know he don't fucking care. So it just feels like academic to mention it at this point. It's just another example of it. It's another example of, I don't care. I know that you know that I spend money on shit. I know that you know it's going to Scopely, you know, and DoorDash and alcohol, that I'm suddenly getting a lot more comfortable with having on stream for $100 a shot. He knows, because nothing's ever come of it, and it's just like us pointing it out constantly on the off chance that every now and then one of his supporters might go, hang on a minute, something doesn't seem right here. And the information will be there for them. Or for people who might be like, so tell us about this Dark Side Phil person. I've heard about him. Or, you know, I've just seen this stream pop up in my recommended. You know, it's a warning more than anything else. But either way, it's fucking infuriating.
But that's how these people are, okay? It's absolutely ridiculous. And I've had enough of people trying to treat me unfairly when everyone else, it's okay. But for me, it's not. I can't spend $1 on anything.
Other people have it different because other people do not have the same history of lying to their audience about where their money is going as you do. Someone like Maximilian did not have to ask his audience for money to go see his dying parents because this might be the last time he's ever able to see them in order to get married. You did. That's why you are subject to a higher level of scrutiny, Phil. These are the consequences of your actions right here and now. This sort of scrutiny. And you don't get to be the one who goes, I've had enough. You have to tolerate it. You have to put up with it and live with it because it's your punishment. It's your fault. It's what you get when you do the things that you did. If you hadn't have lied so much about money, people wouldn't be like this when it comes to you spending money. Nobody's saying you should never be able to spend $1 again, or we need to know where every single fucking cent goes. People have said you lie about where the majority of your money goes, and you do because you are constantly asking for help and support, and yet somehow there's a fucking Champions account out there that is tied to you that does very, very well every now and then when there's a big deal on. There's a big event going on, or there's a really rare card that you want. But every now and then, Phil, every now and then something else that's just a little bit more important comes up and you slip down the rankings and you start paying less and less every day because you need the joystick, don't you? So no, Phil, no. It's not unfair. It's exactly what you deserve. It's karma. It's punishment. It's the consequences of your actions. And you don't get to be the one to say, I've had enough.
right? Even when it's investment in the business, it's not like, oh, Phil frivolously went out and bought a fucking Gucci watch, or, you know, he went out and he has a new car. I'm buying equipment for my content.
But it is a frivolous investment because you already have equipment that works. You already have equipment you could be using. You could be using your previous joystick, which works, or you could buy a fucking converter. And the difference would be negligible. You would not be able to tell visually the delay between two joysticks, one with a converter and one without. You would not be able to. It would be minimal for you. Somebody with your fucking eyesight, especially. I'm not doubting that some converters can have significant delay. We all know what he's talking about, though. Alternatives exist for you right now. They are available for you right now. You could have ordered a converter and plugged your Xbox joystick into your PlayStation. It would have worked fine. You could have plugged in your old joystick. Would have worked fine. You didn't. You, of all people, should have done something else that was cheaper, and you didn't. You went for the more expensive option, again, because you are greedy, you are temperamental, you are entitled, you are demanding, you think you deserve better than others, and you have poor impulse control. So you have an addiction to spending as a result, because you see things that you want and think, I want that, and you buy them without considering the long-term impact of that financial decision. So, yeah, you, of all people, deserve more scrutiny. You, of all people, are not the one who gets to go, I've had enough of people looking at every single cent I spend. Because you, of all people, are untrustworthy when it comes to money and where it's going. I cannot believe... I mean, like, just never forget this man lied about his parents dying so that he could go and fly to them to ask them for money. He came back married and with, like, what, 7 grand, 10 grand from his mum? He fucking paid for the Wi-Fi on the flight so that he could play his pissing mobile game.
But that's not good enough. That's not allowed. So the first thing is, oh, how dare Phil go out and spend all that money and beg for people to pay for it? Never happened.
You just did! You just did!
So I presented the case to my audience. If I do a big investment, all right, I would like your support.
You've just done that. You've literally just done that. I need a break. I need a break. I can't keep doing this.
Literally never happened, right? And then it's, well, how dare Phil spend that money if he said he didn't have it? Never happened.
Dude, you did that as well. You did that as well. You literally said, I don't have that money to drop on a joystick. Editor Steve.
These sticks are available, by the way. You can order them right now. They're expensive. That's the thing. So they're in stock. So I could order them and get them within a couple of days. But, you know, I don't have $300-400 to be dropping on this shit out of my pocket. Didn't say I didn't have the money. Said it's a big investment and I'd like to make it back. I'd like the buy-in that people will support the fighting game content.
That's it there, right there. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're begging them. You're saying, I hope that people will support. I like that people will support. People will support the fighting game content. You're putting the cost of this thing on them.
If you like the fact that I invested in it, please support the streams.
You just did it again. You just did it again.
So, you know, today I'm doing Street Fighter 6 all day. By all means, please support the stream. Throw a tip, donate some gifted memberships. That will help to give back for all the investment I just did.
You just did it then. You literally just went. After earlier saying, if you like the fact that I'm investing in the business and you like the fighting game content, you know, support it so I can make the money back. And he literally goes, I never said that. I never said that at all. I never begged people for money. But if you like the fact that I am, you know, spending money on the fighting game stuff, could you please support it? I'd really appreciate it. You know, tips preferably, you know. But if you want to do a super chat or a super sticker or a membership or a gifted membership, that's fine. He literally did it again. He just... I think it's the audaciousness of it. And again, I think a lot of that is born down to no socializing, because this is only audacious to us because we know it violates several social norms. Whereas to him, just like the blatant openness of it all is perfectly fine, because he's going to have someone in his audience going, yeah, I really loved it, Phil. Here's some support. I really want to support the fighting game content, you know. Someone will do that. So why wouldn't he say, hey, that person there, you know, check it out. I've improved the fighting game stuff. And they go, oh, wow, really? Cool. Cool. Here's some more money. I really like that you've improved it. Here's some support. This is why his fans are the worst thing for him. They're enabling him. They're enabling not only his addictions and his spending, but his reluctance to go outside and socialize with other people. Here he has people who completely validate everything he says. And he doesn't need to tolerate contrary opinions. He can mock them and ban them as he sees fit. And anybody else is a detractor. Whereas outside in the real world, you have to deal with people. You have to deal with contrary opinions, and you have to learn how to deal with contrary opinions, because there's many different ways of doing it, and not all of them are socially appropriate. So you have to get better at managing conflict like that. He's never had that, and he doesn't need to develop that skill, because his chat and his supporters are going to keep enabling him. They're not only enabling like his addictions and his lifestyle that is going to kill him, they're enabling this like lack of development. They're enabling his isolation and his sort of like gradual psychological crumbling, like into just chunks of a human rather than a fully functional human being. He's like fragments of a personality, missing like the important connecting bits, because you get those bits from hanging out with your friends and your family and your co-workers, and he doesn't do any of that.
Understand? That's what I'm saying. I didn't say, hey, someone buy me a fucking joystick and ship it to my house. That never happened. All right? Never. Okay?
No, but you did the other thing. You did the other thing where you're like, if you want to support it, give us money. That's the same thing, just in a different way of saying it. You avoid like the explicit, hey, give me money so I can buy this thing, or hey, if you want to buy me the joystick, buy it. But you're still putting the cost of buying it onto them. Like, you're not... And I get that, again, his audience, as him as a streamer, and his audience as the people who tip him money, they are ultimately, you know, his wage there, and so any cost is going to be put on them. I get that. But he's not, like, putting excess to one side in order to save up for it, you know. It's not like he's just playing like normal, and, you know, he's, you know, buying food like normal and paying for gas like normal, but, you know, any extra that he makes is put to one side with the express purpose of buying a joystick when he's got enough. No. He's buying it first and then putting the cost of it onto his audience. That's different, you know? That's very, very different. So, yeah, that's the key part there, Phil. That's the problem.
So, that narrative is destroyed.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. That was pathetic. If that is your attempt at destroying a narrative, that is fucking pathetic, because it didn't address any of the key points at all. You still bought that joystick when you didn't need to, when it cost too much, and then you put the responsibility for meeting that cost onto your audience. You didn't explicitly say, hey, buy me a joystick. You said, I've bought a joystick, now pay back.
So now they move on to the next narrative. What's the next narrative? Oh, well, you see, even though Phil invested in his business, that's bad. He should have bought a blood test for his cat because his cat is sick.
No, not having this. No, I didn't. I never said that. You lying sack of shit. I never said that. I said, you should have bought a blood test because you don't know if your cat is sick or healthy. There's a fucking huge difference there, Phil. Your cat could be sick and you'd never know it because you didn't have that blood test done. I'm going to play a little game now. I knew this was coming. I was told about this on Twitter. I'm going to play a little game now. And it's not WWE Champions, despite me getting my phone out. I'm going to play a game, and it's called What Are the Clinical Signs of Feline Hypothyroidism? Feel free to play along with me at home. Let's see how many we can spot in... let's pick a cat almost at random. Jasper. And I'm going to let Editor Steve just throw a few clips in there, if any should appear somewhat relevant. No, relevant doesn't feel right. Let's use a more appropriate word. Pertinent. Some of the signs and symptoms that your cat might have hypothyroidism include losing weight despite usually a voracious appetite.
He lost weight last year. He was a little overweight. He lost weight since last year. Usually it's once a day we fill his food bowl. We don't overfeed him. We usually only do once a day.
Overeating, but occasionally a loss of appetite.
Jasper, all right, will not eat wet food at all. He refuses. He doesn't overeat, which is good. He rations his food nicely.
Drinking and urinating more, so litter trays will be wetter.
She says Jasper is running around the house acting weird. It looked like he wanted to use his litter box, but I guess it was pretty full. What's funny is usually if he has an issue with the litter box, because we clean it regularly, but if he usually has an issue with the litter box, he'll tell us. What he'll start to do is he'll go to it, he'll paw it and make a lot of noise, and then we'll know, uh-oh, he loaded it up, we gotta clean it. And in this case, he didn't do that. So we didn't know that he was bothered by the litter box. You know what I mean? Like, we regularly clean it, but we didn't know that I guess maybe he had a big load or something. I don't know. How much does Jasper drink a day? I wouldn't know. I don't track Jasper's drinking.
Vomiting.
He threw up over here in the hallway, and it was his food. And then after I finish streaming, I start walking around the house. There's piles of vomit everywhere. The problem was he decided to barf everywhere. Like, he barfed on the comforter on our bed, and the whole comforter has a giant fucking stain with hair and vomit. And like, oh, God. And then he did it multiple places throughout the house. And I'm like, I guarantee you, it's not just one or two. It's probably all over. And I was right. Like, I basically had to go on a fucking vomit scavenger hunt this morning. It's very disgusting. And I found probably about 3 different places. No, 4. I think it was, yeah, 3 places where I found hairballs. And 1 place it was just a little bit of, like, spit.
Hyperactivity, restlessness, nervousness, sometimes irritability or aggression.
He likes to be in our face in the morning. Because in his eyes, oh, all night we were asleep. You didn't give me any attention because we were asleep. You didn't give me any rubs. You didn't play with me. This is unacceptable. And he just wants constant attention in the morning. So here we are trying to eat. And he's walking in front of the burrito, walking in front of our plate, jumping on our coffee. Like, what are you doing, man? Stop this right now. I had to put him down on the floor 3 times this morning because he kept jumping in front of our food. Today, I would very rarely even eat red meat. I don't even think about it. Ah! How dare you bite me? Oh, that's it. Now you're going to get it. Now you're going to get it. How dare you bite me live on stream? How could you? He's trying to bite me again. Right, Jasper? Stop trying to bite me. I just want to pet you. Get that mouth closed. Ah! Keep your mouth closed. Okay. So anyway. Oh, he got my leg. He grabbed my leg.
Deterioration in your cat's coat may appear oily and unkempt.
So he had hairballs, and he doesn't always have hairballs. It's not like a regular thing with him. It's actually, I'd say, he only gets hairballs at most once a month, and maybe not even that. You know, it's actually quite rare when he gets them. I think what it is right now we had the change of seasons. So last month, maybe some extra grooming, some extra shedding. Well, you got dandruff. Jasper, you've got some dandruff. Oh, no. Oh, no, Kitty needs a bath, and he hates water. Uh-oh. He hates water. The times we tried to give him a full bath, oh, that did not go over well.
Diarrhea.
But I guess he had to use the bathroom, and he's running around the house looking for somewhere to shit. What, like, he has to wait 5 minutes, so the litter box was done. It was clean, ready to go, but he was already had it in his head that he had to go shit somewhere else. So he's running around the house looking for shitting spots. He's trying to shit on the stairs. He's trying to shit in the bathroom. He tried to shit in the room across the hallway under the desk. So I'm chasing him around trying to get him, no, you're not going to do that. You're going to go downstairs. So finally, I grabbed him and brought him downstairs and put him down. And I guess I walked away, and Kat convinced him to go inside the clean litter box, and now he's using the litter box.
In severe cases, severe muscle loss or heart damage causing loss of strength, blah, blah, blah. And you wouldn't know if that was the case with Jasper or not unless you took him to the vet and they had his blood checked for the thyroid levels in it. And you didn't do that. And that's very possibly a thing that your cat could have right now. And instead, if Jasper got like irritable or was like running around a lot, you'd be like, oh, he's a mojito kitty, or oh, he's just demanding our attention, you know. If he was like losing weight despite eating, oh, he's fussy with his food, you know. If he was vomiting a lot, he's vomiting to get our attention, you know. That time when he was trying to find a place to shit because the fucking litter tray was too full. For fuck's sake. I mean, there could be anything wrong with your cat and you don't know. I am not saying that Jasper is sick. I am saying that you don't know if he's sick or not. And as a pet owner, you should know. None of you lot would know that my cat was ill just by her appearances on these videos. You would never be able to tell. You know that she's ill because I've told you that she's ill, and I've been open with like how much it's cost to take her to the vets and the medicine that I give her. I've been open with all that. Because she's ill and it will worry me, and you know, I worry about her health, and so this is a reality of having a pet. But this, what? I'm trying to keep it calm. I'm really trying to keep it calm. Again, I told myself don't get too emotional for this one. But again, it's Jasper, and I feel like this is because of me. I know that other people have been doing this. I know that other people have been going into his chat and saying it, but I feel like this is because I put that video out. I know we reacted with outrage at the start, but this has happened a couple of days after I put my video out. And I'm really happy that people have taken this torch and run with it. I'm really happy to see this. Not because I feel like, yeah, I've had an influence, yeah, I've had an effect, but because it's fucking gotten back to him. Because it means that people have been holding his feet to the fire. And I think he fucking knows he's in the wrong. So, good on yous all for fucking fighting it. I'm so happy that you did. I cannot tell you, like, how much it means to me that this got to him. Even if he fucking dismisses it, even if he's like about to turn it on us and say that we're sick for thinking that his cat is going to die or something, or we're sick for wishing that his cat would die, you know, the fact that it got back to him and he was told, Phil, this is what they're saying you did wrong here, and he's twisting it like this, means it fucking got to him. He heard, he knows. Cannot make it any clearer. I am not saying that Jasper is sick. I am saying he doesn't know whether Jasper is sick or well, because there are some sicknesses that you can only discover through a blood test, and he didn't take that. He didn't have it done. He didn't want to spend the $300 it would have taken to find out whether his cat has hypothyroidism or not. And he has now spent $500 on a fucking joystick he doesn't need, and another copy of a game he's already got, and a subscription service for a year. And he's going to sit there and say, they're all saying that my cat is sick.
Oh, well, you see, even though Phil invested in his business, that's bad. He should have bought a blood test for his cat because his cat is sick. What?
Do you know, it's times like this where I am reminded of, there's a clip of the Alan Partridge Show, Knowing Me, Knowing You, which was a spoof sort of chat show, where he has a Cockney gangster on as a guest, and the Cockney gangster goes, wipe that stupid gormless look off your face. And that's the sort of, that's what I'm reminded of here right now. Like, you know, Phil, you know what we were saying, and your only defense against it is to twist it, because you know you can't defend it. You know you're in the wrong, so instead you have to twist what we're saying. We are not saying that Jasper is sick. We are saying Jasper could be sick and you wouldn't know about it.
He should have bought a blood test for his cat because his cat is sick.
Yeah, and what's his answer?
What?
His thought process is Jasper is sick, when in reality it was Jasper was offered a blood test. Are you going to accept it?
So just listen to this narrative.
He literally changes the narrative.
All right. Oh, well, you see, even though Phil invested in his business, that's bad. He should have bought a blood test for his cat because his cat...
Yeah, there it is.
You should have.
What?
There it is.
What?
What? What? That's preposterous, man.
So just listen to this narrative.
Just listen to us. Okay, again, instantly doing the thing where we don't even like. Okay, if you're arguing with somebody, this is something that is a very. I'm not sure if it's a logical fallacy, but it should be. Where if you say something like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something that's not incendiary. Like, I think Sundrop is a good drink. And the person across from me is like, what? What? Can you believe this guy? Okay, imagine for a moment. Think about this. Just imagine that you're somebody who thinks that Sundrop's a good drink. What the fuck is wrong with you? And it works when the other person actually holds an insane position. But when we're the ones over here saying you blew $500 on some children's toys that you don't need, right after you tried to consider, or you considered your vet trying to tell you to get blood tests for your cat because they might be sick for like $300, a scam. So, that's the position. It's like, why don't you spend the money on your actual kid, which is your cat? I mean, you guys get it, instead of children's toys. And we get this. This is like the extreme version of like trying to paint your opponent as being insane and not even worth addressing because it's such an insane argument. And it's kind of unbelievable that they would even try and go there. I realize I do that a lot with DSP because his positions are actually insane.
He should have bought a blood
so
test
not
for his
calling the kettle black here, but I kind of am, but I'm also not. If you say I'm calling the kettle black, then you're banned.
So that narrative is destroyed.
Oh yeah, you fucking got the trolls, man.
What's the next narrative?
Destroy narrative.
Even though Phil invested in his business, that's bad. He should have bought a blood test for his cat because his cat is sick.
Nope. Okay, somebody could have said that. But the point behind this whole blood test shit is that you supposed to care about your cat and you factually took them to a vet. It's not like people just told him, why didn't you get a blood test for your cat out of the blue? He took the cat to a vet for a checkup that he was supposed to have anyway, and the people at the place recommended he get a blood test on the cat. He didn't get a blood test on the cat. We got a pre-stream where he actually complained about this and accused the people of scamming him and upselling him like he went to a dealership. It was weird. Nobody will tell you that it wasn't weird. It shouldn't have even happened. DSP should have just actually not talked about it. Actually, at all. And if he did, why he talked about it the way he talked about it? It just was nonsense. What's wrong again?
Invested in his business, that's bad. He should have bought a blood test for his cat because his cat is sick.
So yeah, the point, at least the point I try to make with this, he didn't want to spend $300 to see if his fucking cat might be sick or anything. But right after, he spends $500 to play a game he can already play. It's like, dude. And he could have spent $500 on the capture card. That would have been more robust.
What?
There's a lot of problems and issues with this whole situation.
So just listen to this narrative, all right? Last month, I told a one-off story on my podcast that I went to a vet, and this vet was very unprofessional and tried to scam me.
There you go. There you go. There you go. The vet wasn't trying to scam you. The vet wasn't trying to scam you. You know that. I know that. Everybody watching this knows that. Everybody who watched my previous video knows that. Everyone who's ever owned a fucking pet knows that. And you were told by multiple people, including people in your chat who own pets, they were all saying, it's not a scam, you're not being scammed, the vet was not trying to scam you, that was a test you should have taken, that was a test you should have paid for, that was a test you should have had done. Do you know one of the other things that really sort of like personally triggers me that he talks about? I believe I've made this one fairly obvious as well. It's the back. It's when he talks about his back. And when he talks about, like, you know, how painful it was for him and how, like, you know, he nearly lost his control of his bowels and all that stuff. But all he needed to do was move to another state and make his lifestyle more back compliant. And all of a sudden it fixed itself over a period of years of doing nothing, despite the fact that, you know, Literally every medical person and physio in the land would tell you that exercise is the most important part of recovery. But when I go for like the operation on my back, and before you do it, you have to do, you know, pre-op checks. And I've had a bunch of these throughout the years for operations that would eventually end up being cancelled. So, but you have to go in and they do that thing where, you know, you stand up, so they get your height, they get your weight, they get your blood pressure and all that stuff. They also take blood tests to check for things. I don't know how you don't understand this concept. You have a blood test done to check for things. And with Jasper, it will be some illnesses like hypothyroidism. It'll be kidney disease, liver disease, feline AIDS, leukemia.
I told a one-off story on my podcast that I went to a vet, and this vet was very unprofessional and tried to scam me. I was never invited into the room when my cat was being examined medically.
Oh, Phil is so lucky that I couldn't get in touch with my sister-in-law, who is actually a vet. And I was going to call and have her, maybe Friday, we'll revisit this vet topic, and we'll ask the vet herself if this is a common practice that the vet will just try to upsell you like a car salesman on blood tests. Because last time he was doing the whole identity theft and, oh, I needed to get a lawyer. I asked a lawyer live on stream. Style, if he's here, I don't know if Style's here or not, but if Style comes in, he was there when it happened and he saw it. He was the only one. And it had nothing to do with Phil. I just brought it up because I knew Style was there and I knew he would know what I was talking about. And he said he's never heard of it. A lawyer. So I was going to talk to the vet. We're going to have a whole conversation because that's my sister-in-law's a vet tech. That's how I got Vervine and Valerino, you know, because of that. But go off, King.
I was never invited into the room when my cat was being examined medically.
I wasn't when she went in. The last time I went, it was for a blood test. And because all they needed to do was shave her and take a bit of her blood and then put her back in the cage, bring her out to me. That was it. I didn't go in. I just waited. If it's a simple process that they can do within 5 minutes, they'll do it. They'll just be like, yeah, it's okay. We'll just be back in a minute. Don't worry. I got up to sort of like go with her and she was like, oh no, you don't need to, it's okay, it'll only be a few minutes, we're only going to take a blood sample. I was like, okay, fair enough. And I waited, and then a couple of minutes later she came out and she had the cat with her in the carry case. She was she was fine. That was it. Sometimes you don't need to go in, sometimes they're only doing something routine. So I'm assuming, like, you know, a booster for a vaccine is pretty routine, so all they need to do is get Jasper out. Hi Jasper, how are you doing? There you go, good kitty, well done, there you go, good boy, back in the cage. Again, not a thing, not an unusual thing, not a reason to kick off.
I was told a bunch of stuff about my cat that I had no clue if it was true or not, no evidence if it was ever shown.
Like what? I'm trying to remember what part of that I covered in the video. What were you told? They asked you. They asked you about like his medical history and whether he'd had blood work done. They asked you, and then they gave you like paper with info on it that you didn't read. Is that a new addition? I feel like that's a new addition. I feel like that's new. What is that? Because it's like they waited, he was taken in, he was brought back out, the vet came out, looking like she'd been in jogging or at the gym or something, in a tracky bottoms and tracksuit and with wet hair. They talked for a bit, then they came back again and they were like, oh, he's good to go. And they were like, oh, we'd be sat there for half an hour and a half. What stuff about your cat were you told? You were asked and you didn't know stuff and you were like, aren't you supposed to know that? Aren't you supposed to know my pet's medical history? How would I know that? I'm only the owner. What new stuff were you told? Oh, he's had his booster, we gave him a checkup. Is that it? I was told things about my pet, and I keep muddling them up. I'm sorry, because I think that's like the only thing I could think of. Right, that's the only thing I could think of that fits there. Is when they were like, yeah, we gave him his booster and we gave him a checkup and he's fine. That's the only bit that I could think that fits that, because everything else was like they were asking him and he didn't know. I don't recall covering that in the video, so I'm not sure what that is, and I feel like it's a new addition.
I was trying to be upsold by this vet who looked completely unprofessional.
Once again, for the benefit of those with flash photography, you were not being upsold. The vet was recommending that you have this very simple procedure done for your cat. All they wanted to do is take a bit of blood. It's a very routine thing, and it would let them check on a number of things to make sure Jasper was healthy. And Jasper probably is healthy. I said that out multiple times throughout that video, that he's saying, we claim Jasper was sick. He's not explicitly naming me. Again, it's probably not just me. It's people bringing it up in chat. But let us be clear, we did say throughout that video, Jasper is probably healthy. He's a young cat. He doesn't go out, so he's very unlikely to get, anything that way. So he's likely to be healthy. But you don't know for sure, was my point. And the only way you could know for sure was to have that blood test done, and you didn't. You just assumed. You just assumed he was okay. When the reality is, he may very well not be, and you don't know.
I was never invited into the room when my cat was being examined medically. I was told a bunch of stuff about my cat that I had no clue if it was true or not, no evidence if it was ever shown. I was trying to be upsold by this vet.
What do you want? You want evidence? Evidence that your cat is sick. Okay, sounds good.
Who looked completely unprofessional.
They looked unprofessional. This is like... DSP is the kind of person that watches like mainstream Operation Mockingbird news and is like, well, if they're wearing a suit and they're speaking with enough authority about a certain topic, they definitely know what they're talking about. It's the same thing. It's like, well, they look important. They must know what they're talking about. It's like, well, if they don't look like a vet, they must be a fucking asshole.
That I went to a vet, and this vet was very unprofessional and tried to scam me.
That's a good way to start. This vet, they were scamming me, man. They were trying to sell me into a blood test.
I was never invited into the room when my cat
was
being examined
What a
medically.
fucking...
I was told a bunch of stuff about my cat that I had no clue if it was true or not, no evidence if it was ever shown.
Oh, okay. I was told things about my cat. There was no evidence shown. One of the ways to obtain evidence to have a clearer, more defined picture on your cat's health is to get blood work done to make sure whether or not their levels are looking fine. He refuses to get the blood work done. He assumes the cat is fine because he doesn't know, and he's saying that he doesn't know and that they were being vague about it.
I was told a bunch of stuff about my cat that I had no clue if it was true or not, no evidence if it was ever shown. I was trying to be
A lot of coincidence, Phil. You're fucking having a go at no evidence being fucking shown for anything. Just like this entire podcast of you ranting and raving and fucking going off your goddamn head. Also with no evidence whatsoever to back up your fucking farcical claims.
Told by this vet who looked completely unprofessional and wasted my time that day.
Here's a pot calling the kettle black. Phil fucking looking like Magnum PIG every time he fucking rocks one of these dumbass shirts. Calling other fucking people unprofessional looking.
I was told a bunch of stuff about my cat that I had no clue if it was true or not, no evidence if it was ever shown.
Yes, there should be evidence if it was ever shown because you went to the vet prior, right? You went to the vet several times before and the vet gave you paperwork like the one you showed on the fucking day that you let people know that you refused to pay for Jasper's blood work.
I was trying to be upsold by this vet who looked completely unprofessional.
It doesn't matter. You needed blood work for your cat because you admitted in that same fucking stream you don't know if that cat got any blood work.
And wasted my time that day. I mean, I told you if you want, you can watch the podcast, like a month old now, okay?
And then you can watch my video breakdown of it where, we go through it. By the time this video comes out, it's probably like 3 months old. Sorry.
And essentially, I was very upset with the way I was treated at this vet. And that was that. Now, what you guys don't know is in the meantime, there's been follow-up. I'm not going to tell you because it's no one's business.
Right. There's been follow-up. And I've not told you. Right, okay. Yeah, I feel like if it was follow-up that completely validated Phil's claims, if it was follow-up that was like, yeah, you were totally right, we fired that vet and we've changed our practices, and we've also like renamed the vet the Philip P. Burnell Memorial Veterinarian Society for, you know, cats that are declawed. I feel like if it was something that agreed with him, he would have told us at the time. He would have made a big deal out of it. He'd been like, guys, you know, I had a problem with the vet yesterday. Well, guess what? I heard back from them today, and they apologized to me. Phil dances on the corpses of his enemies. If Burger King had apologized, we would have heard about it. They didn't. Machinima never apologized. They got buried. John and Howard were unreasonable and never apologized for their behavior when they stopped hanging out with him. Buried. He would not be able to resist gloating if the following is true.
We had an actual meeting with this vet. Not the vet, but the company that owns that vet clinic.
I'm gonna die. I'm calling bullshit on this for a number of reasons. Chief amongst them is the fact that this presumably involves going out and seeing a manager, and Phil doesn't want to do that. Phil would rather do it over the phone or by email. You know, he hates forms of communication that involve being face to face with someone. We know he crumbles in the face of adversity and when people stand up to him. So if they were like, you know, come in and see us, he'd be like, well, no, can't we do this now over the phone? You know, like I'm on the phone now, so we might as well. Or, you know, ideally, can you email me? My email is darksidephil@hotmail.com. You know, there's no way he'd be called in. Secondly, why would they? Why would the vet call him in? What did the vet tech or the vet that you saw last time do wrong? You know, let's see. Right, let's see why he's called in.
Now, what you guys don't know is in the meantime, there's been follow-up. I'm not going to tell you because it's no one's business. We had
follow up. Okay, so he's gonna tell me. So he will follow up on an order that didn't get delivered. He will follow up on Burger King not getting in touch with him quick enough and what they said. But when you go on this whole tirade about how this vet shows up unprofessional trying to scam you, all of a sudden you don't have to update that because it's insignificant. So the BK sandwich and you not getting a refund was more important to recap or to update us on. But the vet that tried to scam you of hundreds of dollars, that's just okay. That can go by the wayside because it's just a one-off story. Yeah, the math ain't mathing right.
Now, what you guys don't know is in the meantime, there's been follow-up. I'm not going to tell you because it's no one's business.
No, there's going to be follow-up because there was no follow-up because you fucking lied.
We had an actual meeting with this vet.
No, you didn't, because again, we see you every fucking day. Now it's getting to the point where it's just getting fucking ridiculous, my man. We see you every fucking day. Every fucking day. We know what the fuck you do.
Not the vet, but the company.
No, they're no fucking what practice? Let's see. So let's see. Come on now, let's fucking look it up. Let's look it up. Let's see what company owns these veterinary practices around your way. Let's look up Burnell Productions, right? Burnell Productions. Let's look. Burnell Productions, right in Washington, right? We're gonna look that up, right? We're gonna look it up on a map, right? Let me see here. Now I want people. I don't want. Now let's just look. Looking. So we have, Spring Glen Veterinary, right? Let's see. Spring Glen Veterinary. Let's see. Yeah, I'm looking at the closest fucking place that has a vet, which is right down the street from your fucking complex. And I don't see this place being a subsidiary of a larger entity here.
We had an actual meeting with this vet. Not the vet, but the company that owns that vet clinic.
Did you? Oh my God! Hold on. Did Phil go full Karen mode? Phone in the company and request a sit-down meeting with like the owners of the fucking establishment to demand an apology and demand a discount or something. Oh, this might be fucking great. If this has actually happened, I want to hear this. Apparently this fucking happened. Okay, hold on. I'll just rewind it. You rewind it. Get the snacks out. I'm gonna let this play out until I can fucking barely stand it anymore.
And we talked with the management about it and explained the entire situation from start to finish. And the management agreed with us that this seemed like the entire thing was wrong, that the vet was not doing what they professionally should have done.
Management agreed with him. Management agreed with him that the vet was in the wrong and they shouldn't have done what they did. Now, I want you to consider the perspective of management here. And they get Darkside Phil's complaint. They get his side of the story. And then they go to the vet. And the vet says, I asked him about the cat's medical history. He didn't know. I said, has he ever had blood work? He said, no. I said, you should probably have blood work done then, so that we can check for certain things, you know. Like we've gone over previously, stuff like thyroid levels and feline leukemia. And he said, no. And I said, no, really, I recommend that you do it. He said, so how much is it? And I said, $300. And he said, no, we're not doing it then. And then he took the cat and stormed off. Can you imagine what sort of management? I asked him about the cat's medical history. He didn't know. I asked him if he'd had a blood test and he said no. And I said, you really should get it done. And he said no. And thinks, yeah, he's right. You're not. You as the vet recommending that this person who doesn't know his cat's medical history and has never had, and the cat has never had a blood test before, recommending that this cat has a blood test, you're in the wrong. The person there who doesn't know his pet's medical history is right. The person refusing to have a blood test done for his cat is right. You, the vet, recommending that the person has the blood test done for his cat is wrong. What sort of fucking vet management is going to say that? What sort of fucking vet is going to side with DSP on this issue? Fucking none. This never happened. This is a lie. He knows he did wrong. He is desperately coming up with any fucking excuse, any reason, anything to explain all this away. You can't criticize me for this. The vet's management said I was in the right. He is fucking desperate. There is no way a vet's management, there is no way any sort of like senior vet would listen to, he didn't know the cat's medical history. He knew that the cat hadn't had any blood work. And so when I recommended that we do blood work on the cat, he said no. And would hear Phil's side of it and side with Phil. No fucking vet in the world. This is a lie because he knows he's done wrong.
We had an actual meeting with this vet. Not the vet, but the company that owns that.
Oh my God, what a big up Karen Burnell.
We talked with the management about it. And
Karen Burnell.
That this seemed like the entire thing was wrong, that the vet was not doing what they professionally should have done, that it was completely unprofessional.
Karen Burnell.
We had an actual meeting with this vet. Not the vet, but the company that owns that vet.
Oh boy, here we go. New lore.
We talked with the management about it and explained the entire situation from start to finish.
Karen talked to the manager.
And the management agreed with us that this seemed like the entire thing was wrong, that the vet was not doing what they professionally should have done.
Holy shit. Okay.
Yes,
all right. What are the odds that him and Kat and Jasper went to a meeting with the vet franchise managers? What are the odds that happened? I'm going to go out on a limb and say that he probably either like Facebook messaged them, and it was some intern that just replied and said, "I'm so sorry about your experience. Your thing has been logged. We will take care of it internally. Thank you for your feedback." That's what happened. And then that went like in here. It sloshed around a little bit in the gin, and then we get this story.
Now, what you guys don't know is in the meantime, there's been follow-up. I'm not going to tell you because it's no one's business.
Yeah.
We had an actual meeting with this vet.
He's literally just coming up with another story. He literally just inserts another story, which we don't even need to fucking know. Like, just assume that this is true for a second. Like, actually, just assume that this is true for a second. So now he hits us with another story. Well, yeah, I just went to the vet again, and, you know, probably said that he saw a different vet, and the cat looked even better this time.
Not the vet, but the company that owns that vet.
It looked at the
clinic.
company.
And we talked with the management about it and explained the entire situation from start to finish. And the management agreed with us.
Yeah. Can you imagine that, Mr. Brunel, come to the management building of Cats R Us? He goes in there, walks in with his Zelda Jamies and his little fucking pizza shirt and whatever. He's like, "I came to one of your facilities and I had my Jasper kitty checked up on, but the lady was being very unprofessional and very stationary. And I deserve to have an explanation of why it is that I was offered to get a blood test done for blood work. Yes." And then they look at the fucking paperwork and they're like, "Ah, yes, Mr. P.P. Brunel, I see here that you were offered some blood work and you denied it. Well, we agree with you. That's a good call. You shouldn't do that if you feel like it's not worth it. Okay, is there anything else you need, Mr. Brunel?" No, that's all, man. Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll let the secretary see you out." And the secretary offers her hand, points it towards the door, and he leaves. And that's it. That's literally it. Like, how ridiculous is this story if you really just think about it? Like, what did he even talk about? I talked to the management. The management of Vets R Us were like, "Yeah, I agree." And that's it. This is possible because most vets are a franchise. However, I doubt they blindly agreed. I would agree so. Whenever he says that they agree with me, I know that he's making it up. Yeah, exactly. Whenever DSP says they agreed with me, it's like, what did they even agree to? Why did you even tell us this story? It's like, oh, this is to disprove the trolls. Bro, this isn't disproving anything. You were offered the blood test. You shouldn't have told us this anyway. You were offered the blood test. You said it's a scam. You didn't get it. And then people are like, wait a minute. I actually have pets of my own and I get them blood work done. And it's kind of a normal thing to do, like every several years, to kind of make sure that they're good. People think about it. They scratch their chin a little bit. Probably do a little bit of like a glasses and nose wiggle and shit. They push their glasses up a little bit. Like, yeah, something's a little fishy. Something's just a little fishy.
That it was completely unprofessional. Yes, they were trying to upsell us on a $300 blood test that is not needed on our cat.
Right. Okay. How do I define essential? It's not essential, right? Let's define essential. Essential implying that, you know, without it, the cat would die. It's not. A blood test isn't like that, you know. It's not a treatment. So, it's not essential. It's not really, you know, it's not really a defense either way. It's recommended, right? And it's recommended for a reason, Phil. It's not essential in that your cat is not going to die if you don't do it. It's recommended, though, because it's how you check certain things about your cat's health that you cannot get from a physical. It gives you a more complete picture of your cat's health. It lets you know more about how your cat is. I know more about my cat now because we've had blood tests done. I know because I've spoken to the vets about it. They've given me the results of the blood tests that she's had. I know that, you know, her kidneys, her liver, her digestive system, all that stuff, fine. There is no problem with them at all. There's nothing in her blood that suggests that, you know, like her liver's packing up or her kidneys aren't working. Nothing like that. They're fine. I know that my cat doesn't have feline leukemia or feline AIDS or feline diabetes because her blood's fine. Those things are fine in her blood. I know that she has a problem with her thyroid levels. I know that she has hyperthyroidism and she needs medication to bring her thyroid levels down because of blood tests. I also know how those levels are coming along now, and they're still a little high, but they're much lower than they were, and they're coming down because of blood tests. I also know that there was some concern about her white blood cell levels being a bit lower than normal. So when the vet rang me up a couple of days ago to give me the results, he said, they are coming back up. So, for now, we're going to keep her on the same medication and monitor things and see how she does. We could do that through blood tests. It's not essential, but it is a recommended part of your pet's healthcare. It is a recommended part of making sure that your pet is okay. Because you can't get that from a physical. There are things that you need to check. And there isn't a fucking vet in the world that is going to side with you on this. There is not a single fucking vet worth their salt that will listen to this story and consider your side of things and the vet side of things and side with you. They will all come down on the same side as the vet.
We were outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test. You were being told lies. Because we were told Jasper needed a $300 blood test in order to find out if he has any kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't.
Bro, yeah, I mean, you weren't told he needed, you were recommend you have it. You didn't say needed previously. You didn't say the vet said he needed this. You said we recommend it. Oh, we highly recommend it. The vet tried to upsell us. Need is a new addition. We were told we needed. That's a new addition. And again, to check things. Yeah, to check things. That's one of the things you could check. There may be other ways of checking for urinary. She's never had a UTI. But your cat fucking has. Multiple times. So maybe it's the sort of thing that you should be checking up on. And one of the ways to do that will be through blood tests. Your cat has had it twice. Your cat's had a UTI twice, right? At least. The first time, when you had to discover it from the vet, you had to learn from the vet what it was. The second time, when you recognised the symptoms, diagnosed it yourself. And since then, you don't know. What are the ways to check up on how well Jasper is doing and how much damage, if any, that UTI has done is a fucking blood test. And there is not a vet in the world that will disagree with the vet saying, you should do this. You should get this blood test done. You don't know your cat's medical history.
We talked with the management about it. And
come on now, dog.
Situation from start to finish. And the management agreed with us that this seemed like
sure they
the
did.
entire thing was wrong. That the vet was not doing what they professionally should have done. That it was completely unprofessional. Yes, they were trying to upsell us on a $300 blood test that is not needed on our...
He's making up so much stuff right here, man. He make up shit when he talk about anybody.
Lies. That it was completely unprofessional. Yes, they were trying to upsell us on a $300 blood test. That is...
I'm sorry, but come on. No, I think if they admit that, then they are liable for being sued. No, that's something you can take them to court for. And it would be perjury if they fucking lied, but no, that's fucking nonsense. Unless there's any evidence of this, that is absolute fucking garbage. I mean, Meth Bear, you're a fucking lawyer. Would any sort of fucking organisation admit this to a client and risk them getting sued because they admit that right then and there? I know it's not your area of expertise in particular for that kind of law, but you're certainly more clued up in the law than most other fucking people as a lawyer yourself, so I imagine that most fucking organisations would not openly admit to their fucking customers, oh yeah, our guys fucked up, that was wrong, you're right, they did try to upsell you, they tried to scam you, and just open yourself to fucking lawsuits if you fucking admit that to your clients.
that this seemed like the entire thing was wrong, that the vet was not doing what they professionally should have done, that it was
What should
completely
they have
unprofessional.
done?
Yes, they were
What
trying
should
to
they have
upsell
done?
us on a $300 blood
What should they have
test that
done?
is not needed on our cat. We were outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test. You were being told lies.
You were being told lies. You want a good way of having a lawsuit against your fucking firm for your fucking business? Yeah, my associate, the vet that was seeing your cat, was telling you a lie. So are you going to sue them, Phil? Because that's an easy lawsuit to win if you had that in writing. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense now that you kind of break it down even further, right? Literally, utterly insane. I agree, Jedi Unreal. This is the most wild and crazy speculation I've ever heard. The vet lied to me, dude. Yeah, like, this is a slam dunk case. If he has this in writing, if he has a recording, it's like, yeah, the vet lied and the franchise agrees with me. Can I get some free money, dude? And he could probably get some free money.
We were told Jasper needed a $300 blood test in order to find out if he has any kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't.
It can help. You don't have to. You can decline, which you did.
That it was completely unprofessional. Yes, they were trying to upsell us on a $300 blood test that is not needed on our cat. We were outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test. You were being told lies. Because we were told Jasper needed
The manager
a
told him
$300
that.
blood test.
The manager threw the vet completely under the bus and said, yes, sir, we tried to scam you. The manager said that. Do you know how bad they would be sued? They are not going to tell you that. You know what they're going to do? I apologize for the inconvenience, sir. I'm sorry that this happened to you, sir. So they are not, them admitting that they scammed you is just grounds for a lawsuit. Do you think everyone's as stupid as you? Are you just living life thinking everyone's as dumb and gullible as you, the people that follow you, son? Are you hearing the words you said? That they tried to scam you of hundreds of dollars. You could smell the lawsuit in the air. They agreed.
Shit like that, shit like that, shit like that, shit
Yo.
like that, shit like that.
I hope something bad happens at the Snort Fort. That's all I'm trying to be nice. I said I'm trying to be nice, gang. I'm trying to be nice. But I hope something just crashes into it.
On a $300 blood test that is not needed on our cat. We were outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test. You were being told lies.
How would you know? What? No. Okay, that's not how these businesses operate. You don't go above the head of the person you're dealing with and say, I want to speak to your manager because my name is Karen. And then the manager goes, you know what? That fucking bitch lied to you, Mr. Burnell. That's not how it works. That would be the most poor, like I would be the singular most poorly run business of all time. And I just don't believe it. I'm sorry.
We know this for a fact because years ago, he went to a vet, like four or more years ago. He went to a different vet, and that vet did not do a blood test and immediately diagnosed him with a urinary problem and gave him antibiotics. So we know he doesn't need it.
You don't know that now! You know that's what happened then. You don't know he doesn't need it now. Fucking hell.
We were outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that.
Yeah, then look at that crack. Look at that crack. Look at that crack, you lying piece of shit.
Outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test.
Let's go.
Blood test.
Let's go back.
Cat did not need that blood. Not needed on our cat. We were outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test.
Ooh, look at that. Look, you nervous,
yeah,
bitch.
You're right, that your cat did not need that blood test.
Ooh, I just let's go back a little bit.
Outright told, yeah, you're right, that your cat did not need that blood test. You were being told lies.
Yeah.
Because we were told Jasper needed a $300 blood test in order to find out if he has any kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't.
I'm not exploding internally because I need to look something up and pick. Now, Phil, this is what I mean by you saying things that you shouldn't be saying. Now I gotta look up things. I know I'm fine. I'm totally fine. Because this is a gotcha moment. This is a total gotcha moment. Let's repeat that again.
of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't. We know urinary tract. No, he doesn't. In order to find out if he has any kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't. We know this for a fact because years ago he went to a vet, like four or more years ago. He went to a different vet, and that vet did not do a blood test and immediately diagnosed him with a urinary problem and gave him antibiotics.
Damn. I didn't even have to look the shit up. I didn't even have to look this shit up. I've already had to look. I didn't even have to look this shit up. Bruh. 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 I don't even gotta look this shit up. He just fucking. Bruh, he just fuck. So 2 years ago, he goes ahead and takes Jasper, and they find a urinary tract infection with Jasper. So now the vet wants to go ahead and do a blood test. Why? Because they think Jasper might have a urinary tract infection. The issue here, right, is that Phil doesn't know. So I'm Phil. So let's say, guys, let's say Phil took Jasper to the ER, right? He's taking him to the ER. He's taking him for a urinary tract infection, right? They thought they found it, right? So Jasper did have a urinary tract infection. Now, don't you think that the vet that saw Jasper would put on Jasper's medical record the thing that they saw, the thing, you know, put like the observations and whatnot in Jasper's medical record? Wouldn't it be possible for the new vet to see those observations also? So there's a strong possibility that the vet may have read something and may have noticed something and wanted to get a more comprehensive look at what was wrong with Jasper.
We know this for a fact because years ago he went to a vet, like four or more years ago. He went to a different vet, and that vet did not do a blood test and immediately diagnosed him with a urinary problem and gave him antibiotics.
Which is easy to do as well. They wanted to see whether or not he has other ongoing problems if he had a second urinary tract infection. Your cat shouldn't be having frequent UTIs, man. That's not normal. I have a male cat. Well, not as long as I've had, or DSP has had Jasper, but my male cat has not had any of these problems at all. But that's because I keep 2 separate litter boxes and I keep them very well cleaned. I clean them literally every single day, every night, really. And I can only imagine how Phil does this. Exactly. How does he know? Did Jasper tell him? Like, how does he even know any of this shit?
And this, the management of this vet clinic agreed with us.
The biggest X to doubt right now. There is no fucking way. He never spoke to management. They would never agree with him. They would side with the vet. They would have got the complaint from Phil and they'd have had the vet in and the vet would have gone, yeah, I said this. This is what actually happened. He didn't know his pet's medical history. He didn't want to do the blood test. And that's it. Did you recommend it? Yeah. I tried to tell him it's important. We need to check. Didn't want to know. There was nothing about the UTI last time. There was nothing. He didn't specify what they wanted to check for last time. He just said they needed to do a blood test. No mention of a UTI. No mention of it being to do with his urinary tract infection. That's a new addition as well. That's a new layer of the lie.
Because we were told Jasper needed a $300 blood test in order to
find
out if he has any kind of problems with his urinary tract. No, he doesn't. We know this for a fact.
I'm pretty certain urinary tract wasn't name dropped at all when he told the original vet story. Pretty fucking sure of that. Pretty sure of it. But what if he did bring up urinary tract? I feel like I remember something as specific as urinary tract. But this is shit that we hear when he tell a story a month later. We hear about urinary tract and we hear about him not being invited in the room. But the first time we didn't hear about urinary tract and we didn't hear the word invite. We just heard how he wasn't allowed in the room. Not being allowed somewhere is a lot different than not being invited somewhere. DSP's not invited to my house, but he might be allowed in. I don't know.
Because years ago, he went to a vet, like four or more years ago. He went to a vet, and that vet did not do a blood test. And
go back to Champions, DSP.
That this vet was in the wrong. This was 100% this vet trying to outsell to make money. And they said, number one, you're never going to have to deal with that vet ever again. If you continue to have business with us, you will never deal with that vet ever again.
I wonder if that was the vet going, please don't make me deal with him again. If he ever makes another appointment, I don't want to deal with him. I can't be dealing with him. He's just too stupid. He doesn't listen. He doesn't understand what you say to him. It doesn't matter how many times you explain this is important. He's not going to. Just please don't let me. Just please don't. You know. So when they're like reassuring him, don't worry, you won't have to deal with that vet again, I promise. They're like, because she fucking did not want anything to do with you.
And this the management of this vet clinic agreed with us that this vet was
talked to the manager, and they said that bitch was a liar. She tried to scam you. That wasn't right. And you're great. And also, I'm the CEO, by the way. And here's $100.
This vet trying to outsell to make money. And they said, number one, you're never going to have to deal with that vet ever again. If you continue to have business with us, you will never deal with that vet ever again.
That didn't happen. None of this happened. This was a fantasy. This is a gin-soaked fantasy that he just thought about so much that it became a reality.
This vet was in the wrong. This was 100% this vet trying to outsell to make money. And they said, number one,
why would the vet try to, like, why would the vet, let me turn this off, sorry. Why would the vet try to just upsell you and make money if you have insurance? You have insurance, and that's the other thing. He has pet insurance. We verified this. We verified this, that his parents pay for his pet insurance. Why is this an issue? There's too many plot holes here. He has pet insurance. On the last stream that we did, where we had the Jasper's bloodwork, we brought it up. His parents, he said when his parents loves cats, and you know, if need be, they pay for his pet insurance. So he might not have it now. I don't know what they did, but at one point he had it.
We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them why that was completely in the wrong.
We're going to tell them off like a small child. This didn't happen. This didn't happen, for fuck's sake.
And make sure they don't treat another customer like that ever again.
Thank you, Darkside Phil. Thank you. You've improved our business. Thank you. Thank you so much. We would never have known that this was happening if it weren't for you bringing it to our attention. Thank you. We will make corrective course changes immediately. We will put in new measures to ensure that in future no other customer should have to suffer like you. From now on, we'll be letting people check in 15 minutes early, and if 2 chew hours go in before them, by God, you'd be right to complain. There is no fucking way any of this happened. This is all a lie, because he knows he's in the wrong for not paying for Jasper's blood test. Do not fucking let up on him.
We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them why that was completely in the wrong, and make sure they don't treat another customer like that ever again.
Does anybody believe that? Does anybody actually believe that? Considering DSP's propensity to fucking blow shit out of proportion, does anybody believe a fucking ounce of that story? Because I sure don't.
We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them why that was completely in the wrong, and make sure they don't treat another customer like that ever again. Right?
This is cap. Like, is anyone really like, oh my God, I can't believe it, that he just so conveniently had to bring this up now? This whole Jasper talk has been happening for days, but all of a sudden you got to bring it up.
So explain to them why that was completely in the wrong and make sure they don't treat another customer like that ever again. Right? So we had that conversation with the vet. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys proof for that, then? We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them why that was completely in the wrong and make sure they don't treat
I completely understand what probably happened here, though.
Right?
And he's given us so much extra words. Of course, the customer's always right, right? So he calls this place and he complains and they say, "We're sorry, Mr. Burnell. It's never going to happen again. We're going to talk to the person that did this. We don't want them to do this." They're going to just, as he would say, they're going to blow smoke up his ass. What are they going to say? "We stand behind our employees. You are factually incorrect, sir." They're not going to say he's fucking wrong. Get out of here. Get out of here.
You will never deal with that vet ever again. We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them.
They don't do that, Phil. They don't do that. They don't do that. That's how I know you're lying. That's how I know you're lying. People don't do that. This is something you would do. They don't do that.
That was completely in the wrong and make sure they don't treat another.
They don't do that. They'll say if there was a true incident, say, "I'm sorry, Mr. Burnell, it will never happen again. We'll have a conversation." That's it. We're not going to say she was completely wrong. Sorry. If any person, if you work in a company and your manager ever does that to you, you leave. I don't give a fuck. Don't ever, never.
We're going to sit down with that vet and explain to them why that was completely in the wrong and make sure they don't treat another customer like that ever again.
I'm just not buying the story whatsoever.
Do it.
Fuck me, man. The scientist in chat is saying that they work for a hospital. There are many times when a manager will just let the patient get their own way and tell them what they want to hear, just to quickly stop the harassment. So yeah. Sometimes it's good to fucking appease an angry Karen and pretend to fucking just, kowtow to their fucking demands just to get him to shut the fuck up. But I don't buy this fucking story from Phil whatsoever. It's one of those things where I don't think that Phil's trying to claim they fucking outright said, yeah, they tried to upsell you this and they shouldn't have done it and they lied to you, not shit, and they're wrong. I don't believe that they said that for a second. I can understand if they're maybe sympathetic towards Phil's issues, not shit, and say these claims, I'll look into these claims, and if there's any they'd have had some sort of fucking proper smart arse kind of talk to try and fucking cool down the situation. And Phil has likely inserted words into people's mouths because he has done that on a number of occasions in the past. Then a tocad. It's probably easy to fucking read it that way now. Thank you for super chat. It says, if this actually happened, he would have talked with it on stream to gloat about being right. Exactly. There's no way he would have let us fucking go. Remember the Burger King story? And they fucking said he chased up an email with fucking management and all that shit. And and then didn't respond to him. Burger King ghosted him, so he's not going back to that Burger King ever again. The chicken Whopper thing was fucking a monstrosity. It was all greasy and he wanted some conversation. He wanted something from Burger King, and they basically just went to him. And then just fucking ignored his ass.
Right? So we had that conversation with the vet. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys that because who cares? It's none of your business. Who cares about that? Right? It doesn't matter.
But it was fine for you to bring up the original incident, though, wasn't it? It was fine for you to sort of whinge and moan about the care that you got there, the experience that you had there. So when people are like, "Hey, Phil, what's going on with the vet?" Don't fucking ask. It's none of your business. People are like, "Phil, you had a horrible experience at the vet. What are you going to do about Jasper's healthcare in future?" None of your business. Stop asking. You brought it up. You've told people about it. You've put it in their heads. We all had to think about it because of how fucking stupid it is for you to behave like that. We want to know. We want to know what's going on. You've got a cat and you're failing to live up to your responsibilities regarding its healthcare. You should fucking explain yourself. But you can't be held responsible, can you? You don't want to be held responsible. It's none of our business now, is it? This is all a tale to get us to shut up and fuck off. Leave you alone about it. That's what this is. This is nothing grounded in reality. This never happened, but he wants us to shut the fuck up about it. So he's trying to tell us, look, actually, it all got sorted, and yeah, I was in the right, so shut up. That's what this is. This is just a lie trying to get us to shut up. That's why it's so unbelievably egocentric. That's why it's so centered around, yeah, Phil, you were right. Yeah, Phil, you were right. You were absolutely right. You were being upsold. That vet was in the wrong. You did experience an awful time here. You had awful service. We're so sorry. You know, we have put in place new procedures now. We are going to give that vet a bollocking, and we're going to tell them that they did wrong. And, you know, thanks to you, we're going to change it and make sure that nobody else ever has to suffer. You're a hero. You're a martyr. You've sacrificed for the common person. That's why it's so self-serving, because he cannot consider that he might be in the wrong. But he knows he is deep down, and he can't admit it because he'd get in serious trouble. Because this is Jasper. This isn't him fucking up and spending his money on a game and leaving it on screen. This is him and his pet, and he knows how serious people take this. You know, he's not stupid. He knows how serious people get about care for animals and cats in particular. But, you know, no disrespect to dogs, but, you know, cats are popular on the internet. So he knows that. You know, again, he knows enough to not get in trouble. He still has racist and sexist thoughts. He still thinks of those jokes, but he knows enough to not get in trouble, so he doesn't say them. And it's the same thing here. He knows that the consequences of fucking about, and if Jasper is ill, and he does die from this, or from something that is preventable and could have been caught earlier with a simple blood test, he knows he's in trouble. So he has to lie about it, so that we get off his case. And then we don't think, oh, actually, Jasper might still be ill, and we should keep a closer eye on this and get Phil in trouble. He has to lie about it. And his lie is centered around the idea that, yeah, I was right. Because he can't consider that he might be wrong. He can't consider that he might actually be wrong. He just knows that he'll get in trouble if he is. So the best way to stop people thinking he is to tell them that he's not. And to tell them that he's not and to have them believe it, it has to come from the vet. It has to come from someone higher up, the people who own the vet's place, you know. It's not just the vet who served him that day. It's the owners, and they were right. They agreed with him 100%. And they've changed things, and it's, you know, for the better because of Phil. And the vet said so you can all shut up now.
Customer like that ever again. Right? So we had that conversation with the vet. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys that because who cares? It's none of your business.
But again, why would you let us know that you refused to play for bloodwork when you didn't even know when the last time Jasper actually had fucking bloodwork? Remember? When they ask you, when's the last time you had bloodwork? Oh, I don't know. Don't you? No, you supposed to, dumbass, because the fucking cat lives with you. Remember that? You don't even remember when the last time your cat had bloodwork.
Who cares about that? Right? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, who cares about the fact that you didn't say that you don't remember the last time your cat had blood work? Can we remember that?
We had that conversation with the vet. Now, I'm not going to tell you guys that because who cares? It's none of your business. Who cares about that? Right? Doesn't matter.
So you'll tell the first part, but not the second part. Like the especially because you're right. You love telling the internet that you're right. This would have been a perfect gotcha to the detractor. I told you. So you said it probably was fake, but actually it was real. Look, I have definitive evidence that it happened. No.
Business. Who cares about that? Right? Doesn't matter. But these idiots.
Things that didn't happen.
But these idiots. All right? Literally, these idiotic trolls on the internet actually think that they're vets.
Yo! What the fuck? Right. Okay, I've got this. I can't speak for anybody else in the Detractorverse that's taken up this, for want of a better term, cause and run with it to varying degrees, whether it be uploading your own videos or being in Phil's chat and asking about it, you know. I can't speak for anybody else. I can speak for myself and for my part in this, however big or small it is, and say, I never thought I was a vet. I didn't say I was a vet. I never claimed to be a vet. I am a cat owner, though. I own a cat. I own a cat that's ill, and I have to go to the vets about that cat that's ill to deal with things like treatment and tests and medicines. So that's how I know you're wrong. That's how I know you're full of shit, Phil. That's how I know that what you did was a bad thing. Because I have been in exactly the same situation as you. I have been exactly the same space, the same place, the same moment where the vet is like, you need to do this test. But I said yes. Because I wanted to know whether my cat was ill or not. And guess what? She is. And you don't know for sure that Jasper is okay. There could be underlying health issues with Jasper that you don't know about because you didn't have that test done. You don't know. Answer me this one question, Phil. How are Jasper's thyroid levels?
Literally
banning someone.
Trolls on the internet actually think that they're vets, and they say, "You see, if
no, they're cat owners. You asshole. They're responsible cat owners. Something that you are not, and they know when your cat is showing symptoms of an infection. Maybe you should get a blood test to make sure they're okay because something is clearly wrong."
But these idiots, all right, literally these idiotic trolls on the internet actually think that they're vets. And they say, you see, if a vet tells you that you should have a $300 blood...
No, we're not vets. We're people with fucking cats. We're people with fucking pets, and we're responsible owners who go ahead and actually take care of their fucking pets as opposed to just getting them water fountains so we don't have to change their water instead of just leaving them fucking left in their fucking bedrooms all the way until 10 a.m.
And they say, you see, if a vet tells you that you should have a $300 blood test for your pet, you should just do it. And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet.
Yeah! Yeah, it fucking does! Yeah! That's... Yeah! How is that a how do you think that's a defect? Yeah! It does! Am I going mad? Did it... I mean... Like, how can you think that's ridiculous? Because it does. You wouldn't spend $300 on a test to make sure that your cat is okay, but you'll spend $500 on a joystick that you don't need and a copy of a game that you've already got on another system. That does make you a bad pet owner. That does mean that you're putting your material wants and needs above the health of your pet. That does mean you are failing in your duty as a pet owner. You cannot handle the responsibility. You are not living up to your obligations. You are not performing the duty of care that you have taken on when you got a pet. That very well does make you a bad pet owner. Oh, God. I'm losing my fucking mind. This is what he's doing. He's making us look ridiculous, right? And he has to do that. He's trying to defend himself from a position that, coming from the perspective of pet owners, is reasonable. Whereas if he makes us like, oh, suddenly they're all vets, you know, suddenly he's putting an unreasonable like appearance on us. Suddenly we're experts in a field that we don't actually know anything about just because it's an excuse to criticize him. So he's trying to make us look ridiculous. And part of that process means you have to make our argument and our position look ridiculous as well. Because again, if you listen to our perspective from as pet owners, that seems reasonable. The criticism that he spent that much money on a joystick and a copy of a game he's got instead of less for his pet, which makes him a bad pet owner, that's reasonable from the perspective of pet owners. So he has to inflate like our supposed positions, and he has to make us look like we're the ridiculous ones by taking such extreme lengths. And as he does that, he also makes the argument that he is a bad pet owner for spending like $500 on the joystick he doesn't need and a copy of a fighting game that he already has on another system instead of paying $300 for his pet's healthcare to be checked. And how is that a defense, Phil? How do you think that makes you look good and us look bad? How? I am completely fine with blowing out my voice over this. I am completely fine with fucking up my throat over this. I just cannot get over that. In what world? Seriously, in what world? In what world does you are a bad pet owner because instead of spending $300 on a simple test that would have told you so much more about your pet's health and shown that he was okay, instead of doing that, you spend $500 on a new joystick that you didn't need after spending $130 on new buttons for another joystick that you're using on another system and a copy of Street Fighter 6, which you already own for another system. How is that reasonable? How is that reasonable, Phil? It's not. It's not reasonable at all. Our position is reasonable. And we don't need to be vets to say that. I have literally been in the same position as you when the vet said, we need to take a blood sample. We need to run a blood test. And I've said yes. And I know more about how my cat's health is doing now. And I could treat my cat because of it. And you don't know that Jasper is okay. You just think he's okay. You don't know. I just can't. He thinks that's a good... How does he think that's a good defense and we're bad for thinking he's a bad person for doing this? How?
And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet. I'm not shitting you. This is what these idiots are saying and doing.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that's going to be done if you brag about getting a fucking controller that you didn't need and blood work done for a pet. Well, not blood work not done for a pet that you kind of call your son. Maybe you shouldn't have mentioned the blood work thing and nobody would have made fun of you. But because you have to keep like telling us all this shit that we really don't need to know, you literally cause problems for yourself. Quite literally, he causes his own drama.
And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet.
Now, the problem is, though, Phil, the previous month before you went to the vet, you were talking about Jasper being very strange, like being sick and thrown up for attention. You told your audience that Jasper was being sick for attention, which didn't sound like a very normal thing to fucking happen for a cat. So, the fact of the matter is, Jasper was showing signs and symptoms by your own narrative, Phil, beforehand. Jasper was showing signs of not being well. Then, when the vet has offered you a chance to fucking explore this further via a blood test, you immediately shoot this down and claim they're trying to upsell you. You don't want to spend that fucking money on Jasper. But then you immediately fucking blow $500 on yourself for fucking gaming shit for your own personal self-satisfaction. This entire podcast so far is a fucking detractor's dream come true because there's so much fucking shit to fucking explore and discuss.
Test for your pet, you should just do it. And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet.
Yes.
I'm not shitting you.
Yes, and we're saying it now. That's why your voice cracked yet again, because you know this is a hot button issue.
And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick.
Again, he compared his cat to his son. He said Jasper is like my son. He don't even have a real son, but he said Jasper is like my son. If you have $500 to spend on an arcade stick and not get it on a payment plan, because according to him, he didn't get it on a payment plan, even though he said he did. But anyway, shouldn't you be okay with spending money to see if your son is okay? I'm just saying, bro. That's some real hood rich shit.
With monster wheels.
Yeah, I didn't get blood work done for my kid, but I got some 22s on my Corolla the next day. There's like actual hood rich vibes coming from DSP.
Instead,
it's kind of fire.
Shows that you don't love saying and doing.
He did these things really close to each other too. He did not think this through. He was so desperate to get a new arcade stick.
And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet.
Yes, that is correct. Wow, that was oddly coherent and succinct for DSP. Big ups.
And the fact that you wouldn't do that for Jasper, but you bought a joystick instead, shows that you don't love your pet. I'm not.
A little bit. And the spraying of the cat too. That's a dead giveaway for me.
I'm not shitting you. This is what these idiots are saying and doing.
Idiots. How are we idiots? How are we idiots, Phil? How are we idiots for thinking you didn't need to spend $500 on a new joystick you don't need and another copy of a game you already own when A, you constantly complain about needing support from your audience because of your financial situation, and B, you refuse to pay slightly less than that, and by slightly I mean $200 less than that, to make sure that your pet that you are responsible for the care of is okay. How are we the idiots, Phil? How are we the idiots for saying that?
They're morons. They're completely fucking insane.
Just get fucked, Phil. Yeah? Get fucked. Okay? Go fuck yourself. Completely fucking insane. For taking care of my cat. For having a simple test that needed to be done doing. Fucking insane. Moronic. How very fucking dare you? How very fucking dare you, Phil? If you were a good pet owner, you would give away that cat. Because that cat should not be living there. You do not deserve it. You don't give a shit about that cat beyond what you can get out of it, beyond whether you can monetize it or farm it for fucking likes or engagement. How is Jasper's blood work, Phil? How is his thyroid doing? What are Jasper's red and white blood cells like? Does he have sickle cell anemia? Do you know that? Are his kidneys okay? Are the liver enzymes in his blood at an appropriate level? Do you know that? No. No, you don't. Because you're a bad pet owner.
They will do anything to create a false conspiracy theory narrative.
It's not a false conspiracy narrative. And I don't need to make you look bad. You did that. You did that when you refused to pay $300 to have a blood test for your cat. And then spent $500 on a joystick you don't need. And another copy of a game you already own. I didn't need to make you look bad. Agent Proper didn't need to make you look bad. King Sly Vega didn't. King Jad didn't. Meerkat didn't. Your Beliefs didn't. Shinko didn't. Raven didn't. None of us needed to make you look bad. Aquatail didn't need to make you look bad when she clipped it. You'd already done that. You made yourself look bad. All we've done is shown everybody. Look how bad he is. There's no false narrative here, Phil. There's no conspiracy here. Our charge is that you refused to pay $300 for a blood test for your cat. And instead you spent $500 on a joystick and another copy of a game. And you did. All those things happened. And we think that makes you a bad pet owner. Because it does. All those things happened. There's no false narrative. There's no conspiracy. It all happened.
To try to make me look bad, so they have content to put out. And they've been trying all week long. With first it was the mini PC bullshit. Then it was this joystick thing. Then it was a Jasper thing. It's insane. I had someone come to my stream last night. All right. And contribute and say, I hope that this helps Jasper. And I said, what are you talking about? And come to find out, they actually had watched Detractor content and thought that Jasper was sick.
Thank you for watching my video. I do really appreciate the view, but I don't think you should give money to Phil. It's not going to go towards Jasper's care. I saw that as well. I think I saw that tip. I think it was $100, and it sets up to like a bit of fancy Dark Souls, leaving the military soon. I got a Street Fighter character, I think with Jury, up to was it Diamond or Platinum or something. Also, please take care of Jasper. And yeah, again, thank you for the views, but That money is not going towards Jasper's care. That money went straight to Scopely. I can guarantee you that.
I had someone come to my stream last night, all right, and contribute and say, I hope that this helps Jasper. And I said, what are you talking about?
Was that the $100 tip? Somebody like gave him $100 when I was playing Chrono Trigger. So Phil made $116 was tipped to Phil. And Phil got a $100 tip. So most of that was one person. Was the tip actually about the fucking saying help Jasper? Holy fuck, man. Did Phil refund the tip and say Jasper's fine, but thank you? Let's be real here, of course not.
I had someone come to my stream last night, all right, and contribute and say, I hope that this helps Jasper. And I said, what are you talking about?
And wait, do you include that in here? Oh, you don't include that in here. Fuck. All right, we need to go and see that. That's very important. It's very contextual, dude. We don't want to forget that. Let's see here. It means it's a paragraph. This is actually really good.
Apparently a $100 tip.
This is actually the perfect music. Somebody was saying it in chat the other day, but this is the perfect music to have this done while he's reading this out and defending himself.
From someone who's saying they watched the Dark One Soul Days, and they quit streaming. They've now pursued a military career. They actually reached Diamond with Jury. And they said, please take care of Jasper. Indeed, I will. All right. Thank you. I will. Jasper is, trust me, Jasper is perfectly fine. I don't know why you're concerned. Maybe you're listening to the wrong people. Jasper is perfectly healthy.
Yeah, the audio mix is horrible.
Look at the name in chat that said they sent him the tip. Random sock account.
Yep, it was a random sock account that got named anonymous and it goes away and never comes back again. It's really funny that that happens. I don't know. I don't know who to blame for that one.
Fine. He's got nothing wrong with him whatsoever. He's great, actually. A little bit of allergies like us. We all have allergies in the house, but that's it. So I don't know why you're so concerned about Jasper. He's fine. Seriously, he's no problems. So thank you very much for a very massive $100 tip.
He literally fucked up on saying the word whopping and just said very massive.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, this music is perfect.
Concerned for Jasper when there's nothing wrong with him. It sounds to me like, you know, you're listening to the wrong people if you think there's something wrong with Jasper. He's been in here 2 days in a row. He was on here in a podcast earlier today. He's perfectly fine. He's great. So thank you so very much. An anonymous tipper.
Well, let's see. Does he say anything else? Appreciate it. Whatever was said. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. He says it again after he gets his little stupid hat.
Earlier, so there you go. All right. Thank you so much for a whopping $100 incredibly generous tip. I really, really appreciate that. Whoever that was said it was anonymous. So, and again, don't worry. Jasper is perfectly healthy and fine. If you've heard something to the contrary from a bunch of idiots who've been trolling, you're hearing nonsense from them as usual. So, thank you. Okay. So, a verdict has been reached.
Man, all that defense literally over just something's like, nah, he's perfectly fine. But because he has to go way out of his way to defend himself, it's kind of suspicious. But thank you for the whopping $100 tip, anonymous. You hopefully will support me for the rest of the playthrough or whatever. I don't know.
And come to find out, they actually had watched Detractor content and thought that Jasper was sick.
Oh, look at this.
Because
you like that? You like that? How he's now putting context to a little random ass fucking tip that had a message that we couldn't see. So now we're having to build up a narrative in a case of somebody being like, here, this will help towards Jasper. What if all they saw was that pre-stream where it's like, I can't afford Jasper to get his blood work. And he saw nothing else. Came by like fucking weeks later, gave him some money. Hopefully Jasper's okay, dude. And then he's like, oh shit, I gotta make something up. So he literally makes something up.
The amount of stuff he ignored out of this message was kind of fire. Watching you for a long time, Diamond with Jury, in the military, ignored it all. Ignored it all and then misquoted the one part he brought up.
And they said, please take care of Jasper.
Please take, like who knows what he actually said because DSP's fucking up the words so much. Please take care. Man, who knows what the dude actually said? They could have said, fuck your grandma, and DSP translated it to take care of Jasper. What the hell, man? The best shout-outs on the internet. $100 fucking. $100 fucking. He misquoted you damn near on purpose.
To find out, they actually had watched Detractor content.
Yes.
Thought that Jasper was sick.
Yes.
Because
They did not say that though at all, unless he didn't read it.
It's like,
take care of them equals that I think they're sick.
And they've been trying all week long.
No, we've been working. It hasn't been doing shit. It's been working. Your flying monkeys go ahead and tell you about the fact that Steve put out a video highlighting how much of a fucking irresponsible pet owner you are, and you fucking got shook. That's why you're having this fucking meltdown right now. We don't have to do anything to make you look bad. You do it on your own, sir.
First, it was the mini PC bullshit.
No mini PC bullshit. You lashed out at somebody. You fucking repeated the same thing that they corrected you on. They wanted an apology because what you said was very toxic, and you went ahead in a fucking tirade and banned the person.
Then it was this joystick thing.
Yes, so an investment that you don't need because you're buying it so you're buying it for a game that you're not going to play way into the future, and you're also not going to invest yourself in, and also for a game that you already own that you can play with people on other consoles for. So therefore, this joystick was an unnecessary purchase.
Then it was a Jasper thing. It's insane. I had someone come to my stream last night, all right, and contribute and say, I hope that this helps Jasper. And I said, what are you talking about?
Yeah, and that's why you freaked out.
And come to find out, they actually had watched Detractor content and thought that Jasper was sick because the detractors are lying and saying horrible things.
No, I'm not saying shit. You're the one that said that you didn't want to pay for that fucking blood test because you thought you were being sold and he didn't need it, even though you don't know when's the last time the fucking Jasper had a blood test, even though supposedly you've taken him to the vet many times prior. That's you. That's you. You're the one that's lying. You're the one that's saying bullshit. You're the one that's saying shit that's riling people up.
What are you talking about?
Come to find out, they actually had watched Detractor content and thought that Jasper was sick because the detractors are lying and saying horrible things.
Like what? I'm concerned about your cat's health. Why'd you spend $500 on a new fucking children's toy instead of $300 to ensure the good health of your cat that is in question through your own words?
Because the detractors are lying and saying horrible things.
I'm not lying. I'm not saying anything horrible. I'm just stating the facts. Your cat could be sick and you don't know. You don't know. You think he's okay because he looks okay, but he might not be okay, and you don't know because you didn't have the test done that could determine whether he was or not. You don't know. And if he is okay, then great. You'd know for sure. You'd be able to say 100% confidence, he's great, he's fine, he's okay. And if he wasn't great, you'd be able to find out, and then you'd be able to start treatment, and hopefully you'd have caught it early enough for treatment to be very successful and easy and short. But you don't know because you didn't have that test done. And I think that makes you a bad pet owner. Especially because you don't know the medical history of your cat to begin with. And the reality is, if your cat is sick, if there is something wrong with him that you can't determine from a physical examination, and that cat dies, it's going to be your fault. Again, no lies. Just stating the facts that I know as a pet owner that's been in the vet's room when they've needed to take a blood test that's revealed an illness. Just stating the facts.
It's like, what the fuck? So all I want to say to you guys is thank you, because here's the deal. If you haven't noticed this week, despite the fact that these idiotic people are constantly trying to say negative things about me and my content, none of it has affected me or my content this week. The content's been good.
None of it has affected him. I am 19 minutes into a 37-minute video about this, but none of it's affected him.
None of it has affected me or my content this week. The content's been good.
Oh, who's telling you this?
If you haven't noticed this week, despite the fact that these idiotic people are constantly trying to say negative things about me and my content, none of it has affected me or my content this week.
Bullshit. This is your content. This right now is your content, and this entire podcast as you've been coping so hard, trying to retcon everything and trying to claim you don't fucking, you're ignoring it all. You don't pay attention to it anymore. You ignore it all somehow.
If you haven't noticed this week, despite the fact that these idiotic people
are constantly trying to say negative things about me and my content.
I don't have to try again. He's like, oh, they're trying to say negative things about me, but it's not working. It's like, okay, all right. We'll go with it's not working then. It's a desperate attempt. We're trying to make him look bad. And yeah, it's not working, you guys. It's not working. We got to think of something else because, oh, we just keep coming at him with these false conspiracy theory narratives, and he just keeps on batting us away and destroying us and completely debunking us. And we took another L. So we got to think of something else, guys. You just can't keep taking L's, you know what I mean? See what I did there?
None of it has affected me or my content this week.
Except for we are 20 minutes into this rant. But aside from this and all of the other extended, unhinged rants that he's gone on, it hasn't affected his content at all.
None of it has affected me or my content this week. The content's been good. The people are showing up to watch it.
None of it has affected his content except for the quite literal multiple hours of content of DSP talking about the trolls. But nothing has affected his content at all.
None of it has affected me or my content this week.
But that's why you're talking about it now, right?
The people are showing up to watch and enjoying. We're keeping the drama out of the chat, and the support's been good. You know, I have zero complaints. Everything has remained great, and I have no complaints whatsoever about anything. I want to say thank you because you've been an outstanding audience this week.
So like Editor Steve, fast forward to like the end of that week and see what he's complaining about, just based on like complaints and things here.
Hey everybody, it's Editor Steve here. I big goed the word support for the week in question, which was the 4th to the 9th of August, and it returned 165 results. So, yeah, fuck searching through all that.
I want to say thank you because you've been an outstanding audience this week. With all the white noise...
Except for Lavinia, get fucked.
With all the white noise bullshit that these idiots are pushing out there, all the false narratives, you have done a great job of just staying here and relaxing and enjoying the content for what it is, all right? In fact, I received an email this morning, and I know this is it's an amazing coincidence.
Yeah, it's an amazing coincidence. Yeah, it's an amazing coincidence. If you got a supportive email, fucking hell, let's go. Come on.
Because all this is going on, and all of a sudden I get an email that is so pertinent.
It's pertinent. Oh God. Again, just stop with the overpronunciation. It doesn't make you sound intelligent or smart or clever or whatever you think it does. It just makes you sound like a tit.
That I wanted to read it here live on the stream today. And I'm not going to read this person's name, obviously for privacy reasons. All right? So, here, you ready? This is word for word an email that was sent to me this morning. Hello, Phil. I just want you to know I originally found you through troll content. I still keep up with some of it here and there. From what I am seeing, you are becoming more and more admirable every day, so allow me to explain.
How is he becoming more admirable? Oh my God.
Number one, the fact that they are constantly doing crazy amounts of mental gymnastics.
Sorry, Phil. It's not crazy mental gymnastics to go, your cat might die of an easily preventable illness because you didn't take a $300 blood test, but you then spent $500 on a joystick you didn't need and another copy of a game that you already own. So I think that makes you a bad pet owner. That's not mental gymnastics. That's a fairly logical conclusion. But do go on.
And logic jumps to spin new narratives is becoming increasingly laughable with every passing day.
Yeah. It's really laughable to say that you should, have this regular checkup done to make sure that you know the health history of your cat. Fucking hell. There is no way this is legit. Come on.
Number two, they're becoming more angry and jaded as their narrative continues to fail and negatively affect you or sway people away from supporting you.
Support has been so good recently, hasn't it, Phil? Oh my fucking god, this is amazing.
Number 3, the content you put out is some of the most consistent and well thought out content I think I've ever consumed.
Sorry. Well thought out. This has got to be a troll. I mean, he said consume, for fuck's sake. This has to be a troll. He said jaded. This, I mean... The 3 options, right? 1, it's legit. 2, Phil wrote it. 3, a troll wrote it. I can't imagine it being legit. There's just no fucking way. It just hits too many of the notes, you know. It's just like a verbal fellation of Phil's flaccid ego. It's too on the nose. It can't be legit. So 2, Phil wrote it, which is a possibility. Because, you know, sometimes you need to manufacture evidence, and sometimes it helps to sort of like quickly knock up an email that you said, yeah, Phil, hi, by the way, I used to work in this industry for this long, and you were totally right when you said this thing. Something like that. Something that just sort of like supports your general, like the argument, whatever drama that you're in at the moment. Like with the PC parts stuff. If you could have like whipped up an email from someone that said, yeah, you were right about these mini PCs. They're not built like regular PCs, blah, blah, blah. You could have quickly held up, yeah, I got an email today, proves my point, so everybody shut up. I'm going to ban you as well, and don't even mention that L-named person. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's really fucking sad if it is him. Let's be honest. Because to go to this length, like, and just like how on the nose it is, again, just how like perfectly filleting of his ego it is, how it just like it encapsulates and reassures him about the very things that he's insecure about the most. So he really needs, you know, to write out and say, hey, people are saying, you know, my content is meaningful. It is like informative. I do really enjoy it. It's very pertinent, you know, all that stuff. Hitting all those words. He needs that reassurance, so he whips it up himself and then he presents it to the audience as genuine. And they believe it, and they tell him, wow, do you remember that email? That's a very genuine email. Well, it's really heartfelt, and I agree with it. And then that becomes the real reassurance, you know, because he's getting affirmation that what he said was right. What was contained in this email was right when his chat agrees with him. So he gets the affirmation in that sort of way. It's not directly from writing it to reassure himself, but more when his audience buy it and repeat it back to him. Then it becomes truth. Or a troll wrote it. In which case he's fallen for it hook, line, sinker, rod, and copy of Angling Times. He's fully bitten it. He's fully just 100% completely behind the idea that everything that's said in this email is genuine, which is fucking masterful and at the same time genuinely pathetic because he fell for it. He's that desperate that he fell for it. He needs to hear that so much that he believes it's true. How pathetic is that? See, now I wonder if he knows and he's going ahead regardless. Because, I mean, even if it's... Again, though, right, okay, yeah, option 4. He knows that it's a troll and he's going ahead with it regardless. He thinks, fuck it, why not? It still serves my purpose. I know this person is trolling me, but they're saying what I want to hear. And they're saying what I want other people to believe. They're saying things that I want to say, but I can't, so I need them from... Well, I could say them, but, you know, it is more effective if it comes from another party, you know, because that way, not only, you know, if I said it, people would believe it or disbelieve it, but if it comes from another party, it might carry a bit more weight amongst the people I want to convince. So I'm still going to use it. Even though I know it's likely a troll, I'll still use it, like with troll intros and troll music or whatever, troll art. I will use it regardless because... I've got nothing else and I'm desperate, or it does what I need it to do. You know, I use that troll intro for so long because even though it was made by a troll, it's an intro. That sort of thing. I wonder which one. It is.
I will say, I appreciate that comment. That's very subjective. Personally, I don't think that I'm hot shit. I don't. But it's nice to know someone likes the content.
See, I get asked about stuff like this every now and then because obviously as a narcissist, something like this might seem counterintuitive because he's sort of exposing a weakness, as it were, a vulnerability. He's saying, you know, oh, I don't think I'm that good. Like when he says, oh, I don't think I'm that attractive. I think I'm ugly. You know, nobody ever told me I was handsome, so I think I'm quite ugly. When you appear self-effacing, you appear a bit more humble, and it makes people a bit more likely to empathize with you because everybody's got something that they're a little bit insecure about. Everybody has their own sort of like personal insecurities about their body and their ego, and it makes him seem a bit more empathetic. Everybody has like, you know, oh, I know how you feel. I don't like the way my hair looks, or, you know, I know what you feel. I think I've got a really big nose or something like that. Everybody has a thing, and so by sort of appearing self-effacing, it makes him seem like, you know, a bit more, not quite necessarily pity, but sympathetic would probably be a bit better. And then, you know, you'll lower your guard a bit more, and you'll think of him as a bit more, you know, a bit more humble and a bit less egotistical. So, you know, it does serve the role of deception and image management. He does it every now and then, and I don't necessarily believe that most of them are true, even though I feel like there may be some root to them. Like, he probably does have some sort of insecurities about his image, but he's not going to play them off that casually. You know, for him, there would be very serious things if he were to open up about them like properly. But here, to just sort of like go, yeah, you know, I think I'm a bit ugly, and I don't think, you know, my content is that great. You know, I don't think I'm hot shit and all that. When clearly we know, like, the opposite can be true at times. He can act like he is king shit at certain games, and he can act like, you know, if he gets a kill streak and goes beast mode, or, you know, he gets a long streak of wins in fighting games or whatever. We know what he could be like. So I think it's an attempt at image management in order to appear a bit more sort of relatable and approachable to people, so he doesn't appear to be like this off-putting, arrogant, egotistical person. So, yeah, when he does things like that, think about that sort of thing. It's an image management thing, Phil, rather than like a moment of self-effacing honesty, where he's like actually opening up himself and trying to appear vulnerable, because he never will. As a vulnerable narcissist, he's terrified of that level of insecurity being open and out there. So he's only ever, like, you know, self-deprecating like to this extent. He never goes like much more personal or much deeper than this, you know. So yeah, every time you see him do stuff like that, it's image management, and there's normally like there's normally like something else motivating it. And in this case, it's to sort of like appear like, you know, yeah, this person wrote me an email, and while it, you know, mostly agrees with what I've said, I just want to say, you know, I'm not all that really. You know, I don't want to appear too like, yeah, I was right. See, I told you I was right. Everything about me is correct and great because this email says so. I just want to say, I don't think I'm that great, really. You know, it's image management.
And number 4, you clearly care about what your viewers think.
There's no way this is real. Right. This is either him or a troll. This, the day after Lavinia. Like, no. It's not real. No. It's not real. I'm not having it. No. I mean, it was never going to be real, was it? But still. The fact that he's going ahead with it means he's either oblivious to it, or he knows and he doesn't care. Because I don't think even he would put this in. Even knowing that he's, you know, that it's kicking off about his fans and all that, I don't think even he would think you also, you know, you care about your fans and it shows in your... I think I'm leaning more towards troll than he wrote it, but I can't eliminate the possibility that he wrote it either. So, oh, I'm fucking torn. It could be either.
The trolls and LARPers, I don't know what he means by LARPers.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Phil. You know what he means. You know exactly what he means. I don't even want to do an Editor Steve cutting a compilation of Phil talking about LARPers here, because we all know he knows what he means. He's probably explained it before. There are people in my chat undercover pretending to be, you know, fans of things. He did that before! He did that before! He was like, they were only in here to cause trouble. He did that before. He knows what LARPers are. He knows. Fucking hell.
Think it's cool or funny when they persuade or trick you into playing something that your general actual fans probably wouldn't care that much about.
What? What? You betray a trick? What? Oh, that's Amnesia, isn't it? Oh my god. See, that makes me think it could be him. Because he's referencing Amnesia, and his excuse for Amnesia was, I was tricked into playing it. I knew that it wouldn't be popular, and I was tricked into playing a deliberately unpopular game. Oh wow, that's really bad. That's really bad that you would put that in. I mean, not if you're a troll. If you're a troll, it's great. It's masterful. You know, if you're a troll, to slip that one in, because again, I think in that case he doesn't know. But it just ticks so many of the things he's been criticised for recently. I can't fall either way. It could be either. I can't eliminate either possibility. It's either him, it's a troll and he doesn't know, or it's a troll and he does. It's not real, at least. We know that much, so...
In reality, that shows that you're thinking about your fans and viewers to a greater extent. It was your consideration, or excuse me, your considerate nature...
You're considering. Oh, I can't. I'm done. I need a break. Do we have a break? Can I borrow you for a minute? Sorry, I'll make it worth your while. See. Yeah, I know. I need you to make a point. Just give me a minute, right? See, she looks adorable, doesn't she? Very, very cute. She's a good cat. See, like, if I do this now, right, you can see her there. Right? This way. Yeah. You don't know that she's sick. You won't be able to tell. There's nothing about, you know, how she moves or how she is that suggests she's sick. You just see this, like, cute little thing on screen. But she is. She's sick. She needs medicine twice a day. And you don't know. You only know because I've told you. I've been open about it. You don't know otherwise. And he doesn't know about Jasper.
It was your consideration, or excuse me, your considerate nature that they're just taking advantage of.
I think before I go on, I should remind everyone that he was so considerate that he didn't want to pay money for his cat to have a blood test. That's how considerate he was.
I'm loving the content. If you don't know what he's talking about, by the way, or she, because I don't know, it's like when I do a poll. So I'll do a poll, and the poll will be, hey, you know, what game would you guys like to see? And, you know, I get a voting, and then I play the game, and everyone's like, well, we don't know why you played that game because we didn't care, right? And I'm like, well, I polled. Like, all I can do is try to get public opinion. That's the best way to do it, right?
No, they're deliberately talking about Amnesia, the bunker, where you claimed that we tricked you into playing it. We planned ahead months in advance on our secret Discords to trick you into playing a game that was boring. This is a level of delusion that needs psychiatric intervention, and he is never going to get the help he needs because he completely lacks the appropriate social support network to help him get it. Things are only going to get worse for him.
But what people say is whenever I try to do a public poll, these idiots come and they try to skew the poll to the way that they think that it benefits them. Like a game they don't think people would actually like to see, right? Or a game that will only work for one stream and then will fail or something like that. I don't know. Again, most of the time when I do a poll, it's because I actually don't know what's going on. I don't know what's best for the streams. That's why I ask you guys for your input, right?
You are 41 years old. This has been your job for 15 years. It is your fucking streams. How do you not know what is best for your streams? I am fucking done. This is his job. He literally has one job, and it is this. I just cannot. I like the cat stuff, the Jasper stuff, and the vet stuff is bad enough, but I hate this shirking of responsibility, this complete abrogation of his obligations. It is fucking infuriating that he does this for a living and he shirks so much of what he should be responsible for. He puts it on everybody else. He cannot make a fucking decision himself. When it comes to the games that he wants to play, it has to be talked about for fucking weeks before we make a determination. You know, if he ever has an upcoming marathon or a special event, it's like, what would you guys like to do? Because all I can think of is I'll watch something and react to it. I'll eat some food partway through, and then I might do a tier list. You know, that is it. That is all you get now from him. There is nothing else. He cannot be asked putting in the effort to do anything else. So it all comes down to the audience. It's the audience's fault. And when it's bad, it's the detractor's fault for tricking me into it through manipulation of the audience at the polling somehow. But either way, it's not his responsibility to look at a list of games and go, I think I'll play that one. You have to do it. You have to do it for him. You have to tell him we want you to play this one. This is his one job. This. And he doesn't know what's best for it. He doesn't know what's best for the stream. You need to tell him. I can't even begin to get into what that says about a man's psychological drive. I can't even begin to tell you how bad that is for the cognitive development of a 41-year-old man who has done this for 15 fucking years. I need to take more painkillers and I need to lie down. I need a break. I need like an actual proper break from this. I might come back to it tomorrow. I need a breather from this. I can't cope with it. I can't. I really can't. Come on. Should we go play something? Should we go play tennis? We haven't played tennis for a while, have we? Scrunch up a paper ball or like a receipt or something, and she sits on top of the bed and I'm on the floor and chuck the ball up. Or the sofa, not just the bed, the sofa as well. Chuck the ball up, bats it back at me, and I try to back it back. We try to get a bit of a rally going. She's actually pretty good at it. She has other toys that she'll like catch and grab and gnaw and that, but like, and other balls as well, other balls and things she'll chase. But like underhand in a wad of paper, she will wallop it and send it flying. So that 1 day break actually turned into several days break. My health problems are getting worse, and it turns out I can't really do this for very long. Usually what I would do is, you know, I'd have my breaks here and there, but it would mainly all be done in like one night. And now I can't do that. So yeah, if this looks like a chopped up mess and my facial hair and my t-shirts change and the lighting changes and the camera angle slightly off, that's why. You know, it's not done in one go anymore. So yeah, sorry about that. I'm going to edit around it. It shouldn't be too much of a disruption, but yeah, this is going to look like a mess because I can't, you know, for the sake of continuity. But yeah, let's get back to this.
One Detractor that you actually made a fan, and I hope that this message finds you well. So thank you very, very much. That's a really nice message, and it just kind of stands to reason, okay, that as long as you stay the course and as long as you don't allow yourself to be distracted by all of the white noise bullshit around you, you can continue to succeed in life.
Okay, now, obviously, there was a point where Phil goes, you know, that was a nice message, thank you, and all, which indicates, you know, the email has finished, and what Phil is about to say next is what Phil is about to say. So, there are two distinct, like, separate bodies of work. But what I would like to point out is that if you cut, like, that bit out and then let the rest of the sentence flow, the rest of what Phil says continue on, you would not be able to tell the difference. You know, you wouldn't be able to say, yeah, that's Phil, or yeah, that's reading the email. The two would be like pretty much spot on in terms of like their sentence structure, the syntax, and like the tone, what they're saying, the words they're saying, and how they're you know, constructing the message that they're trying to convey. It would all be the same. So, and then it's very, very suspicious.
In fact, I received an email this morning, and I know it's an amazing coincidence, because all this is going on, and all of a sudden I get an email that is so pertinent that I wanted to read it here live on the stream today. This is word for word an email that was sent to me this morning. Hello, Phil. I just want you to know I originally found you through troll content. I still keep up with some of it here and there. From what I am seeing, you are becoming more and more admirable every day, so allow me to explain. Number one, the fact that they are constantly doing crazy amounts of mental gymnastics and logic jumps to spin new narratives is becoming increasingly laughable with every passing day. Number two, they're becoming more angry and jaded as their narrative continues to fail and negatively affect you or sway people away from supporting you. Number three, the content you put out is some of the most consistent and well thought out content I think I have ever consumed. And number four, you clearly care about what your viewers think. The trolls and LARPers think it's cool or funny when they persuade or trick you into playing something that your general actual fans probably wouldn't care that much about. In reality, that shows that you're thinking about your fans and viewers to a greater extent. It was your consideration, or excuse me, your considerate nature that they're just taking advantage of. As long as you stay the course, and as long as you don't allow yourself to be distracted by all of the white noise bullshit around you, you can continue to succeed in life. They say that you make detractors out of your fans. Well, this is one detractor that you actually made a fan. So thank you. And I hope that this message finds you well. That's a really nice message.
I also do quite like that pause between, what was it then? When he's saying, it just goes to show, that really, if you stay the course, you know, that sort of pause there, that was very interesting to me, because it seemed like he was trying to find like a way to continue back to his original point, or to continue back to the point he wanted to make, that the either the email or like the sentence he'd finished didn't necessarily lead on to naturally. So he's trying to think of a way to really bridge that gap quickly. So there's a lot going on here. I think his sentence structure being disrupted is obviously is often the result of other distractions going on in the brain. So, you know, maybe an intrusive thought, maybe like anxiety, maybe something else, like, you know, it could even be just like a random thing. It happens to us all sometimes. Sorry, I've just nudged a tail. It happens, you know, sometimes during conversation. Every now and then you'll get an intrusive thought, and they're not always like disturbing or indicative of a lie or deception or anything like that. Sometimes they're just random things like, oh yeah, what was that guy's name again? Or, you know, oh god, what was the place that I had last time? You know, just things that you're trying to recall out of nowhere as you're trying to, you know, carry on a sentence like normal. And it happens, disruptions happen. We have to take pauses to go, oh god, what was I thinking of then? Oh god, what was the point I was trying to make? You know, it happens to us all. It's a normal human thing, so I'm not like decrying Phil for using it or for it happening to Phil, but I just find it interesting that it happened there.
Right? And that is really my philosophy these days. This week, people tried so hard to derail the content and to make it all about them and the drama they created, and it didn't work.
No, Phil, no. It didn't work. You are too thick. You are too stupid. You do not get the point that we are trying to make. You spent money that you should have been spending elsewhere. You know, you spent money that you didn't need to spend on this shiny new toy that you should have spent on your cat. I don't have Street Fighter 6, right? I really want Street Fighter 6. I really like Street Fighter. I like fighting games, and I've been playing a few of them recently. So, you know, I all the coverage of this and all the salt and everything, it's made me want to play Street Fighter 6. I have a PS4. I could buy it on PS4, but in this situation, if I was Phil, I would think I should buy a PS5 for it, right? I should spend the extra money so that I can get like the best version of Street Fighter 6. But I also have a sick cat, and I go to the vet, and it costs money. So I have to put that as a priority. That is a bigger priority than buying a PS5 and getting Street Fighter 6 so that I can have the best version. You know? It's fucking mind-blowing that you are too stupid to get that, and instead you see that as like us trying to derail the stream with our drama. You somehow came out of that whole vet story thinking that you were in the right and that the vet was in the wrong. And in order to sort of cope with the fact that you were actually getting legitimate criticism from a lot of people, you invented this whole scenario in your head where you go back to the vets and they're like, yeah, you were right. Vet management, the people that own the place, were like, yeah, you're right. They're wrong. Ignore them. And then you get back home and you're like, hey guys, you know that story that I told you about the time I went to the vet? Well, a lot of people didn't like my story about the time I went to the vet. So they started criticizing me because obviously they're now all vets. And it's like, no, we have pets though. We've all been to the vets. We're speaking from the experience, not as a vet, but as a pet owner who's been to the vet and has had to deal with situations like the cat needs a checkup, the cat's boosters need doing, oh, the cat needs blood work doing. And again, it just comes back to, it's either got to be like complete willful ignorance. You know, you've literally got to be ignoring us on purpose and deliberately misrepresenting it so you don't have to deal with it, or you genuinely are that stupid. You're a 41-year-old man who doesn't understand how blood work is done. Do I come back in? Good. And the frustrating thing for me, personally, as a psychologist, as somebody who is like into all this, into like studying the mind, you know, the frustrating thing for me is that I don't know which one it is. And I suspect that as a narcissist, and as an insecure narcissist at that, as a vulnerable narcissist, somebody who really, really does not want you to see inside because they don't want you to see the real them, I can understand the defense mechanism that leads to that. It leads to that whole story where management calls him back and goes, yeah, actually, you were right. We're totally sorry. You were really upsold. That bet was in the wrong, blah, 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 all that stuff. I can understand that defense mechanism. I can understand twisting things that way to protect yourself from the onslaught of like valid, legitimate criticism that you do not have like an actual response for because it's valid and legitimate criticism. You are objectively in the wrong here, you know, so I can get that. But it's DSP, so I can also understand him being that fucking stupid. You know? And I don't know which one it is. It's driving me mad. It's really driving me mad. And then he fucking sits there and goes, oh, clearly everyone's a vet. You know? How? Like just... Like... I just...
People showed up, enjoyed the content. We didn't talk about their bullshit. And here we are at the end of the week. It's been a great week. Moving forward positively. You know, good stuff. Thank you. So that's why I want to thank you, the viewers. Because those of you who stay away from their bullshit. For those of you who listen to their bullshit, and I feel bad. Because I don't create the bullshit. They do.
Sorry, no. Right, okay. For everybody who has watched my videos, thank you. Thank you for taking the time out of your life to watch that video that I did, that over 3.5 hours long, that nearly 4 hour long video of me and a bunch of other detractors watching Phil create drama and reacting to it because of how serious it is. This, for anybody else, would have been a regular trip to the vets. Phil created that drama. In creating that drama, Phil revealed that he is a negligent pet owner. He is somebody who does not care about the health and well-being of his cat because he doesn't want to spend the money involved. Phil would then go on to spend more money than it would have cost to have his cat's blood work done so we could know how healthy his cat was and have some idea about his cat's medical history, on a joystick that he does not need, and a new fucking game, and a year's subscription. And I say a new fucking game, I mean another copy of a game he also already owns. Probably the Elite Edition, the Championship Edition, you know, the special edition with the Season Pass. A year of fucking PlayStation Plus on top of that. Instead of getting his cat's blood work done. And a lot of us pointed that out because that's really fucking bad. So if you are the sort of person who watched that video and was, you know, upset and outraged and took to Phil's chat and said, hey Phil, this is actually pretty bad, and got banned, thank you for that. Thank you for trying. Thank you for doing that. You know, it means a lot to me that people did that. That people care. That it's not just me. You know, it was really reassuring to have all those clips on hand, and the fact that he's like, you know, just ban, ignore. It's drama. It's bullshit. I'm not going to listen to it. And it's like, I don't care, Phil. I don't care if you ever listen to anything I say ever again. This is your fucking cat. You are responsible for your pet. You are responsible for its health and its well-being and its care. You have the right to treat your cat however the fuck you want, but you are a negligent pet owner because the way you have been treated your cat recently has been fucking appalling. You know? And I just, she's rubbing against the clippers that I used to trim her claws. What? Why do you look? Why? It's just the plastic bit and yeah, see? Do you know what? Most people like, they normally just get the back of your head because you sit facing me. So yeah, anyway, Phil, you're a fucking negligent pet owner, right? It doesn't matter how many people you ban, it's not going to change that fact. You might think that you're not a negligent pet owner because, you know, you don't hurt Jasper, and, you know, you buy him treats and he has expensive food and that. But you're not actually living up to the responsibility that you have. And I don't think you understand, again, like I said in the last video, I don't think you understand the full responsibility that you have. You are in care of a cat. You have a pet. There is a being that is dependent on you for its health and well-being, and you are failing it. I can open a piece of paper that I got from the vet, and it will tell me what they did and why they did it. You know, it will list everything that they did, what they used, and how much it costs. Right? And then I got a call from the vets a couple of days later, and they tell me the results. So I know how well my cat is doing. I know what her white blood cell count is, and I know how her thyroid is. And I am, you know, we have medicine to manage it. You don't know any of that about your cat. So yeah, you might sort of like sit there and think, well, Jasper looks healthy. Jasper seems healthy. He's fine, you know. And the vet said he was okay, you know, because they gave him a physical and they did his booster, so we don't have to worry about it for another 3 years. You know, but that doesn't mean he's healthy. He might look healthy, but there could be something going wrong inside, and you wouldn't know. And I think the worst thing about this is that because they said he doesn't need another booster for another 3 years, right? I think in Phil's mind that means they don't have to go back to the vets for another 3 years. So that's great. So if something should happen to Jasper in the next 3 years, how would they know? If Jasper suddenly developed hypothyroidism, how would they know? But I'll tell you what they could do right now. They could have a blood test done. They could check his thyroid levels. And if they notice that they're on the way up and they're like, oh, that's higher than normal, we should test for hypothyroidism. You can find out. and then start treatment early. Possibly even save up for an operation. You get an operation for the cat, it's actually quite cheap. They can do like radiotherapy where they inject radioactive material into the cat around the area, and it sort of like destroys the because it's the way, it's something to do with the way that the thyroid gland sort of calcifies a bit. Not necessarily calcifies because that implies bone is growing around it, but you know, there's like tissue that develops around it, and this radioactive therapy it sort of like destroys that tissue. But they have to take your cat away from you for a bit, and then when you get it back, you have to handle its urine and its poo differently because it's radioactive. So it's quite odd. So they tend to keep it there for a bit longer while all that radioactive material is like out of the cat's body. But then yeah, it's fine. But it's, you know, it's something I can't afford at the moment. So yeah, I'm doing that. But anyway, yeah.
You know, some people genuinely contacting me overnight saying, is Jasper okay? Yeah, he's fine.
You don't know that. You don't know. You don't know. I had a phone call from the vet the other day. They explained the results of the blood test that my cat had and told me how her white blood cells and her thyroid levels are doing. I know that because she had a blood test done. She got a little patch here still where they shaved her so that they could take some blood out. You don't know that about your cat. He might look okay. You might think, yeah, he's fine. He might not be fine, and you don't know that. Those people are emailing you and contacting you because they're concerned, because they've seen that you've been negligent in your care of your cat. Because somebody has raised concerns. People like me have raised fucking concerns. I put other people in that video to show it's not just me having a go. It's other people. It's not just me. People recognise the severity and significance of this issue. You can fuck up your life and that's fine, but Jasper is an innocent cat and he doesn't fucking deserve that. I swear to God that cat is going to die young of a preventable illness because he doesn't want to spend the money on a fucking blood test.
Some people genuinely contacting me overnight saying, is Jasper okay? Yeah, he's fine. He's not sick. There's nothing to be...
How would you know that without a blood test? How would you know that he's not sick if you didn't get a fucking blood test? Do you just know? You just looked at him, you're like, well, he looks fine. He probably is fine. Or is this a give her a pill segment? Where it's like, well, Leanna looks fine, just fucking give her a pill and leave her there and she'll be fine in a couple hours. How would you know? How would you know Jasper's fine? That's something that that's like that's an analysis, a conclusion that you are nowhere near qualified to make.
You know, some people genuinely contacting me overnight saying, is Jasper okay? Yeah, he's fine.
Yes, because you don't know when's the last time you've done blood work for the cat. Like, do you understand that? Do you understand? Do you remember that, Phil? Like, do you remember when you were asked when's the last time you did blood work for Jasper? You said, I don't know. That's why people are asking.
He's not sick. There's nothing to be concerned about. It's scumbags making...
Okay, Phil, throughout your streams, we have known, like, this is public knowledge that we know about Jasper. We know Jasper has been throwing up. We know Jasper has not been able to use the bathroom properly. Because number one, you lock him in the bedroom all night. Number two, you don't clean out his litter box often. You've admitted you set this shit on the stream. Then on top of that, you don't know when's the last time you did blood work for this fucking cat. Oh yeah, pink mold on it. Yes, you also let us know that fucking Jasper has had pink mold on his fucking water fountain.
Stuff up to try to create drama, and people sadly...
I really want to spin, like, I don't want this to happen. I don't want this to happen. But it's gonna happen. That's a reality that I'm gonna have to face. Something's gonna happen to that cat. And when it does happen, when Jasper's gone, when he has to admit that Jasper's, I want to see what the hell he spins this shit.
You know, some people genuinely contacting me overnight saying, is Jasper okay? Yeah, he's fine.
This is literally you tripping over nothing, man. If you just said, yeah, it's fine and said nothing else, we would have nothing to work with. But because you literally like flip the fuck out, you literally give us content. I don't know what to say anymore.
And I get it. You guys love Jasper as much as I do. He's a cute guy. He's on the streams. He's a great part of the content.
Shit, they paid to find out who he was. Like, of course they wanted. They might like him. They had to pay to meet him, bro. Are you not listening to yourself? I wouldn't even bring Jasper up after the scam you pulled, doc. Wouldn't say a word. I remember when I didn't even follow Phil, but I heard when I was watching Wings, and I heard Wings bring up the fact about the 2K scam of Jasper the cat. I didn't even know what the context was it? I'm like, 2K scam a cat? What? So I had to look it up, and the jaw drizzled when I saw.
He's not sick. There's nothing to be concerned about. It's scumbags making stuff up.
Yo! So I'm a vet and a scumbag now. Great. I'm gonna wipe all of this off here and just start like keeping a list of accommodations, list of commendations. So I wonder if he knows, right? And I know that I have just said I put all those other people in so that it wasn't just me. So that the whole point that I was making was that everybody in this community sees that this is a really bad thing because it's a really bad thing. The significance of it has like resonated across multiple people. But this coming so close after my video went out and I made a, you know, I've had a bit of a moan on various episodes of that being said. Again, thank you to everybody who got in touch with him and said, you know, seriously about your cat. But it does make me wonder, does he know me now? Will somebody have linked him that? Will somebody, one of his flying monkeys will have seen it, right? That I've no doubt. You know, but I wonder if they said one of the detractors has made a video about your cat to anticipate, you know, stuff about your cat and sort of vaguely outlined what I was doing in the video, or did they link the video? In which case, you know, he'll have seen it. He won't have watched it all. Of course he won't have watched it all. So it's 3.5 hours or something like that. He won't have watched it all. But he'll have skimmed. He'll have seen. He'll have clicked. He'll have started. He'll have like skipped through bits, see what, you know, points I was making. So he'll know me and who I am.
To try to create drama, and people sadly believe it.
Right, okay. Fuck you. Fuck you. I am fighting against so many drugs right now. I'm fighting against so many painkillers that are like just begging me to give up and go to bed. To say, fuck you. I am not trying to create drama, Phil. I'm trying to raise awareness of how negligent you are when it comes to caring for your cat. I'm trying to show people that the way you treat your cat is wrong. I don't give a fuck about drama. I examine you because you interest me psychologically. But this goes beyond all that. This bypasses everything else that I've done on my channel. I would gladly wipe off like every other video I'd done and leave just the Jasper one. I don't care about drama. I care about how you treat your cat. You use your cat. You monetize it. It is a thing for you to exploit. You don't care about it as a cat. You don't care about it as a pet, as a thing, as a being, as an individual creature with its own desires and needs and wants. It's just a thing that you think you might be able to exploit somehow. Maybe it'll give you more engagement. Maybe people in chat will talk when he's on screen. Maybe you might get a shot out of him here or there. You don't see him as a cat. You don't see him as a pet. And sometimes I just like to lie there with my cat and like have her on my stomach and stroke her. It's very, very sweet, and you know, she's just nice. She's adorable. She sat right behind my monitor on my PS4. Like right now, I'm going to prove it. Yeah. See, and I love my cat. She's my cat. She's adorable. I love her. I'm going to miss her when she's gone. She's getting older, and one day that day will come, and I'm really going to miss her. But for now, she's adorable, and I love her because she's my cat. Whereas Phil just sees Jasper as a thing. And it's not a thing he particularly cares about that much, because otherwise he'd be a little more interested in its care. And he would then understand what a blood test is for. So, yeah. That's why I did it. That's why I put that video together. That's why I recorded that and then clipped a bunch of other people. I didn't want to create drama. I just wanted to show people Phil's a bad pet owner. And I think I did a pretty good job of that. And of course I couldn't have done it alone, because like a lot of that video was other people. So I want to thank everybody again for also calling him out on this. And I want to thank the people that went into his chat and the people that did email him and said, you know, Phil, the people have like valid concerns about the way your cat is being treated and taken care of. I'm just rambling now. I need to carry on with this.
And I get it. You guys love Jasper as much as I do. He's a cute guy. He's on the streams. He's a great part of the content. He's a great part of my life.
Look, there, right fucking there. You guys love Jasper. He's part of the content. That comes before he's part of my life. That. He's a thing. He's an object. He's something that fulfills a purpose. He's to entertain the stream. He's to add something to the stream. He's part of the content. And oh yeah, I love him as a pet as well. That's fucking wrong, Phil. That's the point. That's everything wrong with this right there. You don't see him as a fucking animal.
Like I said, I think of him like a son.
No, you don't. No, you don't. If you do, it's a good thing you've not got an actual fucking child, considering how you treat Jasper. Fuck. I know we joke about this. I know we joke about him calling him his son and all that, but fucking hell. Right here and now. This moment, no. Just no. No. You do not have that like level of emotional attachment. I don't call her my daughter, and I actually give a shit about her. You know, so no, Phil, you don't get to do that. You don't get to claim that sort of like level of emotional investment and in like that sort of like connection, that sort of level of like spiritual and emotional fulfillment that you get from having a pet. No, you don't. No.
You guys love Jasper as much as I do. He's a cute guy.
It's not all business, by the way.
Part of the content. He's a great part of my life. Like I said,
he told us it's not all business. More or less what happened to this cat. But then he tells us that we love him as much as he do. Now, why are you pushing that onto me? You want me to feel bad if something happened to him? I love your cat as much as you do? We do? Who? Who is we? You got a frog in your pocket?
I think of him like a son. I want him to be a healthy cat.
Like a son. Nah, I'm sorry, bro. If you saw this cat like your son, you would have at least not gotten a $500 fighting setup right after you told us you didn't want to spend $300 to get blood work done. That's just corny ass shit. It just is, man. It just is. That's the most hood rich shit DSP has ever done. To complain about not wanting to get something done at the equivalent of a hospital for his son, and then right after he spent $500 to play a game he already got. It's no other way to look at it. He bought 22s for his Corolla right after little Billy didn't get the surgery. Because guess what? He didn't need the surgery. You're trying to scam me, Mr. Hospital, Mr. Veterinarian. They don't need that. You just want me to get it. But I need them 22s.
And I get it. You guys love Jasper as much as I do. He's a cute guy. He's on the streams. He's a great part of the content. He's a great part of my life. Like I said, I think of him like a son.
And then he does stuff like that. I think of him as my son. But heaven forbid if I get him looked at so that way I can see whether or not he has a problem with his pee-pee. Well, I guess we know what would happen if he had a son, I guess.
believe it. And I get it. You guys love Jasper as much as I do. He's a cute guy.
No, you
He's
don't
on
love
the street.
Jasper. No, you don't fucking love Jasper, because if you love Jasper, you would let Jasper just stay in your fucking your stream. You would fucking take care of Jasper as he's supposed to. You would take and get the blood work done for Jasper. You would know when's the last time Jasper has had blood work done.
He's a great part of the content. He's a great part of my life. Like I said, I think of him like a son. I want
a son, right? You have a son that you've had for 4 years or more, and you don't know when's the last time your son has done blood work. Do you hear yourself? You don't remember when the last time your son has done blood work.
He's a great part of the content. He's a great part of my life. Like I said, I think of him like
yeah,
a
it's
son.
your kid, man.
I want him to be a healthy.
Wait, he said it. Hang on.
He's a great part of my life. Like I said, I think of him like a son. I want
him pathetic,
to be healthy,
man.
I want him to be a healthy cat, and he is.
No, no, no. If you wanted him to be a healthy cat, you'd have the fucking blood work done. You don't know that he is a healthy cat. You're just assuming he is because he doesn't look unhealthy on the outside. He doesn't have like any cuts or broken bones or anything. There aren't like patches of his fur falling off. So you're just assuming he's healthy. You don't know what's going on internally. You don't know how his kidneys are. You don't know how his liver is. You don't know how his heart is. You don't know how his lungs are. You don't know how his fucking blood work is. I keep putting my head in my hands because I'm getting so frustrated. I want this to be over. Why isn't this over?
Thankfully, he's a healthy cat.
Thankfully he's a healthy cat. You don't know. If I have to like die screaming this, I will. You don't know that Jasper is healthy. You are just assuming he is healthy.
Trust me, if there was something wrong with Jasper, we would be at a vet.
Dude, you were at a vet. You were actually at a vet. You were there. And you were there for a checkup, and they offered to check something. And you said no. What the fuck? Like, I mean, I'm trying to get my thoughts in order. This is really... It's just so infuriating. It's just so infuriating. If you know... If Jasper was unhealthy, we'd be at the vet. You were at the vet and they offered to check to see if he was healthy and you said no. We love Jasper, we care for him. No, you don't. Otherwise, you would have said yes when the vet said, we want to check his blood work. You don't know his full medical history. You probably didn't divulge to them that he's had multiple UTIs. And when they said, we want to check his blood work, you said no. And they went, no, really, we recommend you do it. It's a routine thing. You said no because it cost too much. And then you bought a fucking joystick that you didn't need, another copy of Street Fighter 6 and a year's worth of PlayStation Plus, totaling over $500. Instead of the $300 it would have taken to check that your cat was healthy. If you loved him that much, that $300 would not have been an issue.
Probably not that vet that just scammed us.
Since it's fucking... It has been like an hour since my last smoke and I already think I need to go down and have 2 more just to get through the next bit. That vet was trying to help you. That vet was trying to help you care for your cat. That vet was not trying to scam you. That vet was trying to help you take care of your cat. That vet was trying to help you learn more about your cat's medical status, including how healthy he was, right? And if you cared about that cat, you would have done it because you don't know a lot about that cat's medical history. So learning stuff like that would really help when it came to making decisions about his healthcare. You know? If you cared about that cat, Phil, you would understand why blood tests are done. If you cared about that cat, Phil, you would have had it done. If you cared about that cat, Phil, you wouldn't have happily spent $400 on a joystick you didn't need. And then another $100 for Street Fighter 6 and a year's worth of PS Plus. If you cared about your cat, Phil, you would have spent $300 on a blood test. And then you'd be able to answer the question, how are Jasper's thyroid levels doing, Phil? You fucking disgust me. I think this is like the first time since the hospital incident that I've actually been like genuine. And he's done disgusting stuff. Don't get me wrong. He's done stuff where I thought, oh, you fuck, that's just a, you know. But again, I feel like most of the time it's because it's him being stupid to himself. When he said, like, stuff that's disgusted me in particular has included the way he's treated Snow Carl and the way he's, taking Cat to Burger King for a chicken sandwich. The champion stuff, obviously, because that all involves lying to his fans. And, saying that the T word slur for transgender people is not a slur and it's okay to say, So there's been a lot of stuff that he's done. Like being ignorant of like Rob on Wheels and Jade's like mobility issues and doing stuff like, I hope you enjoy your day out at the, did you enjoy your day out at the theme park? Did you ride the roller coaster? Did you walk? So all that stuff that betrays like a wider ignorance of these issues that actually matter to the people that he professes to actually give a shit about. That's all disgusting, but ultimately it is just him. It's him being a dick. It's him being like an asshole, and it's him being ignorant. And the people on the other end are insulated from the impact of that by distance. They're not there in his care. They're somewhere else watching him. They're at home on their computers or the PlayStations or however else they watch it, their mobile phones, however else they watch YouTube. They're there watching Phil, and that's adult people doing whatever, being scammed by Phil, and that's disgusting, but it's still ultimately just Phil. But again, like the hospital ones involve Panda, and this vet visit involved Jasper, and these are like people that Phil has some level of responsibility for. If you're going to profess to be engaged to this person, surely their health matters to you more than your stream. And you would recognize the importance of something so personal as, like, say, a panic attack and all the implications about mental health that go along with that. And not talk about that on stream publicly the next day. And, if you cared about your pet cat to the extent that, you would be like right at the vet if he was ill. You would know what a blood test was for, and you would have it done just to make sure. And if you'd had one done recently, right? If you had one done last year, and again, Jasper's a young cat, 5-7 years old. If you'd had one done last year and you came back up for a checkup, and they were like, "What's his medical history?" And you were like, "Blood work done last year. It showed this. Everything was fine." Probably don't need one. Another fucking moth. You probably don't need that blood test doing, right? But you don't know. You don't know. There are gaps in your knowledge when it comes to Jasper's health. You don't know a lot about his medical history. You don't know if he's like predisposed to something like feline anemia or, something like that. You don't know what's going on internally with Jasper. And you could know with a simple blood test. It's expensive, sure, but so is most of vet care and healthcare in America. So, yeah, I get having reservations about money as well. But you then went on and spent more money on something that you didn't need. So, yeah, it's not to cause drama, Phil. It's to show how you're a negligent fucking pet owner. And that's the thing that disgusts me the most, Because it involves somebody else that's dependent on him. When you're dependent on this for your safety, your health care, your well-being matters, are reliant on him. I think that's slightly terrifying.
But we would be at a vet or an emergency clinic or whatever it needed to be. In fact, we've done that before.
So, okay. I have a real problem there. And I'm sort of thinking that maybe I stopped it too soon previously, because the implication there is that, you know, when something does go wrong, Phil will immediately rush to the emergency room. However, Phil, the point of having this blood work done is so that you can catch stuff early, so that Jasper doesn't have to be in that condition where he needs to be rushed to a fucking emergency vet in the first place. This is preventative. It's like, right, okay, say something's going wrong with Jasper's liver, right? And his kidneys, whatever, right? Say something's going wrong with an internal organ somewhere, and Jasper is howling, and he's being sick, and he's sleeping a lot, and he's not up that much, and he doesn't seem like quite right. He's wobbly on his feet and all that stuff. And Phil doesn't notice this, and it's not until Jasper starts pissing blood because his internal organs are failing that Phil thinks, oh, maybe I should take him to the vet. Instead of going for a fucking checkup, having the blood test done, and having, oh, look, elevated liver enzyme, something's going wrong. We can treat this now because we caught it fucking early, and your cat doesn't nearly have to die. The idea, he will wait until it breaks rather than take care of it. This is a man who fucking complained that his garage didn't tell him that he needed to change his oil himself. No wonder he sees Jasper the same way, because he's a fucking object, not an animal, not a living thing. He is an object that serves a role. And he's right there, right fucking there. I would rather wait until it breaks than do maintenance on it. I would rather wait until my computer breaks than turn it off and on every now and then to update drivers. You know, oh my god, this is just like the most fucking screaming narcissist trait ever, because it involves planning for future events. It involves long-term investment, and people like Phil are all about the now, the now, the now. And as long as the now is still giving him tips so that he can still make pulls once the stream has ended, the now is fine, and he doesn't have to think about the future. He will worry about the future when he gets there. It's future Phil's problem, right? Just like the amount of Lucasade and the amount of weed are going to be Editor Steve's problem. It's... I mean, at least future Editor Steve has the capacity to buy more weed and more Lucasade, right? So it's not an issue. Whereas here, it's going to get to the point where Jasper is almost dying before he does anything. I mean, it's fucking gross, and it's fucking infuriating, and it's like an innocent cat is in the middle of this. It's like Jasper didn't deserve this. Jasper didn't deserve any of this. He's stuck in the middle here. He's just some poor unfortunate cat that happened to be at like the wrong adoption place at the exact point when Phil's mum had been nagging him too much about grandkids, and Phil's like legal wife had been whinging about like, oh, I want a cat, I want a pet, I want something like more fulfilling in my life than just Skyrim and DoorDash. And they both sort of like broke him down to the point where it's like, right, fine, fuck it, let's just get a cat. Let's get a fucking cat. I don't want a dog, it's too much effort. I'll get a cat. They're a piece of piss. I just need to feed them and make sure they've got somewhere to sleep and they'll be fine. And he storms into the, well, he storms and he's dragged in to the, slumps in, slouches in, moans in, mopes, probably wonders like that. Picks a cat out, and that cat happens to be Jasper. And, you know, he's going to die early. He's going to die early of something preventable because he wanted to play Street Fighter 6 on the PS5. Oh, and he had to have a new joystick to do that. He couldn't use his old one that was fully compatible with the PS5. No.
One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours.
Yeah, and maybe you wouldn't have had to sit in an emergency clinic for 5 hours if you'd have taken better fucking care of your cat. That's exactly why blood tests are done. And if you were there in an emergency clinic, then you must surely remember what you were there for in the first place, which means that you do know something about Jasper's medical history, which you should have fucking told them when they asked you. How are you this bad? How are you such a fuck up? How do you manage to colossally fuck up this bad?
Just saying.
No, don't just say, don't just do that fucking smuggler. Yeah, see? Yeah, I do have experience here, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck off, Phil.
Did you know about it? No, because I don't want people to be concerned. But, you know, shit happens.
Shit happens! Shit happen. Shit happen. Phil, shit doesn't have to happen if you take better care of your cat. And part of that taking better care of your cat involves getting blood tests done so you know more about the cat's health, so that you can do something like, oh, I don't know, get medicine for your fucking cat so that you don't end up in an emergency room for 5 hours.
In fact, we've done that before. One time we sat at an emergency clinic for
Never told you this story either,
5
huh?
hours. Just saying. Did you know about it? No.
Again, he'll tell you about a chicken sandwich not getting being all messed up. He'll talk about a DoorDash order being dropped off at the wrong house. He will talk about all the food stories. That's all we hear. Everything wrong with food. That's all we hear all day long. But your cat had such a problem that you had to go to an emergency veterinarian office and sit there for 5 hours, and you just so happen to leave that out to the people that care about Jasper. But you told them about the urinary tract infection. You told that story on a pre-stream back in the day. But you wouldn't tell the story about the 5-hour visit? The energy's not matching, my brother.
Because I don't want people to be concerned. But, you know, shit happens.
Yo, he'll be lying on the fly, too.
So, this is the same thing. It's just this. It's the same thing, different situations. Same vibe, damn near same face, probably. Listen to your boy.
We would be at a vet or an emergency clinic or whatever it needed to be. In fact, we've done that before. One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours.
Any askers?
Just saying.
Did you know that?
Know about it? No, because I don't want people to be concerned. But, you know, shit happens.
He bring that shit up to just completely distract you from everything he said previous. He wants you to think about this part now. Damn, what was wrong with Jasper when he had to take an emergency vet trip 4 years ago? Huh?
Basically, she was in a really talking.
But yeah, it's the same vibe though.
Horrible woman abuser. My wife and I met online, casually talking for a few months before we ever started dating or anything like that. Basically, she was in a really bad place in her life, an abusive relationship.
He took advantage of her.
Relationship, and once she did,
right into his hands.
Talking a little bit more romantically, and then things pursued. Did you ever find
specific
the restraining order that she had against her ex because he was hitting her? Never. I feel awful that my wife.
He's crying now. He did the same thing, bro. It's the same fucking vibe. He's being called out. He's actually backed in the corner. He don't know what to do. This is his way out. Drop an information bomb. An information bomb. Did you know that, Jasper, I actually had an emergency vet trip years ago? I didn't talk about it though. Did you know that my wife, she was getting hit by the guy she was with before me? You didn't know about that, I bet, right? You fucking stupid trolls. By the way, it's none of your business. And you shouldn't even know about this, but did you know?
Did you know about it?
I didn't know.
I don't want people to be concerned.
I don't want you to be concerned. So I told you about this years after to deflect from what I'm doing in the now. Shit happens. You just have to buy a $500 arcade stick. Well, a $300 arcade stick. A $60 game. $30 season pass? Question mark? Plus however much PS Plus costs for a year. Sometimes you just have to do that. Shit happen. You know what I mean?
One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours. Just saying. Did you know about it? No, because I don't want people to be concerned.
Because it never happened, you fucking lying ass. I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Fuck you, bro. Like, seriously. Nobody's believing this fucking bullshit. Shit, you even fucking told your ex-girlfriend, the only one that you really actually fucking cared about, you told the fucking doctor to just give her a pill and leave her there. Fucking asshole. This is why people fuck with you, and this is why people enjoy fucking with you, because you're a piece of shit that sits there and try to fucking get people to fucking care about him, but then when he doesn't understand basic human interaction and doesn't understand the shit that comes out of his mouth is not fucking kosher, goes ahead and creates a whole fucking narrative to not look like the bad guy, even though time and time again, people see him for the irresponsible piece of shit that he is. Jasper is not okay. Jasper is sick. You don't take care of the fucking cat. Okay? Just because you drink gin and you don't remember the shit that comes out your mouth, you don't remember the shit that you want to upload on YouTube, doesn't mean that we forget. So any Discord spies out there that like to refer to Phil, let them know Shinko been talking about this. Not that the trolls haven't been talking about it. Me and Steve have been talking about this the fucking most. Not a bunch of detractors, us two fucking talking about this shit. Because we listen to you. We listen to the shit that you say, and we can determine, based on our real-world experience, that you're a neglectful cat owner. Gengar Green, thank you for the $4.99 super chat, hun. Phil only loves Jasper because he serves a purpose. Once he no longer serves said purpose, Jasper will get the boot. Same with Cat. Exactly. Exactly. We've seen it before. As soon as Jasper inconveniences this man, he gets mad and kicks him out the room.
But, you know, shit happens.
No, shit doesn't happen. You make shit happen by being an irresponsible pet owner. You make shit happen by not doing the simple thing of just letting your cat be out at night in the house. You make shit happen by not fucking cleaning up the fucking kitty litter, which is literally scooping shit out. You love shit. You talk about shit all the time. You can't take the time to fucking just scoop out the thing you love, the one thing in this world that you're passionate about, the one thing you probably loved in your family, your wife, your fucking, your own health. You love shit. Why don't you just scoop it up? Fucking spraying Jasper with a fucking water bottle. That's the other shit. Yeah, you love that. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, man.
Cat, and he is. Thankfully, he's.
How would you know?
If there's something wrong with Jasper, we would be.
How would you know?
Probably not that vet that just scammed us.
How would you know?
Or an emergency clinic or whatever.
How would you know?
One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours. Just saying. Did you know about it? No, because I don't want people to be concerned.
Well, now we do.
You know, shit happens. I have Alzheimer's.
So we just made something up to make ourselves be the victim.
Oink,
Sounds
oink,
good.
Oink, I'm a pig. So.
Nice edit.
In fact, we've done that before. One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours.
Was this during the 2 times in which you told us the story, or was this during the time where it happened behind the scenes? So we can just speculate whether or not your cat has frequent problems. Which part was that, Phil? I actually want to know. Yeah, it's a good frame. It's a very robust frame. He's got the Two-Face effect going on right now. God damn. Like, he really, he loves this cat and hates this cat at the same time. It's the duality of cat dad.
Just saying. Did you know about it? No, because I don't want people to be concerned. But, you know, shit happens.
Do you know about it? No, I don't want people to be concerned. That's why I literally told you about this 2 weeks ago, right? And you started all of this shit for no reason other than to have drama. Maybe if you didn't talk about your cat son, and all of his medical problems with his wee-wee, maybe we wouldn't know about it and we wouldn't have to speculate about it. Just a thought.
In fact, we've done that before. One time we sat at an emergency clinic for 5 hours. Just saying.
Did you complain about it?
So, please, don't entertain nonsense, all right? And I'm going to do my best, okay, to make sure that the nonsense doesn't permeate my streams and my content. And what do I mean by that?
It just means that you're going to ban anyone that comes up to you and goes, "Hey, Phil, how are Jasper's thyroid levels doing?"
If I see someone who's trolling, if I see someone who I know is a sock account, if I see someone who I know is trying to derail in a toxic way, I'm going to moderate and I'm not going to say anything.
What's actually right? He is actually just going to ban.
I'm not going to bring to anyone's attention. I'm not going to say, "Oh, fuck you, motherfucker," in the chat and ban them. I'm just going to say, ban and buy, and I'm not going to say a word, okay? That way, it doesn't derail the content. Because I think what happens is when I do that, then, oh, that's the rise that people are looking for. Oh, I got the reaction. So I'm not going to give them that satisfaction.
Oh, wow, we do have something in common with your wife. Sorry, ALT, some of them you can't resist. At least it wasn't about her being a horse.
I'm just going to see it. Okay, bye. Bloop. Done. And I continue on. And we don't pay any attention to the nonsense. And I'm going to say this. I've said it before. I'll say it again. If you see me moderating, don't ask why someone was moderating.
Because number one, it's actually none of your business. It's not your business, it's mine.
Okay, so there's a slight issue with that, Phil. In the grossest sense of the word, technically, the content of your chat is your business. So I get like the perspective that you're coming at this from, but from the perspective of somebody in chat who might be new, might not know all the rules, might not have seen your entire 15-year history and know about which subjects are okay to talk about and which aren't, and may also not actually be like watching Detractor content as well, so may not be up on all of the latest Detractor conspiracy theories and whatever other bullshit that we're trying to sneak under there, all these sneak disses and everything. And maybe even for people who, may have turned up late and missed the start of the stream and don't necessarily require humiliation and, a mocking restart of that stream. How are they supposed to know what they're allowed to talk about and what they're not? Because they might mention something that gets them banned and they wouldn't know why. So when they do see someone being banned, it's, quite reasonable to sort of go, well, what did he do? Why was he banned? What did he say? Why are people concerned about Jasper? Sorry, he didn't do what? But they're only like $300. Banned.
And number two, you're giving attention to the trolls by doing that. That's exactly what they want. They want a discussion over it.
Yeah, I do want a discussion over it. I want you to tell me how you can justify not paying $300 to get your pet's blood work checked when you will then go on to justify spending $400 on a joystick that you don't need and another copy of a game that you already own and a year's subscription to another service that you're not going to use the entire year. Justify that for me, Phil. Justify that. Your pet needed healthcare, and instead of paying for it, you went and bought a new toy. Let's have a conversation about that, Phil. And I mean this, right? Okay, in all sincerity. Genuinely. If you'd like to come on too. That being said, and it'd be me and ALT, just me and ALT, right? And I understand that Sam and Meerkat would have an issue with that and they would want to be present too, and that's fair. But I can also understand that DSP might see either of them as, possibly aggressive and possibly, biased or whatever. And I would like it to be at me and ALT, and that's because I trust that ALT is good at moderating between 2 points, and I've seen him handle some stuff like this, and I've seen him handle a podcast, and he can carry things, and he can make sure that conversation flows and we get from A to B to C. I would fully trust that, right? And the issue would be between me and you, and it would be about this, upfront, straight and honest about your care of Jasper, right? Speaking of, do you see that? That's my reminder for my cat's medication. The second one, she actually has 2 different doses. It's My Cat by Jack Off Jill. But yeah, I set alarms to remind me to give my cat medicine because my cat's care is important to me. And I would like to talk to you about yours. So, if you ever feel like actually having a conversation, Phil, the offer is there. I am sincere and genuine about it. So, I look forward to you not accepting that and banning anybody who mentions it in chat. So, that should be 2.5. There we go. Right, stop this. You there? You moved off my PlayStation. Yeah, you have. Good girl. Come on. Look, she gets treats after it, so... bit chilly now, so
okay, so please understand there's a reason why I'm doing things the way I'm doing it.
Yeah, it's to keep control of information, like all cult leaders. You don't want people listening to outside opinions because outside opinions just showed that the way you treat your cat is terrible. So yeah. Of course you don't want people questioning you when you're banning people for asking you how Jasper's thyroid levels are.
I wouldn't either if I were trying to maintain that sort of like grip over my audience. I hate how he thinks this stuff is like a sort of defense, or it makes him look good in some way. Like, that's bad. That's a bad thing.
You know, we get newcomers who come into the chat all the time. Just the other day there was one. He says, wow, Phil, you know, I'm a newcomer to your content. I can't believe you have 24-hour sub mode on your chat. Do you understand how deterrent that is to newcomers? And I said, I completely agree with you.
Then stop doing it. Turn it off.
But you don't know what we've been through. You weren't here for that first month when I came to YouTube 2.5 years ago, and how the trolls came in here with bot accounts and were ridiculously spamming the chat with toxic stuff till we got the sub-only mode. And the moment we did, it put an end to all of it. It's much better to have to wait 24 hours and then be able to talk in a nice environment.
If it put an end to all of it, why are you having to moderate people? Why are you having to ban people? If all the toxic negative stuff that was being spammed in chat constantly has gone since you've instituted 24-hour sub mode, why are you still having to ban people?
Then to have to sit here in a toxic environment where 90% of the people talking are bot idiots spamming gross stuff.
Yeah, better that just be the one person, right, Phil?
So, it's the thing. People don't get it, and that's fine. You don't have to get it. I've been doing this now for 2.5 years full-time on YouTube. I know how it rolls. So understand, I kind of know what I'm doing. Sorry that things get derailed. Sorry that idiots try to create white noise narratives outside the streams. If you just stay here with me, and you chill with me, and we have a good time together, none of that shit matters.
See, again, this is cult-like control over alternative sources of information. Don't go looking at other things. Don't go watching Detractor content. Don't go actually seeing a bunch of people who all have like their own individual streams and their own videos about this thing, having similar responses to it, because, you know, it's a fucking shitty thing. Because the thing is, when you do go looking for stuff, you're more likely to question stuff, and you're more likely to come to conclusions that don't align with Phil's narratives, because Phil's narratives usually rely on you not questioning stuff. So, of course, you don't want you questioning stuff. You don't want you watching Detractor stuff.
Don't watch the bullshit periphery around on YouTube.
I feel like periphery is a new addition. I feel like he's picked that up from me. I've said that word a lot because it's a good way of describing like the people that are on the sort of fringes of a group. So I feel like that's sort of filtered through. I don't feel like that should be pig gullible. You know? Like, there can't be that many results for periphery. I'm gonna have a quick look now. 100 results. Holy shit. Alright, a lot of Aquateal's results are coming up as well. Right, okay. A lot of them are peripheral. Like, I could see periphery vision. There's a lot of Aquateal results as well. I don't feel entirely comfortable claiming that, but it's not really a word he uses a lot. So, fair enough. I'll take that L. And to show you, you know, to show you all I'm not averse to taking an L publicly, I'll even leave this bit in. Editor Steve, don't you dare cut this out.
The idiots getting clickbait views and being toxic. In reality, none of it should exist. But YouTube allows it. They say, sue those people to stop them. Oh, yes, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be Mr. Frivolous Lawsuit.
Phil, if you genuinely believed that you'd been slandered, it wouldn't be a frivolous lawsuit. It would be you justly seeking legal recompense for a harm that you have suffered. It wouldn't be frivolous. I need to move that out of the way. But yeah, once again, we all know that this isn't actually coming off any sort of place where he knows that he wouldn't win a lawsuit. It's actually just coming from the place of, oh, I can't be arsed.
And I'm going to slap lawsuits around on every idiot on the internet who benefits from making fun of me. No, I'm going to sit here and make good content for my viewers. That's all I care about.
Well, you don't care about your cat. So.
Okay? Now, there's something else that I want to say, all right? Some people have actually reached out to me recently and said, you know, Phil, with all the people on the internet who make fun of you, why don't you give it back to them, right? In particular, there's one person who just contacted me who wants me to basically make fun of Review Tech USA.
Oh God, if this is Review Tech, if I've started like a whole other thing just for Review Tech.
Someone who always is on a case, always watching funny, right? You know, right? So, this is you aware that recently he's been in hot water. Aren't you aware that he's in the same situation that you've been in after you learn your mistake? He's in the same situation you did, and people actually saying that he's like you from the past, and still giving his breakdowns of it. Why don't you react to that? Here's also a montage. Here's a 25-minute montage explaining the whole situation about overpricing another, and we stand for instead of actually responding another way. He's exploding on fans and insulting and calling for delusion all this, right? Why don't you react to that right now? Why don't you get it after Rich, right? I'll tell you why I'm after it, because I don't care.
Because I don't want to sit on the internet and be someone who attacks someone else who benefits off of their own misery. I want nothing to do with it. That's not me. That's never been me.
It is always projection with narcissists.
When have you ever seen me do a whole stream where all I'm doing is tearing down someone else?
Bro, you literally did that with Lavinia the other day. You literally had to start this bit telling people what had happened.
Right? No, I won't do that. Why would I do that?
Because you lash out when you're wrong. You lash out like a petulant child because you're an idiot who has not actually had the life experience and maintain the social relationships needed to emotionally and cognitively mature to the point where you can handle things that go against your preconceived beliefs about who you are, what the world should be like for you, and your place within it. When reality slaps you in the face and says you are wrong, you cannot take that L. You cannot actually accept that. You cannot absorb that information into your psyche because you are a man-child. You are an emotionally stunted man-child who has not been able to grow up and deal with loss. And I don't just mean like loss in the term, in the sort of like, you know, you've had a relative who dies sort of sense. I mean in sort of like the loss of status that a humiliating incident forces on you. You know, the bit where you have to accept that you're in the wrong and there's no way out of it. You're in the wrong and you can't deny it, and you have to come to terms with that. You know, and it could be a big thing. You could be involved in a car crash or you know, something stupid like that where you are undeniably at fault and you're caught on camera. You could be something little like lying to a parent and getting caught out. You know, any number of things. At certain points throughout our lives, life teaches us lessons, right? And they involve humbling ourselves. These are the points when we're supposed to learn that, you know, you got to take an L every now and then, and you can learn your lesson and grow from it. Phil has never been in that position. He's always been sort of insulated from the consequences of his actions by an overprotective mother who has been able to sort of buy her son's way through life. And even a fucking bankruptcy didn't teach him to be better with money, and that maybe he should stop playing that mobile game, because a couple of weeks after that, the vest streak started. So he made more in half a year than most people do in a year. So, yeah, life has a way of like not fucking DSP over. So DSP fucks himself over. DSP is responsible for like the neglect of his social relationships and being a toxic asshole and, you know, pushing people away and being a negligent cat owner and all that stuff. Life did not do that to him. We did not do that to him. Detractors as a whole had the consequence of Phil's behavior. Phil fucked himself over because life was like, I've tried, mate.
I make what I feel meaningful content, okay?
Put a pin in this, Steve. At some point in the future, we need to discuss the word meaningful.
And I hope that you guys understand that. Every once in a while, someone brings something up as a silly thing. Yeah, I'll take a little joke. I'll make a little joke about Rich sucking a cucumber or whatever, right? But I'm not someone who's going to sit here and wallow in someone's misery.
You've wallowed in Wings' misery by doing a react. You've wallowed in your own misery by doing your react. You've wallowed in John and Rambo's misery by doing a react to that. You've wallowed in... you're going to wallow in Machinima's. So, you know, you're doing your thing for that.
Because to some people on YouTube, when someone else is having a bad day, that means it's their payday. It's a good day for them when someone else is miserable. Not me. For me, I wish that everyone would always have a good day. I mean that too. I want everyone to just have good days. I don't want anyone to have a miserable day, a drama-filled day, a hateful day. I just want everyone to move forward with their lives and have a good life.
Do you remember during the John and Howard React stream when he was like, why would John wish people that? Because John said pretty much the same thing there. John said, you know, just hope everybody's, you know, I just want everybody to be happy. You know, I don't like when people argue, you know. I just want everyone to, you know, be happy in their lives. And he was like, why?
So people make promises and they don't, you know, go through with them, and that's basically what the parody was about, you know?
Yeah, because I mean, I hate, you know, I hate
had nothing to do with Kickstarter.
People that use it or something. No, I really, honestly, if everyone on there, hope you like everyone gets $1 million a month.
Yeah.
Like what? It doesn't. Again, it doesn't affect me in any.
John, if you say things like, I hope that everyone out there makes $1 million a month, it doesn't affect me, then why are you saying it? If it doesn't affect you, why are you saying it? Because it affects you. Listen, I'm guilty of this too. Why do I sometimes name drop other content creators that are bigger and more successful than me? Because I'm jealous. That's why. Yes, I'm jealous of PewDiePie. Yes, I'm jealous of Markiplier. They're rich. I'm not. I'm jealous of them. Why do you think I bring them up? Right? Why would you even have a parody of that in your show unless you're somehow affected by it and feel that it's meaningful to you? It's a false narrative. He is affected by this. Money was a factor, or else none of this shit would have been brought up ever. If it really didn't bother him, he wouldn't make the parody about it. He's trying to bring light, a humorous light, to something that he feels maybe is kind of wrong. Not outright hurtful or criminal, but wrong. He doesn't agree that people make content and have a Patreon so people can support it with finances like that. He doesn't agree with that. That's why he made that clip. Don't then say, oh, it doesn't affect me. I hope you're all rich. No, you wouldn't have made the clip if it didn't affect you. It's complete bullshit. I know, because I'm a bullshitter too, and I've done it over the years with these other guys. Yes, you are 100% you're affected by this or you wouldn't have made it. It's just, it's cause and effect, man.
He's cargo culting it. He is wearing the veneer of it. He doesn't fully understand or fully care of the sort of like the source from which that belief that John has springs from. You know, he doesn't care that John actually has empathy for others and doesn't want to see people suffer needlessly. You know, he doesn't want to see people miserable, you know, because that makes him miserable. It makes him feel bad, and it makes him like want to help them and feel bad if he can't help them. John wants people to be okay. John wants people to be happy. Phil can't understand the empathy from which that comes, but he knows that that is seen as positive, right? I'm sure at some point since the React and this, somebody must have told him, hey, Phil, John looked good there. This is why. So he puts on the veneer of it. He puts on the sort of like the image of, I just want people to be happy, man. I just want people to be okay, you know. Just want to be here in my own lane and I just want everybody to be happy, you know, doing what they do, whatever. But he doesn't fully grasp where it's coming from. He only wants people to be happy because when people are happy, they're normally giving him money. You know, he thinks money makes me happy. People must be happy with money. Therefore, happy people will have money. And usually, when people do give like large chunks, it's like, hey, Phil, happy this, happy that, you know, happy anniversary, happy birthday, happy 15 years as a content creator, you know, all these things, happy Street Fighter 6 day, you know. And so people attach positive messages to money, and it only reinforces the positive association that he has with money. So, you know, for him, happiness and money are interlinked, and he wants people to be happy because it means they give him money.
If everyone was happy around me, then no one would want to tear me down anyway, because they'd be happy with their lives too, correct?
Oh my god. You see, it's got nothing to do with actually understanding why you might want people to be happy. It's because when people are happy, they're not having a go at him. You know? They're not pecking at him. They're not
criticizing him. They're not doing "this is how you don't plays" and starting movements. They're ignoring him, or they're giving him money or something. You know, they're doing positive things because they're happy in their lives. They're not criticizing him. He must think that we're all fucking miserable. He must think that we're all like just because from his perspective, why wouldn't he think that? Why wouldn't he think that you must be miserable? You know, that's the only reason you must have a problem with him. It can't be anything wrong with him. It must be with you and some unhappiness in your life. That's why you've got a problem with him. That's why he wants you to be happy. Because then you'll leave him alone and go and be happy doing your thing. And you won't have to bother him. You won't have to keep bringing undue attention to him. Like, and I'm not going to lie and say that my life is perfect, because I'm miserable as fuck right now. I have to take like 6 different types of painkillers just to get up and about. You know, it's fucking miserable. I'm on morphine and I haven't shit for days. Opiates make you constipated. Look it up. But I have happy things in my life as well. I do things that make me happy. I see people and I speak to people as much as I can, you know, as much as my physical condition allows me. I do things other than shit on Phil and edit videos, you know. I should be playing Phantom Breaker Omnia or 9 Years of Shadow right now. You know, I have another podcast where I get to talk about like psychology and shit. So, you know, there's stuff that I like doing that makes me happy. There are people in my lives that make me happy. There's a goddamn cat in my life that's a pain in the arse that won't let me shit in peace on the few times when I'm actually trying to shit. And still she makes me happy. And to him it's just like, when you're happy you leave me alone. That's so fucking sad, man. That's so fucking pathetic. That's just so fucking like low and just like hollow and empty, and like it would almost be pitiable if it was anybody else, you know? Oh my God.
But that's the problem, is that it's not happening. So what do? You jump on the misery of others and you benefit from it, right?
No. I'm just doing it for fun.
That's not me. And I don't want to be like that. I don't ever want to be like that, all right?
I don't ever want to be like that. I don't ever want to be like that. Hello, Howard. Hello, Howard. Why are you even getting upset about the fact that I monetized a friend's death, Howard? You weren't even a friend of mine, Howard. You know, the problems that I had with John were between me and John, Howard.
And the other thing is there's a lot of history. There's a lot of good times, man. There's a lot of really good times. And you kind of, you'll piss on a lot of that stuff by doing this. And I feel like things should be kept in-house amongst friends. You know, a circle of trust amongst friends, Howard. Do you believe in such things with people?
No, I wholeheartedly believe in that. And that's why I'm a little ticked off about this, because...
Howard, why are you ticked off? Howard, how are you involved? Howard, hello, Howard. You're not even in this. This is between me and John. When I moved, it was about me and John having an ongoing relationship. Me and John having content we were going to make together and still be friends and contact and all of that. Howard was not in our circle of friends. Howard was friends with John, but he was not a direct friend of mine who we even discussed having any kind of ongoing relations of any sort. Seriously, like there was none of that. And again, I think people assumed this from this. Here you go. Here's the example. A picture of the three of us together from a video we made. A picture from the three of us together from a video we made. And you would see this on the internet and you would think, oh, you know, Howard is just massively involved in this. But Howard is not massively involved in this in any way. This is me and John's relationship and Howard interjecting himself into this situation, likely for the purposes of this video, to try to accentuate reasons why they had a falling out with me. Because, quite frankly, there's several times here you will see another running pattern in this video. Howard seems to get very upset with me over things. He gets very, very over the top, extrapolating exponentially angry, okay? And that's fine. If, you know, if he feels that I wronged him. But this is supposed to be in reference to why is John not Phil's friend anymore? Why is John not showing up in Phil's content? That was the discussion. When this video came out, it was, all of a sudden it's John and Howard. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Why are you in this video? Really? If he could have made his own video. But it's like double piling on of this doesn't, it's so the circle of friends, the circle of trust. Yes, between me and John. Correct. Correct. When did I even ever publicly talk about Howard? Go ahead and you know, maybe I'm wrong, and you can call me on this. I want you to call me on this. Go back and look during that time frame of me moving in 2014 and then 2015 and trying to talk to John, get an answer from John, right? Where did I even talk about it? It was me, always me and John. So this is like weird that this video is John and Howard reacts to Phil or responds to Phil. Phil wasn't talking about Howard. Phil wasn't looking to have content with Howard. Phil wasn't looking to have an ongoing friendship with Howard. He was our Street Fighter buddy who we brought in for certain projects and events and you know, parties and things. And basically, and again, I'll tell you this, we're going to get to this point. We basically kind of had a falling out at the end of when I moved, all right? And I never expected to even talk to the guy ever again. That's me being real talk with you guys. Like, I never thought that he would ever want to talk to me again. I really didn't have a desire to talk to him again because of the way that things went down at that last event that we did together. And that's going to be pulled out here and extrapolated upon later on in this video because he brings it up, okay? So, again, it's weird to me. And by the way, I'm not trying to dump on Howard. I'm just saying this is weird. That when this video came out, people were like, wow, Howard was really mean to you. Howard? Again, like, what are you talking about? Howard? Like, I never heard a negative word from Howard. I'm serious about this now. Never did Howard call me and say, I'm mad at you. Never did Howard text me and say, why did you do that? Never in person did Howard say, man, you did something fucked up. Any complaint I ever heard was from John. And it was always an issue John had with me. It was never, oh, Howard is mad at me. This is literally the first time that I heard everything from Howard was this video, okay? So let's make that clear. This whole situation was between me and John, not Howard, and it's weird that he interjects himself so often, apparently, into this when he was not involved. He just wasn't. Every once in a while, he'd be in it, and it's just so odd to me that this was put out like this, okay? Okay. By the way, I need to split the part soon, probably another 10 minutes. Listen, this last couple of weeks, yeah, I stuck it to LTG. Why did I do that?
There you go. There you go. Completely, like, forgotten about all the shit with LTG and all this. It's like, like, why even that occurred to me? See, there's just... No, wait, no. I've got it, right? I was going to do this whole thing about how, you know, obviously it's always projection with narcissists and everything because, you know, Phil is obviously just spent ages going about how he doesn't want to profit from, like, others and he doesn't want to be, like, all about the drama and all that, and he's been stirring with LTG. But no. What I think he's going to do now is, because of where I've paused it and he's just about to go, now what you need to understand is we're going to get the Phil has actually been a victim bit first. We're going to get the Phil has... he's just, you know, speaking out in self-defense or something like that. He didn't start anything, so it's completely different when he does it in this situation, because, you know, he didn't start anything. He didn't have to react the way he reacted or whatever. You know, he completely unprovoked. He just had to defend himself. So it's fine when LTG does it, but, you know, Phil was a victim. That's the sort of thing we're going for here. Phil is a victim, so it's fine for him to do it.
Because he ridiculously insulted me. My looks, my work ethics, the looks of my stream. He insulted everything. He just went off for 10 minutes, completely unsolicited. He had no idea what I had said about him, because I had actually said positive things about the guy and had one or two genuine questions about things about his streams. He didn't look at what I said, and instead he just believed I had said toxic shit, and he sat there for 10 minutes trying to destroy me on his stream. I have every fucking right to clap back at that, which I did.
I mean, yeah, you do have every right to clap back, but, you know, if you want to claim that defense, then we have every right to criticize you for the things we criticize you for, because, you know, many of us do things like stream or make videos or play games or fucking own a cat. The problem is, you're a fucking adult. You're 41. And you're acting like this when LTG criticizes you. Look, dear God, LTG, right? Why can you not just, like, put him to one side? Why can't you put him to one side? You know, why can't you put these people to one side? Why can't you put Rich to one side? You had a pop at Rich earlier in the video. You took that opportunity. It's a roundabout way of going. My viewers are always reminding me of this, but, you know. Why can't you put these people aside? Because image matters to a narcissist.
And I even laid down a nice challenge that would have benefited both of us, and he pussied out like everyone knew he would.
You know, just like as you have the right to clap back at him, even though as a 41-year-old man you probably shouldn't, he has the right to ignore you. He has the right to sort of like go, no, I'm not interested, fuck off. And in fact, not even do that. He has the right to just deny you a response altogether. You're not entitled to a response from him. He doesn't have to respond to you. He can feel free to ignore you, and he has done. And fair play to LTG, that's the best way to deal with someone like Phil. If Phil wants your attention, if Phil's trying to, like, exploit you in some way, which he was. Phil was only interested in how much it would make it. He was selling it to LTG as, like, we could both benefit from this. But Phil doesn't give a fuck about how much LTG benefits from this. Phil gives a fuck about how much Phil benefits from this. So, if Phil wants to go and do that, that's fine. He can do. He's going to. But, when it happens, the best way to deal with it is the way LTG did. Say fucking nothing and just ignore him.
And now that opportunity's gone, and that's that. I'm done talking about LTG. I'm not going to keep harping on the guy. I don't care about the guy. He's a nobody. He's a fucking insignificant fart in the wind when it comes to content creation. Why do I fucking care about LTG? In fact, I'm going to say it right now, outright. Stop bringing him up in my chats. Stop talking about the guy. He's never going to entertain anything when it comes to me. He's afraid.
Future editor Steve, if you mentioned LTG again, put the clip in here.
No, I know. Listen, I know you guys are trying to start drama with LTG. We already talked about that. That was one of the questions I had. Remember, when I was watching that LTG stream, right? Here I am watching it, and supposedly this guy's got over 2,000 viewers. Over 2,000 viewers on his channel. And that's regular. It's not like, oh, there was an influx of viewers who can't talk because it's sub-only mode or something like that. He had 2,000 viewers coming into his channel every day, supposedly, that he streams. Yet his chat is like 20 people, and then when he goes to play, they make fun of him. Right? And I was like, that was the question I had for you guys. I was like, how exactly does this work? Because I was fascinated after watching him play. I was like, I don't get this. Does he really regularly get 2,000 viewers? Where are they in his chat? Why don't they talk? Why is it that these people are sitting there memeing and making fun of him when he plays, right? I mean, these supposed to be 2,000 supporters, and that's what I said. I said, you know, what's the difference between having that or only a few hundred? But at least if you have the few hundred and the people support you because they're positive people, is that not the better option? I would much rather have a few hundred people on a stream, all of which who are enjoying the content, interacting with me in a positive way, engaging and supporting, rather than having 2,000 viewers, out of which the majority of them are people here just to crap on you. Why would you want that? I would much rather have a positive small audience than a large negative audience. That's why I don't cater to my haters, right? I got a million of them, but I'm not going to do that. That's not who I am, right? So it doesn't seem to make much sense. That was one of the legit questions I had for you guys. And basically now all I've heard is conspiracy theories. Everyone, the thing is, you guys say this shit, but there's no way to confirm that. Oh, he has fake viewers. He buys view bots. He self-subscribes and does all that to make himself look more popular. What evidence do you have of that besides circumstantial? That's bullshit. I will call that out. Listen, I don't like LTG, but that shit's bullshit. Unless you have concrete evidence of what you're saying. You're just making shit up, which is what people do to me all day, every day. You understand? That's not right. Unless you have evidence that something's actually going down, you can guess as much as you want, but to say, oh, he just does it. No, that's fucked up. Unless you have the evidence he's doing it, you can't just say that he's doing it as a fact because it's not true. And people have to stop that bullshit. Too many people on the internet get away with that and say, oh, that he definitely does that. You know what? I haven't seen the evidence. If you provide the evidence, that's one thing. I haven't seen it. No one showed me shit. I'm not going to believe it until I hear it or see it. Maybe the guy just has... I mean, I'll be honest. Do I really think 2,000 legitimate positive people watch LTG every day? No. But perhaps he has a couple benefactors who are very nice and you know, regularly support him in a big way. They like what he stands for. They like him as a creator, as a person. And maybe they're keeping him afloat. And that's legit. That's not to be hated on or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't see why people crap on that. Now, if you want to crap on his gameplay, you want to crap on him blocking people constantly, that's a whole different thing entirely. But to crap on the guy's viewership and support if it's legit, that's bullshit. I think a lot of people, they see that and they're like, there's no way that someone like him who has a bad reputation could be that successful, right? I got a catch in my finger here. I'm trying to fix it. Anyway, I think that's what it is. This is what's crazy about it, right? Guys like LTG, who have said way worse things than I ever did, right? He has merch. So that's what's crazy to me, is like, how are guys like him able to have merch but not me, you know? It's just wild to me. It is. How is it that I'm somehow became a target of the ire of the internet when there's people out there who've done way worse than me, and they do it regularly? It's not like, oh, they did it once. This is something that they did all the time, and they keep getting, like LTG just got fucking banned again from Twitch for like the millionth time, you know? It's like, so why can't I make merch, you know? So, I don't know. He already got completely destroyed by Vizat in 2014. He's never going to do anything. So don't be There's a complete right? I don't know if so I'm not talking about it, okay? I'm not talking about it. I did really for terrorism. You have to be fault. Move on. It's all right. I'm here to make constantly. I'm here for situations. He has to go on. That's what situation I had years ago. I don't care. I can nothing do anything. I'm here. My content. So people are constantly shit, right? Well, we can't feel that's not here. Let's not feel there. No, it's wrong. No, really, I don't care. I don't do anything. I'm done with that nonsense. I don't want to hear about anyone. Oh, what about this person talking about you? What about this person? What about that? What about... I don't care. Let them all sit there and jerk each other off until eternity.
I know the odds of this are practically 1 in 1, but I can guarantee he'll kick off with someone again. He'll have some moan about someone, probably like Keemstar or someone again. You know, so Editor Steve, again, if you want to put in another clip here, feel free.
Okay. Oh, I just got another tip. Wow, you guys are great today. Another tip. Thank you so much. I got a $2 here from chat. From the chat to chat. The chat to be $2. Thank you, chat. Thanks, chat, for the $2 to support chat. Love the chat. Thanks for the support chat. Everything you do, chat. Love the chat. There you go. I could be XQC. In a heartbeat, I could be XQC. It's not hard. It's got to be stupid. Say dumb shit constantly that has nothing to do with anything for an audience that scrolls by so fast you have no idea who anyone is. I mean, I told you, I tried reacting to XQC. I tried hard. How do you react to that? It's like, dude, this guy, these things he says are like, what the fuck? And then sometimes he's just watching the video and saying nothing. It's like, what is this? People watch this in the millions. This guy is a millionaire for nothing, but because I hate to say it, what's happened is back in the day, on YouTube particularly, content that rose to the top was content of value and quality and worth because people either found it like funny or informative or, you know what I'm saying? There was value to it. Now, the content that rises from the top is the most drivel, mouth drooler stuff. It really is. Because what's happened is now you cater to the biggest, widest audience, which just are people who just don't even think. They just look at the screen. Everyone, come on, everyone. We're on the channel. Look, 1 million viewers. What is that? That's the top content right now. This complete nonsensical trash that anyone intelligent would look at it for 2 seconds and be like, who the fuck would want to watch this? This is a complete waste of everyone's time. But that's the thing. People watching it don't get it because they're that dumb. They don't understand that's a waste of their time. They don't understand. It's not just XQC. Take a look at all the top content all over the internet right now. The drama content, the prank content, the trash political content. Everything has to be political now to make clickbait views, right? Every single thing on earth. This fucking, I guarantee you, this Microfiber cloth is political. If I told you who manufactured it, there'd be people talking politics about my microfiber cloth today. Do you see? This is what they do, man. That's the quality of content on the internet today. It's completely changed to be, how do I milk it for money, right? It's sad. It's pathetically sad. The first signs of idiocracy. Yeah, go watch the movie Idiocracy. And you'd be like, wait, this is supposed to be a comedy? I thought it was a documentary. It was supposed to be a comedy when it came out, like 20 years ago. It's not anymore. That's literally what happened with people now. They're just that dumb. Just listen to this. Legit question from Beef Lord. How is the vest, hat, and glasses, which by the way I took off, not incentive to milk people for money? No one comes to my fucking stream and contributes to see it. It's that simple. This is just a silly thing. Right now, if I take this off, and if I take this off, okay? Did the viewers leave? Is everyone leaving in droves? People aren't here for that. All right? They're not. That's silly. It's a way to say, hey, listen, you supported me. Let's just do something absolutely silly together, right? Just for fun. No one says, man, let's send Phil $100 so he'll put on a red fedora today. No one fucking says that. That's a cop-out, again, from those who are so jealous of my success that they have to try to justify it that way. If you think this hat is the equivalent of someone reacting to trash content, right, and doing absolutely nothing. Chat. What did the chat say? The chat. You think this is the equivalent of that? Really? Do you not hear the meaningful conversation that we're having? Are you deaf? Do you not see the difference? Right? Or the other funny part about it, so I put the hat, I'm putting clothes on to be silly. There's people out there who literally take off their fucking shirt and suck cucumbers every day. Do you think there's a little difference between this risque, sexualized trash content versus me actually just putting a hat on? Do you see the difference? If you don't, I'm sorry, you're probably not the brain level for this content. You're just not. I really apologize that you're not the brain level to understand the difference, okay? There's a big difference between someone doing something risque. Literally every time they do something like that, it's the accident for me all over again, right? Only they're actually doing the accident for money. They're every single time that they take off their shirt and they fucking do that nonsense, they're doing it as a way to make money by doing something sensationalistic, right? My accident is the biggest sensational thing you will ever see happen on any of my streams. It will never happen again, and it was a complete accident. So make fun of me for having an accident happen, but these people get away with doing these ridiculous things, these pranks, these stunts, these awful things they do. That's acceptable somehow in the modern scheme of content creation, right? But me put a hat on, oh, what a horrible stunt he just pulled for money. Are you out of your mind? This stream would be successful without this hat, without that vest, without any of this. We'd all still be here having a good time. And if you don't believe that, you're a fucking idiot because you listen to the wrong people. And I can't help you from being stupid, okay? I can't. I can't make you not be stupid, right? Let them have the biggest drama orgasm all over the internet as much as they want, and you can be as dumb as you want to watch their content. If you so believe it's entertaining, go for it. Melt your brain away and become a zombie watching crap. I don't care. I'm here to be positive. I'm here to enjoy, right?
I would like to think my content is at least a little more nutritious for your brain and won't cause it to melt away. I may, of course, be wrong about that. I'm willing to take that chance. I apologise if that's the case. But given that, you know, shortly after I released a video about Jasper and how Phil really is like a bad pet owner, we got this. I'd like to think I've had the opposite effect, and people have, you know, learned and taken the sort of message that I wanted to convey to heart. So, you know, it's just that, you know, when it comes to like the psychology stuff, I can understand it being a bit difficult to understand for people at times, but stuff like this, I feel like you don't really need to engage in your brain that much to understand how he's a bad pet owner and why we're worried about Jasper. But obviously, a bunch of his defenses through this have been manipulating and misinterpreting the argument that I and many others were making throughout that video. So, you know, yeah, it's inevitable. I really should move this out of the way, for fuck's sake.
At the end of the day, when you take a look at the body of work that someone's put out on YouTube, okay, you're going to look at all the content I've put out. And wow, Phil's put out so many playthroughs. Phil's done a body of work with podcasts.
You can call them podcasts, but really they're just therapy sessions for you. I mean, I feel like I'm listening to a man actually talking about the things that worry him the most without wanting to talk about the things that worry him the most. You know, this is a man talking to a diminishing audience about drama that he tried to cause that didn't work, that he's had to turn into a positive for him. And at the same time, tell people, you know, it's actually a good thing that I didn't spend $300 on my cat's blood test, but instead spent $500 on the joystick and another copy of a fighting game and, you know, all that. So, you know, I feel like there is probably something wrong here with the overall situation. And I don't think it lies with us and the content that we provide. I feel like it lies more with you and the content you provide. Because at least I'm willing to admit that reality is, you know, it's a bitch. It will sometimes slap you in the face. I've at least accepted that my cat needs medicine. So, you know, I had to get that by finding out what was wrong with her, and they did that with a blood test that I had to pay for. Well, insurance technically paid for the original one that's led since, but you know what I mean.
He's done game reviews. Look at this fun, you know, these React projects he's done, all this. And you can go back and watch, and it's all meaningful content.
Seriously, Steve, at some point in the future, meaningful.
Or you go watch someone who is some drama guy making fun of people all day.
Dude, I don't make fun of people all day. I've got other shit to do. Like, even if I can barely leave the house, I've got other shit to do.
How is that pertinent? And the question is, it's not. It's only pertinent in the moment.
But you see, here's the thing, right? It's not only pertinent in the moment. It's been pertinent going forward because it's come up again after a few weeks. So it's remained pertinent because in that time, your cat might have continued to get sicker. And you don't know that. And in the time between me recording this now and it being out, your cat may be sicker still. I can guarantee you at some other point he's going to be like, oh, Jasper was sick today or something, you know.
Oh, there's not much you can do about that, Nobert. Nobert says, how do you get Jasper to not puke hairballs? I rescued a stray in my neighborhood, but he pukes huge hair logs. Chewables aren't working. Yeah, the only thing you can do is try to change the diet. Because some cats, you can give them a different diet, it'll stop that. But there's really not much you can do about it. You know, it depends on the cat. With Jasper, he gets hairballs every once in a while, but it's not often. Like, just the other night, he barfed one up on the carpet of the freaking bedroom. I had to clean it up. But he doesn't do it all the time. I say maybe once every few weeks, maybe there's one. So it's not a big deal.
It's going to remain pertinent going forward because for as long as Jasper remains your cat, his health is your priority. His healthcare is your responsibility. And so the longer that Jasper goes without like a proper blood test so that you could properly know like what his physical condition is, the longer his healthcare is going to be a complete unknown for you. You'll be able to glean some things from a physical, but you'll need blood work for other stuff. So you'll never be 100% sure about how Jasper is actually doing. And the longer that happens, the longer we are right to say you should have paid for that blood work rather than spending money on a joystick. It's not a thing that's going to go away. I don't think this should go away. The longer you have Jasper as a pet, the more responsibility you have over him because his healthcare is going to be okay for a bit. And then he's going to get ill. Cats get ill, especially as they get older. Something's going to happen one day that's going to require you to be at the vet. And it's probably going to be something you could have caught earlier with a fucking blood test. And just one day that cat is going to die. And it's going to be of something that's
fucking easily preventable, and he will have spent the money on a fucking joystick instead. Even now it winds me up. Even now, after recording the first video in response to that and then doing all the editing work to this happening and me recording all this, doubtless when this is released, it will continue to wind me up. In the interim periods, there will doubtless be podcasts where I'll be able to rant about it and how much it's winding me up, and especially like Jasper will appear on his stream or whatever, and he'll be like, you know, a bad pet owner is like, Jasper, stop chewing the wires, or get the spray bottle, you know, or like, oh, Jasper, get off my lap, and then you've scratched me, you know, with your back claws as you're jumping off, and Jasper's been like acting up all day, wanting attention. You know, there'll be something along the way, and it'll all come up again, and it's only going to get worse. Like, the longer this goes on, and the longer that we end up like sitting there with a PlayStation 5 joystick, like going, why aren't I better at fighting games? And for me personally, I'm only going to take it like even more personally because my cat's ill, and his attitude towards his pet is like frankly insulting. It's offensive. It's actively harmful to a cat that did not ask to be adopted by this man.
Once that becomes old news, none of it matters anymore. You know, a few months ago, the hottest thing to do was make fun of DK oldies, or the hottest thing to do was to make fun of this particular person on the internet. But it's all waning. It passes. None of it's pertinent anymore.
I'll happily die alone on this hill. If I have to keep talking, I know at the moment, you know, I'm a lot of people agree with me on this and are with me on this and think that what you did was wrong and gross and like actively harmful. But if you know, if I have to keep screaming this for years, and everybody gets like, all right, Steve, come on, move on now. You know, I'll happily keep doing it because it is wrong and harmful, and you know, I fully believe that. And this is one of those things where I think it should be continuously remembered. Fortunately, we have like the I suppose. In this case, it is quite lucky that he does stream so much, because it means that odds are we're going to see Jasper on stream quite a bit. So odds that something will happen that once again brings his care or negligence of Jasper into focus is going to happen again. So we'll be able to bring it up again and keep bringing it up. So there's at least that. Luckily, Jasper will be around for long enough for it to remain fresh for long enough. So this is going to be an issue that's going to remain pertinent, Phil. But for as much as we can say about your negligence and the way you treat your pet, that vet thing should follow you around for a lot longer than it will. There'll be years to come where we'll say stuff about, you know, the way you are with Jasper. We'll be talking about like the water bottle still, you know, or I'll still want to get mad whenever you say Mojito Kitty. But the fact that you refused to spend $300 for a blood test, called it a scam, and then spent $400 on a joystick that you didn't need, bought another copy of Street Fighter 6 for your PS5, and another year's subscription to PlayStation Plus, that should follow you around a lot longer than it will.
So once you get that immediate attention for the drama, it goes away. My content is universal. You can watch a playthrough I did in 2010. You can watch a playthrough I did yesterday. You can watch a review I did 5 years ago. You can watch a stream I did 10 years ago. It's all still pertinent.
It's all still pertinent. How pertinent is your playthrough of Body Count, Phil?
It's all still fun. You can still laugh. You can still have a good time. You're not saying, what the fuck is that he's talking about? I don't understand the reference. Yeah, because it was drama content for that day. You're not going to understand the reference years later. But a game playthrough, you will.
I don't know. I think the thing with us detractors is that we're quite good at keeping things pertinent. So, you know, I might be able to say #free2kj for years to come, and people will get that reference. Just to pick an example at random. Is that you snoring? I don't know if this will pick it up. But she curled up and she's snoring.
It's really cute. See, like, these are the moments when you want to go, oh, but you don't want to wake them up. If it helps, you can imagine, you know, she's a dog and she's curled up and twitching and so like going woof, woof, in her dreams as well. Because I had a dog who'd do that, so, you know, I get where you're coming from there. It's the same thing.
You see the difference? Meaningful versus bullshit? My stuff will stand the test of time.
My stuff will stand the test of time unless it's got Detractor artwork or a sample that I've not got legal permission to use from, in which case it's going to be expunged from the internet like it never existed. It's a really good thing I captured a load of clips of you talking about your back before you deleted those podcasts.
People will be watching my content for years to come. If I disappeared from the planet today, you'd still have meaningful Dark Side Phil content to watch.
Yeah, it'd be us. It'd be all of us. We'd have so much. You think I'm going to run out of Dark Side Phil psychology to talk about if you disappeared tomorrow? Do you not think there are like years of 8 to 12 to 16 hour long videos left in me about Dark Side Phil psychology? Like, we've talked about this on That Being Said. We could keep going long after you finish. That's what she said.
Right? If one of these drama hounds disappeared today, nothing would change. The planet would be exactly the same. You know, no one would miss it. Because all they're doing is making content for the day.
Content for the day? Right. Do you know how long it takes me to do this? And what's more important is, I'm not the one with like a daily podcast. You are. You're the one who does like content. You have like a drama shit. You have your news bit and your schedule bit and your Q&A bits every day. How is that not meaningless fluff? Who in years to come is going to go, do you know what? I'd quite like to listen to what Phil was talking about on July 27th, 2021. I'm going to go find the podcast for that day. Just like pick a random day completely out of my ass, and who's going to care? Who's going to be listening to it? You can hardly get enough people listening to you now.
And none of it, and you would never watch their body of work. Who the fuck would want to watch a drama video from one of these guys from 10 years ago? No one cares about that shit.
You say that, but a guilty pleasure of mine is there's two particular interviews that I think are really, really good. And it's Jim, at the time, Jim Sterling, and one of the Romine brothers, the digital homicide thing. That was an amazing interview. And there's also the time when Grade A Underray was on Drama Alert with another creator. I don't think it's Sandpepper. It might be. But yeah, those are great interviews that I will occasionally go back and watch. Nothing changes, you know, the world has moved on since those days, but those are great cases of like completely one-sided interviews where the one party is so very clearly and obviously in the right, and the other is so clearly like out of their depth and unaware of how badly wrong they are. So they're just like watching cats playing with their prey before they finally kill them. They're great, and I love rewatching them. So, yeah. It does happen. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying it's probably not going to happen with DSP stuff, is it? No one's going to be watching the pre-stream podcast from this year in 2027, unless they're going through Pig Go.
And that's the difference. Even though I'm small time, even though I'm a little guy, I'm grateful.
So that's the thing, Phil. Once upon a time, you weren't small fry, and you had the potential to be even bigger than you were, and you squandered it all. So when you say, you know, you're grateful and you're happy for, you know, just being here, doing your own thing, staying in your own lane, having fun on level 1, all that stuff, it's just so like transparent that it's cope. It's an excuse. It's you reassuring yourself so you don't have to face up to the reality of your situation. So yeah, continue to cope, Phil.
That you guys keep me pertinent.
How are you pertinent? How are you pertinent? We keep you pertinent. We give you more like views than
than you ever could get on your own. I swear to God, most of your views come from Big Go result searches. Like, no fuckers watching like Skyrim Part 327. You know, nobody's watching your did you play Lost Odyssey? I don't know. Fuck. I just try to pick like an Xbox game at random. Nobody's watching your Lollipop Chainsaw. Actually, there's one reason you would watch Lollipop Chainsaw playthrough, and it's because the review at the end.
Male-oriented, puerile, you know, frat house humor.
It's the first time a certain word is said.
Puerile.
You guys allow me to do what I love for a living, and you ignore the drama and the bullshit. Thank you for that. This week could have been a really stupid week of everyone constantly derailing, and instead it was a great week. Everyone enjoyed the stuff. I was so pleased with how this week went. Really. It could have went way worse, and it was so nice, and I was very happy with how this week went. Oh man, look at this this cat on his deathbed sitting on my lap right now. Oh my goodness. He's he's so bad off, guys. Let's rush him right now for a blood test. Oh.
Yeah, Phil, you should rush him for a blood test. You should get him to the vets right now, because you don't know that he's not unwell. You don't know that he's okay. You have a sort of vague idea. You're sort of basing that belief on what you think he looks like. He looks okay, and he's, you know, jumping onto your lap and that. So he must be okay, right? And it's like, no, he could be unwell. He could have a condition developing that you won't know about until it's much too late, and it does more harm to Jasper than it would do if you took him to the vet and had a blood test and it found it and caught it early enough to treat without needing something a bit more serious and, you know, to put it on a level that you'll understand, a bit more expensive. Because I tell you what, Phil, you can either pay for a treatment that is tablets or a little like syringe that you squirt into his mouth, or you could pay for an operation. Guess which one of them is going to cost more, Phil? But no, you want a joystick, don't you? You have to have your new toy. You don't even have to have it, but you have to have it. You know, it's not a necessity for you, but you want it. So, Jasper and his $300 blood test, you know, that thing that you should be paying for because it's directly related to the health of the thing that you are responsible for the health of, fuck him. Street Fighter 6 on PS5, Mortal Kombat 1, I need a new joystick for that. Can't buy an adapter. That might give me like a couple of frames of delay, and that's just unconscionable. You might as well be asking me to commit a war crime. Fuck you, banned. Use my PS4 joystick because it'll work. It's just plug right in because it's USB and it works. No, it doesn't feel right. I played a match before and it didn't feel right. You know? Don't want to, you know, go to the effort of replacing the buttons in the stick, even though I've replaced the buttons on the Xbox pad, the Xbox joystick that I bought. That cost a lot. That was some fair bit of change as well. That also could have gone towards paying for something for Jasper's medical care. You could have afforded a bottle of medicine for that. But no, fuck him. Fuck him, right? You don't care about him. And then when people point out, not just me, multiple people, that's why there's multiple clips throughout this fucking video, when multiple people point that out to you, you're like, oh, all of a sudden you're a vet. No, but I have a cat, and I've been to the vets, so I know how this works, and I'm not the only one. And yet you'll sit there like that going, oh, look, doesn't he look unwell? Oh, look, death's door. Dude, you're constantly talking about how much he throws up. Take him to the fucking vet. For an indoor cat, he shouldn't be throwing up. Cats will throw up every now and then, particularly when they're outdoor cats or cats that have access to an outdoor area where they'll chew grass. But if Jasper's an indoor cat, he doesn't do that. So why is he throwing up so much? Cats eat grass to make themselves throw up because it sorts out the digestive system and it helps them regulate them. And, you know, like the same reason that like animals sometimes eat stones to help digestion easier. You know, cats have reasons for doing that. Jasper's, he shouldn't be doing that. The bottom line is, Phil, you do not care enough about your cat to be taking this tone with anybody. We are far more concerned with the health and safety of your cat than you are. You let fucking ant poison out because you thought it's sweet. So You know, cats don't like sweet, so he's fine. You ever seen a cat sniffing underneath like a car or a van or something? They're sniffing for antifreeze, which smells sweet. It's also fucking lethal to cats. It's probably not good for your health either, but we're not stupid enough to drink it. We know what it is. Cats don't. They just know. This smells really nice. I wonder what it tastes like. So, you're a fucking idiot. You shouldn't have the right. You do have the right, because America's the land of the free. But you shouldn't have the right to take that tone with anybody about your cat. She's just woken up. Yeah, come here. Can I borrow you for a minute? Sorry, I'll give you a treat, but I just need to make a point. 2 shots of a thyroid medication daily. 1 3.75 milliliter in the morning, 1 2.5 milliliter in the evening. Because she's ill. She doesn't look it though, does she? She looks a bit tired because she's just woken up. But she doesn't look ill. Now she looks annoyed because I'm not putting her down and bumping my nose is the way she tells me that she wants to get down. Yeah, have some treats. There you go. Just say thank you.
Man, we got to get him out the door right now. Wow. Really debilitating disease and horrible things going on here.
Didn't say that. Don't misrepresent my argument by saying shit like that. I didn't say debilitating disease. I said you don't know if he has one or not. Because guess what, Phil? Not all diseases that cats can get are immediately physically visible.
Unbelievable.
Fuck you. Just fuck you. Okay? How dare you say it's unbelievable? Fuck you.
Man, we got to get him out the door right now. Wow.
My cat's walking and is alive, so he's not sick. DSP logic. DSP logic.
Unbelievable.
DSP logic at work.
Anyway.
He's alive, so he's not sick.
So,
he's walking.
Thank you
he's
all
not
for
puking
that.
up blood.
I wanted to open the show with that today.
Oh man, look at this cat on his deathbed sitting on my lap right now. Oh my goodness. He's so bad off, guys. Let's rush him right now for a blood test. Oh man, we got to get him out the door right now. Wow. Really debilitating disease and horrible things going on here. Unbelievable. Anyway. So.
I have no words. Going by Phil's own narrative, a month before going to the fucking vet, Jasper was thrown up for attention. And then, when he could have got blood work done, blood tests done, he rejected them. And then, a few days after that, or a week after however, he's dropping like $500 in toys for himself. So of course it's going to come across as him being too cheap to get a blood test for a cat. Well, he fucking spends $500 on himself and his... Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh man, look at this this cat on his deathbed sitting on my
Grimbo, what's
lap
up?
right now. Oh my goodness. He's so bad off, guys. Let's rush him right now for a blood test. Oh man, we got to get him out the door right now. Wow. Really debilitating disease and horrible things going on here.
Phil was on the grassy knoll.
Bang, 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 bang.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable
Anyway.
is right. This whole thing is unbelievable.
So, unbelievable.
See, this is bullshit.
Anyway.
He thinks that we think that something's wrong with Jasper.
Thank you all
We're not
for that.
saying that.
I wanted to open the show with that today.
No, it was preventative.
Because now that we've
But he
discovered
doesn't understand
some of the
wrong with
nonsense,
Jasper.
okay?
He keeps getting
and we don't
fucking
have to talk about it
UTIs.
anymore.
He's
All right? I
walking around
understand
the
that's
house
why I
looking for a
don't
place
talk
to
about it.
relieve
You know what I'm
himself.
saying?
There was something wrong with the fucking cat.
I don't bother
no,
with this bullshit.
let me get a
I don't. Why would I
$320
bother with
fucking
bullshit?
joystick
There's no reason to
instead
bother
of getting
with
some
bullshit.
blood work done
We have
for my
important things to do.
goddamn
We're
cat.
backlogged on things to do, right?
And then we would probably understand why the UTI happened.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Jasper, you're a nut.
So
He's
no,
purring on my
he
lap
doesn't
now. He
fucking
really
love his
loves
cat.
this rubbing I'm giving
No,
him.
he doesn't.
Nobody say no. I'm saying that shit.
Purr into the
There's
mic.
something
Let's hear
wrong
the-
with his
purr
fucking
into the
cat.
mic. Oh man, look at this this cat on his deathbed sitting on my lap right now. Oh my goodness. He's so bad off, guys. Let's rush him right now for a blood test. Oh man, we got to get him out the door right now. Wow. Really debilitating disease and horrible things going on here.
Remember that. And when something happens, you fucking irresponsible pet owner, the entire world is gonna fuck your shit up. When it happens, when it eventually happens, you sit there getting nervous and shifty-eyed because people start to notice that Jasper isn't around for a while. Yeah, it's gonna be over for you.
Anyway, so thank you all for that. And I wanted to open the show with that today because I felt like that was very pertinent to do, because now that we've dispelled it, we can move on from the nonsense, okay?
You didn't dispel it. How's Jasper's thyroid level doing? Tell me that, then I'll consider this matter dispelled.
And we don't have to talk about it anymore, all right? And understand that's why I don't talk about it. You know what I'm saying?
But you did talk about it. That's why all this started. You came back in with the swagger and the confidence of the ignorance and sat there and said, guess what, guys? The vet, right? Check this out. They told me that since they didn't know, like, Jasper's medical history, and I didn't tell them, like, any of Jasper's medical history, because, you know, I don't know about it. Why should I know about it? I'm only his owner, right? They told me that he should have a blood test done, but I said, he's not sick. You only want to charge me the money for it, don't you? I get this. This is a scam. I'm not having any of this. That's why this all fucking started. Because you did talk about it. Because A, you're completely fucking ignorant of how bad it makes you look because you don't know what it is to take care of a cat. And B, you've got fucking nothing going on in your life. Anybody else that would have been... I have had a day at the vets exactly like that since recording that video and editing it. And this one. It was when I went to get another blood test for her to see how her white blood cells were doing. And they gave us the little bottle to keep her going in the meantime. And then that's run out and I've now got the big bottle. I've literally... They like, right down to me not going in the room. They just came and took her. And then they brought her back out when they were done in a couple of minutes. And I went and paid. It's fucking unreal. That he could just be like... Right, I've dispelled it now, and we don't have to talk about it anymore. And in fact, I don't even like talking about it to begin with, which is why I don't. Even though, you know, I only had to dispel it because I talked about it in the first place, and it caused a big thing. So, just go fuck yourself, Phil.
I don't bother with this bullshit. I don't. Why would I bother with bullshit? There's no reason to bother with bullshit. We have important things to do. We're backlogged on things to do. Right?
Like what? Why are you backlogged on things to do?
So let's talk about those things that we have to do, shall we? Jasper, you're a nut. He's purring on my lap now. He really loves this rubbing I'm giving him. Jasper.
Yeah, you're such a nutty cat. Purring when you're sat on his lap. Did you hear that? She meowed. What a nut. Are you coming up? I'm going to spend the next few minutes trying to convince her to get on here, and then when she doesn't want to, I'm going to give up, and she's going to immediately jump up. Thank you.
Purr into the mic. Let's hear them purr into the mic. Go ahead, purr into the mic. Can you guys hear it? Do you hear the purrs?
No. No. But I can't really sort of criticize him for, like, exploiting the cat there when, you know, I've just picked her up to make the point that you can't tell by looks alone that she's not well. Because, you know, she's not well, and that's not something that's immediately apparent through looks alone. Although... going back in my defense, I feel like that's a bit more of an important point than, hey, look, my cat's crazy, he's purring. So, you just shouldn't have a cat.
Oh my goodness. You can't hear it too low? Oh, all right. All right, buddy. Onto the floor. Okay. So, let us now get to the pertinent stuff, shall we?
Oh, God, Phil, I thought everything that you did was pertinent. I thought all your stuff was pertinent. I thought we were making it pertinent. Oh, God.
Now that we've gotten the baloney out of the way. All right? So here's what I will say, okay? If you like the content I put out, please support it.
I can't. Not another bag. Not another bag. Another bag at the end of all this when he's defended his decision to not spend $300 on his cat's blood work, but instead spend $500 on a new joystick and a copy of Street Fighter 6 for a PS5. Oh, I can't. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm cutting something else. Editor Steve, if there's been like an update or if he's done something stupid with Jasper again or whatever, cut it in here. But you know, I'm fucking done with this. You okay? Yeah. Coming up. I know where I've cut this off. There is a bit at the end that I'm missing. I have a note that I made as I was editing. Oh my god, there's a bit in the bag at the end where he asks for money to pay for the joystick. And I mean, it just sums everything up basically, doesn't it? Here, I'll cut to it now.
If you like the fact that I'm now dabbling in a mini PC for more variety of content, please support those streams, okay? If you like the fact that I'm upgrading my setup to play fighting games at a better capacity, that I'm going to be playing Mortal Kombat 1 against a bigger player base now, and I invested in a better joystick. If you like all that because you like the content, please support it. Today, I'm doing Street Fighter. Support the stream. Please do. Help me to pay off what I just, you know, pay. Well, not pay off because I did pay it, but help me to essentially earn back what I just paid for all this equipment, okay?
So, I mean, what more is there to say about that? He had this whole thing about how, you know, it wasn't actually a bad thing that he spent money to buy this joystick. It was an investment in his business. And he wasn't begging. He didn't beg at all. Nobody, you know, he never asked anyone for the joystick straight out. And nobody said to him, hey, dude, let me buy you a joystick. So, you know, it was just an investment in his business. Also, now it's your turn to pay for it. You're coming up. So yeah, he's just filling a nutshell, isn't it? If anything sums this whole thing up that's not cat related, it's that. So yeah, quickly want to wrap things up, and then I want to talk about my health. So before I get to shouting out all the people whose clips I've used, there's 2 clips that I think we should take a moment to just sort of, you know, simmer and soak up, because they're quite amazing.
So furious. He would likely go and be very destructive in the house just because he's upset and jealous that we're giving love and attention to another cat. So, silly kitty. He loves the pets. This is how you pet a cat. Did you know that? Cats love it when you touch them right here near their tail. And if you go like this, they absolutely love it. This is the same as petting the head of a dog. This is where cats like it the most. Here or the sides of their face. That's where they have the receptors. So they have these are these various areas they love being touched. Yep. Top of the head, not so much. Side of the head, oh, he loves that. Sides of the head is his favorite spot. That's why you ever notice a cat will run up and start rubbing things with the side of their face, because that's where they like to be rubbed and pet. That's where the receptors are. And then right here. Their 2 favorite spots. Where do you never pet a cat? Stomach. Cats do not like being touched on their stomachs. To them, that's their private area that's like to be protected. And if you touch that, it's like violating their private space. They don't feel safe if you're touching them on the stomach. So that's something you never do to a cat. Super chat. Bloom Kid did a super chat. Said, I love the new cat facts segment. I've learned tons about cats since Jasper's been a part of our family. Tons and tons. So if you guys are adding questions about cats, I could probably answer them, because I've absorbed an incredible amount of knowledge about cats in the last, like, you know, several years.
So yeah, if you're going to take away 2 things from this, number 1, let it be that DSP lied like that, and number 2, let it be don't actually ask him about something to do with cats. He clearly does not know fucking anything. And so your time would be better spent literally Googling the answer. You will get a more accurate response from Google than you will from Darkside Phil, and you'll probably save yourself the money it costs to tip him to ask him in the first place. So do that instead. There was also one other thing that I noticed while I was editing. Do you remember when I said this? Your cat has had it twice. Your cat's had a UTI twice, right? At least. The first time, when you had to discover it from the vet, you had to learn from the vet what it was. The second time, when you recognised the symptoms, diagnosed it yourself. Well, I was thinking later on,
when you take your cat to the vet and they've got a UTI and the vet gives you antibiotics, you give the cat those antibiotics and that clears up the infection, right? That's probably what he did. He took them to the vet. They were like, here you go. This is a UTI, so here's some antibiotics for Jasper. Where did he get the antibiotics to treat Jasper the second time? Because the thing about antibiotics is when they give them to you, you have to take the whole course. You can't just stop once you start feeling okay. So either Phil didn't give Jasper all of the antibiotics from the first time, so he had some left over to give him the second time, or he gave Jasper all the antibiotics for the first time and then somehow acquired antibiotics without the vet being involved in this process. So that's really stuck with me, that, and I don't know what it's like in America. I don't know how easy one can get antibiotics. They're not the easiest thing in the world to get over here. You know, you tend to need a prescription to get them. So I'm assuming it's a similar thing in America. She's sniffing just behind the monitor here because I have a treat. She can probably see the yellow bag. Yeah, you can see the yellow bag, can't you? Well, she's not looking. Did you notice they were gone? Yeah, did you notice? Right, wait. I need to put them down. Yeah. There you go, have some. So yeah, assuming that you need a prescription to get hold of these antibiotics, how did he get them without the vet being involved? He must have gone to the vet and said, I think the cat's got the UTI again and we need another prescription. And the vet must have examined them. Or he, the first time, stopped giving Jasper the medicine the moment Jasper started to look okay, which is how the UTI eventually came back. And then later on he gave him the second half of it. Which is probably why he would likely go on to get another one, because he's not killed it off straight away. The whole point of the course of the antibiotics is that you take all of them. And I think it's more likely to be that. I don't think Phil somehow got a hold of antibiotics elsewhere without going to the vet about them. I think Phil didn't give Jasper the whole of the course of antibiotics when he was given them. I think he just gave it him for a few days and then, oh, he's looking better now, that's it, it's fine, we're done. And then they go into like the back of a cupboard, you know, they go back into the medicine cupboard in the kitchen underneath the sink or something. And then later on, when Jasper starts showing those symptoms again, oh, he must have another UTI, let's get the medicine out and give him some more of them until he starts looking okay again. And then you stop. So that stuck out at me, and I'm sort of like kicking myself a bit that I didn't mention it at the time. But it's one of those things that initially you're just thinking, he's already had 2 UTIs, you know, why aren't you telling the vet that? You're not thinking, hang on a minute, how did he treat it the second time? Where did he get the antibiotics to treat Jasper the second time if he didn't go to a vet? So maybe, I could be wrong, it might be easy to get hold of antibiotics to treat your cat in America, I don't know. Like I said, she's never had a UTI, so, you know, it's not something that I'm completely 100% on, and I'll be willing to take the L if I am wrong, and it is quite easy to get hold of them, and he likely did. But what I think is more likely is that he just gave them Jasper until Jasper seemed okay and then stopped. So there was still some left, rather than completing the full course like you would do if you were given antibiotics. Also, before we go any further, I would like to address this issue because I know this is probably going to come up again once word gets back to Phil about this again, and he chooses to reinterpret it or distort it and misrepresent what I'm saying again. Have you finished? Because I can see that spiking in Audacity and it's really annoying. Like when I listen back to this as I'm editing it, you have any idea how annoying that is? And I know she does it on streams too, I'm sorry. You done? Thank you. So yeah, I want to address this because I swear you do this on purpose. You know, like I told you about like taking her to the vets and how she's a nightmare to get in the carrier, and then she's completely fine and compliant at the vets. And then there was that bit earlier when I was like, I'm going to take ages to try and get her on, and then when I'm giving up, she'll jump, and she jumped on. She does it on purpose, I'm telling you. I need to address this because this is going to come up again after word of this video gets back to Phil and he chooses to reinterpret it or distort what I'm saying again.
And I feel bad when people are contacting me saying, I'm so afraid for your cat. I'm like, what are you talking about? This happened with several people overnight. I'm like, this is nonsense. It's such ridiculous nonsense these people are spreading. People are believing it, and it's really messed up. So don't listen to it, okay?
If you've been emailing Phil about Jasper, then, you know, thank you for doing that, because I don't know what it is to email Phil. I've never really had like contact with him where he's replied back. I've, you know, quote tweeted him every now and then just to take the piss, but he's never like interacted with me. I assume that Phil's response will probably be something like, you know, the, you know, idiot trolls lying and all that stuff and all that, and he'll try to reassure you that Jasper is okay. And again, this is him sort of like either willfully or not misunderstanding the point I'm making, which is that he doesn't know for sure that Jasper is okay. Just by looks alone, he might think Jasper is okay, but he can't tell just by looks alone. He needs to have had that blood test done. And the fact that he spent more money on a joystick than it would have cost to do that shows that he's a bad pet owner, and he obviously doesn't care. So, you know, thank you for sort of like raising at least the point that, hey, Phil, we're worried about Jasper's health. You are right to be worried about Jasper's health, because Phil is clearly incapable of fully meeting Jasper's health requirements. He clearly doesn't care. He would rather spend the money on the joystick. So he just assumes Jasper looks okay, he must be okay. That's it. When there's, you know, quite clearly evidence to the contrary. The amount that he throws up, the trouble that he has around the litter box, the fact that he's had multiple urinary tract infections. Those are all signs that suggest Jasper has an ongoing underlying health condition. And Phil doesn't know about his cat's health history because he adopted him. It's not like he had him as a kitten, he adopted him. And Phil didn't even know the last time he had blood work, and he didn't even want to know. So when you do email him, and he does try to tell you that Jasper is fine, he's okay, he's been in here recently, he's been on the streams and all that stuff, and it's just us making up lies and being, you know, like sick motherfuckers and all that shit, push him. Just say to him, Phil, the only question you need to ask is, how are Jasper's thyroid levels doing? That's it. That's a simple question that would completely rule out the possibility that Jasper has either hyper or hypothyroidism, and show that he has a better understanding of his cat's health. And you do that through a blood test, and he hasn't. And then he tries to lie about getting, you know, a meeting with the management where they're like, you're completely right, Mr. Burnell, this vet was totally in the wrong. It's just, it sort of pushes the limits of credibility. And the fact that he thought it was enough, considering, like, you know, he took on the responsibility for the safety and the well-being of this animal that is now completely dependent upon him, and he's negligent in that. And he thought, you know, it's fine, I'll just tell him I went to the vets again, I'll tell him the managers said I was right, that'll do. There's nothing to worry about. The cat's been on the stream, he looks okay, he was in here before, he's fine, you know. That's not enough. Mine looks okay, she's sat here right now waiting for me to finish this so that I can move on and, you know, lie down so she can sit back on my lap. And she's not fine, but you wouldn't know that to look at her. And that's the point. So, yeah, thank you if you have emailed him, and don't buy the bullshit of Jasper's okay and it's us lying and making shit up. I'm not making shit up. I'm just pointing out that Phil doesn't know for sure that Jasper is okay. He just looked at him and thought he looks okay, so he must be. So, shout outs. I need to thank everybody that You want to go out? Shout out while my cat's outside having a wee. I want to say thank you to everybody whose videos that I use footage from, everybody who streamed this or made a video about it. mainly because I didn't ask for permission in advance like last time. I just assumed that, you know, everybody would be okay with it. And, you know, I am crediting people. They are linked in the description below. And ultimately, you know, I thought, you know, given this, and it's after the Jasper video, I thought it'd be okay. So, you know, I know it makes me sound like a right cheeky git, but, you know, my intentions were pure, I promise. So thank you first and foremost to Snort Hogan for the 2 videos that I reacted to, the one about his daily rap and the one about the half-hour thing afterwards. And then in alphabetical order, because we have no favourites here, is Almighty Tevin and Lee. Doody, I used a video of his. Do you want to come back in? You don't, madam. I used video from Doody. Then there's King Jad, King Sly, Raven's Dolphin. I used a few of his bits, and then there's also Shinko Fleur, obviously, who's been, like, you know, my brother in this, and Taking L's, which I know is lefty and would have been further up there, but, you know, your channel name's Taking L's because I know you run with Logan, so, you know, alphabetically it's fine. Technically I'm right, and that's the best sort of right. And by the way, guys, my cat agrees with me. What? Okay, so from now on, I'm going to be talking about my back, and, you know, if you're not interested in that, then cool, you can dip out. Thanks for watching. I'll see you all soon. So not meaning to be too DSP about it, back in 2015, my back did go. I was getting up, and I was actually supposed to meet my brother later to play D&D, and I'd actually messaged him on Facebook that day saying, you know, yeah, I'll be getting the train at this time, so I'll be there at this time. As I went downstairs to go make a brew, I felt a little twinge in my back, and over the next few hours that got so bad that I couldn't walk, and I had to phone my mum and say, can you come and get me and take me to the hospital? I cannot get off the floor. I'm stuck on the floor. I can't walk, I can't move, I'm in so much pain. And they took me to the hospital. My mum took me to the hospital, and the doctors, the people in A&E, the person who examined me, told me that it was a muscle spasm that had impinged a nerve, and with physio muscle relaxants that would be okay. And I've spent so many months of the last few years wondering how different my life would have been if they'd have sent me for a scan then instead. If they'd have thought, well, actually, that sounds like a slip disc, let's send you for an MRI. But instead, I had nearly a year of physio. Gradually it became apparent that this was not a muscle spasm or anything. This was something that a bit more serious. So I went back to my doctor and said, can I go for a scan, because this is clearly something worse than what they told me. And they sent me for a scan. It took a while to get that MRI, and then it took even longer. Thank you for not turning that off. It took even longer to get the results from that. I remember waiting the full fucking 3 months. But then they showed that, yeah, this was a herniated disc. It had ruptured. It had just gone like that. So it was all over the nerves in my leg. It was why I couldn't stand. It was why I couldn't walk. It had gone all the way to the right and started impinging on nerves there. So I had a discectomy, which cut out all of the herniated stuff. It cut out all of the liquid and all of, like, the bit of disc that had bulged out, and that, you know, left some disc in and some fluid in, because obviously you don't want to remove it if you don't have to. You want to just take out what's come out and leave what's left. So they did that, and I was okay for about 3 months. That was in November of 2016, and then in March 2017 it had gotten worse, so I had a second operation. What was left of the disc had basically all just come out, so it all continued to leak, and it all continued to break, and it all continued to impinge on my nerves. So I had a second discectomy, and after the second discectomy it became apparent that I
I couldn't put any weight on my leg. I'd had no improvement in my symptoms, so I needed to go for another MRI, and that showed that the way the vertebrae were now resting on each other was again sort of like pushing out the nerves and impinging on them again, because ordinarily there'd be like the space of a disc, and then there's not. So now all of a sudden you've got like excess nerve like around the edge. So the surgeon that had performed the discectomies passed me on to somebody else, a specialist, who then had to MRI me again and get a more up-to-date picture of my spine. I met him in, I think this was like 2018 by this point, and he said, you know, yeah, we'll go for fusion. This looks like a case where spinal fusion surgery will be the thing that helps you. So you'll be on my list, but unfortunately you're not a emergency case, you're an elective surgery. So if, say, somebody has a scan and it shows a tumor at the base of their spine, emergency. Somebody has a car crash and their spine is crushed in like 3 or 4 places, emergency. So emergency cases would be given priority for me. But I was on the waiting list, so, you know, I didn't mind waiting, and I can't complain about that. You can't complain about somebody who needs, like, life-saving surgery going before you when you're, like, you know, well, what's another couple of months waiting for me? So I waited for a while, then COVID happened, and then after that point, when things started opening up again, it became very apparent that this guy could not see me. There'd been several times when I'd been sort of like penciled in, and then those had been cancelled. He passed me into, after a while of waiting, you get passed into a pool automatically, and where it's just any available surgeon takes you. If like your surgeon can't do the operation, you get put into a pool, and if another surgeon who can do the operation has the time, they will take you as their patient. So I was given a third surgeon. So I met him, and then, you know, he agreed with the previous surgeon. Yep, spinal fusion surgery is the thing that we need to do here. You know, I'll do it differently. He's going to go from the sides, I'm going to go in from the back, but it'll still be the same procedure. So yeah, spinal fusion surgery is what it sounds like. It's the fusing of 2 vertebrae in your spine together. For me, mine's the L5S1 vertebrae, so they will be fused together. That's basically the last vertebrae in your spine, and the first, what's it, in your spine, the one that's not on your hip bone. Obviously, when you get to the sacral vertebrae, those are the ones on your hip bone. But, you know, in terms of like moving up your body, it's not a vertebrae that's like up here, for example. Like, it's not a cervical vertebrae. So it's right at the base. What they will do is they will cage the 2 vertebrae together, and then they shave bits of bone off your hip bone and construct it around that cage so that the bone sort of grows and forms together over time. It feels weird to say that you're looking forward to that sort of procedure, but I am actually looking forward to it, because I get to do things that I've not done for years again one day. I know that there's going to be like some pretty sharp pain. I've recovered from back surgery before. I know that this is going to be even worse than the discectomies. It's going to take a lot of rehab and physio. I know that I'm then going to have to come off a lot of painkillers. It's going to be a long road before I can even get to a point where I'm like, right, I can start like working out now, you know. I can start doing like, you know, I can start going to the gym and try to shoot for like Jaha or the March 1 levels of ripped, you know. It's going to be so long for me because I've just not been able to do physical activity for so long, you know. I've got a slight bulge in a C6, C7 up here, so I, you know, like radial nerve pain here, so I can't exactly like do upper body workouts either. I can't go swimming because I've been swimming, and the urge to just move in ways that you shouldn't is overwhelming, especially when it's been several years since you've, you know, this thing has happened to you, so you've not been able to like walk without a crutch, or, you know, you can't like bend down, obviously, and then you get into a swimming pool and you feel sort of weightless, and, you know, you're like, wow, I can move, and you get a sudden flood of adrenaline
So you swim and you fucking swim and it feels great and your muscles are burning in a way that you've not felt for years. And you are just, your nervous system is on fire. You are in full on like physical exertion mode and you feel like the runner's high, you know. And while that was a great night in a hotel afterwards, the point is that it was murder for days after that. And every time I've been swimming since, I've had to like consciously, it's been a couple of times, I've been like maybe 3 or 4 times over the last few years, because trying to get hydrotherapy here is a pain in the arse. But it's always been like anything, like going to see a friend or going out to the pub or anything, there's a physical cost afterwards that I've had to pay. And so while I'm like fully aware of the idea that it's going to be a while until I'm physically fit again, the thought of not doing that, of not having to pay that price for doing something like going out for a few drinks or going out to see a family member for coffee or going out to, you know, to the swimming pool it's been one of the thoughts that's been keeping me going. As is drumming, the thought of being able to drum again, the thought of being able to play bass standing up again, the thought of being able to do things that I used to do. I used to just walk. You know, I liked walking. I like going on scenic walks and things. You know, I ran a lot when I was in school, so I've, you know, always been somebody who at least moves around. I've never been like overweight, but I've always been like quite lean, and you know, I've never been toned or ripped or buff or anything. But I've been like, you know, when I say athletically muscular, you know what I mean. But the last few years, especially, I've, you know, my muscles have been wasting away, and I feel like a spring under tension thinking about like physio again. So I'm really looking forward to, as much as, you know, the appeal of drumming and playing bass and going swimming and all that has been keeping me going during like the darker periods of all this. I'm just looking forward to being able to walk. I'm just looking forward to being able to walk without a crutch. And that's nearly here. So it's still sinking in a bit. I'm still processing it, and I know that sounds odd considering it's like a week away. But a lot of times during this, you know, say from like 2017 when the second discectomy failed onwards to now, there's been you know, we're looking at getting you done at this point, and then it gets rescheduled or cancelled, or you get moved back down the list because an emergency case is taken over. So I've always sort of tempered my expectations when it comes to, oh, it's happening on this date, because it's happened before where I've been like, oh, it's going to happen in this month, and then it doesn't. So I think I've sort of like been sort of putting it off again, because it might, there's always, and there is always still the chance that, you know, I could be in the bed getting like waiting to be wheeled into the operating room when they come in and tell you, sorry, we've had to cancel, something's come up. There is still that chance, but as it comes increasingly, you know, closer, it is sinking in more and more that it is really happening. So I am getting quite excited by that, and I wanted to get this Jasper video done before I left, because I'll be out for a while. There is a period of long rehab ahead of me, so I wanted to get this video out before I went, because I don't know how long that period of recovery will be for me. I don't know how long it'll be until I'll be able to do like a full episode of TBS or thus. I don't know how long it will be until I'll be able to release like hours long videos again. I'm going to have to sort of step into the unknown a bit, and I don't really like that. I'm not always that comfortable with unknowns, but in this case you sort of have to accept it as it is part of the parcel. Everybody recovers differently, and you know,
given how long I've had this condition, it might take me a while longer than it would ordinarily take someone else. Plus, you have to consider stuff like your age as well, because obviously the older you get, the longer it takes you to heal. Okay, I realise that sounds like I'm being DSP about this. I'm not. I am fucking determined to be okay with this. I am fucking determined to be physically okay and to be healthy. I have had 8.5 years of this shit now. I am fucking done. But the point is, I don't know how long it's going to take me until I'll be able to put out like long content like this, because obviously this requires long periods of editing. So it's not just the recording, it's all the work that I have to do to edit. And I don't know how, you know, I'm just going to go by sort of what feels okay for me. So there might be like shorter, smaller releases. I don't know. I will be doing stuff. I will be like coming back gradually. Like actually, because my instinct is always to just upload the video and then the moment it can go live, put it live, because I don't like leaving people waiting. But by the time they do the Groupthink next Thursday, I should be out of surgery, so I could schedule this to go live afterwards, and then ring in with a message saying I'm out of surgery, things went okay, and by the way, the Jasper video's going live when that being said's done. Or I might just put it live. I don't know. I feel like it's a bit more important to just get it out as soon as I can, and then I can at least deal with like the initial sort of like response to it, and then I can go and have my operation sort of feeling like, yeah, I did all right, I did a good thing. I don't know, but either way, I need to finish this up and actually get it edited and rendering. So yeah, to properly, you know, genuine and in all sincerity prayer hands, thank you to everybody who's said good luck to me, everybody who's wished me well over the last few streams. It's become more and more apparent, and I have mentioned it more and more recently because it is closer and closer to it happening. So getting so many messages and people saying, you know, good luck and I hope it goes well is really touching to me. And I, you know, it's I want to say it's weird, but that makes it sound bad. It's not weird, it's just, it's unusual. Again, no, I don't mean to have any negative connotations, because it is the most wonderful feeling to get this like response of support and good wishes and positive vibes and everything from so many people, because it means I mean something to those people. But I sort of never really started this thinking I would be this thing to this many people, so it's an unusual thing for me to adjust to, but it really does mean a lot to me. I'm just, you know, just some dickhead with a forensic psychology degree, a bad back, and a cat that needs medicine and access to editing software and a lot of free time, and people watch this, and so yeah, it's it's really overwhelming. Again, in a good way, in a very good way. But thank you everybody for everything. I will be around. I might be in chats sometimes. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to be ready to be back on things, especially full time. But I'll try to be there if I can, and I'll try to have. I'll send him messages. I might send Scott a few like prompts for the ideas for episodes, because I don't want that to suddenly stop either. We've done a lot of work to get us to where it is, and I don't want it to sort of suddenly stop now. I think Scott's good enough to carry it in this way, but I can still help from behind the scenes.
So I will be like around in ways, but it might be a while before you see me again. I don't know. So much is unknown at the moment for me, but I am going to be better. I'm determined to be better, and all the support from everyone, all the well wishes and good luck, really means a lot. So thank you. And I'll see you around, I guess. I'd ask her if she wanted to say anything, but she's fallen asleep, so